Dawn bled across the city's domes and spires, casting long gold shadows over King's Landing. A stillness reigned atop the Red Keep, broken only by the sea wind combing through the stone ramparts, rustling the royal banners and carrying the brine scent up from Blackwater Bay. In the first light, the world looked unscarred, as if the last years were but a fevered dream. But the red stains on the paving stones beneath Rhaegar's holdfast and the wary hush in the city streets betrayed the truth. Summer's peace was a brittle shell. Within the solar, the Queen Regent's fingers tapped out a nervous rhythm on the gilded arm of her chair. Elia Martell had once been the flower of Sunspear, laughter, music, brightness incarnate, but the years had smoothed her spirit to something finer and less yielding. She wore black and red now, always, her dark hair wound in Martell braids, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The child at her side, Aegon, was 11 and too tall for his age, hair pale as milk, his mother's shadow cast long across his features. Beside him, Rhaenys, her sister, sat with a book propped upon her lap. But her eyes darted often to the door. Aegon reached for an apricot from a bowl on the table. He rolled it in his hands, gentle, thoughtful, then split the fruit and removed the pit as if it were a secret at the heart of things. "Mother," he said quietly, "is he coming?" Elia's gaze swept the chamber, then settled on her son. "Your uncle is never late, only circumspect." She managed a smile, thin as a blade. "And why do you worry so, sweetling?" Aegon's shoulders straightened. "Sir John says the city's full of Lannister spies. He says the gold cloaks will turn for a silver stag if the wind changes." Rhaenys snorted, a flash of steel in her voice. "Sir John thinks every shadow holds a knife. If the gold cloaks would sell us, they'd have done it already." Elia said nothing, listening for distant footsteps. The air, heavy with anticipation, vibrated with the memory of betrayal. In another world, one left far behind, she might have dismissed her children's anxieties. But she had seen a mother's trust dashed to ruin, and the sight of Lannister crimson anywhere in her halls was enough to chill her blood. There was a soft knock at the door. Sir Jon Connington entered, his armor dulled and travel-stained. Gray hair swept back from his brow. He bowed, quick and formal, and his eyes flicked first to Aegon, and then to Elia. "My queen," he said, "the council is assembled." Elia rose, regal in her mourning silks. "Send for Maester Miles. My children will attend." "Demnon?" Jon hesitated a moment, his gaze resting longest on Aegon, as if he measured the boy's readiness for the world outside these walls, then bowed again and withdrew. Rhaenys snapped her book shut, leaping to her feet. "Aegon, hurry!" He needed no further urging. His hands shook as he wiped them on his doublet. He glanced at the sunlight spilling across the floor, drew a slow, careful breath, and followed his mother out. The council chamber was a long, high room, hung with Targaryen dragons and Martell sons, the polished wood of the table gleaming beneath candlelight. Around it sat men and women of disparate loyalty and temperament. Dour old Lord Mouton, Lord Staunton with his sharp tongue, Lady Baratheon's raven-haired bastard fosterling, and at the foot, Maester Miles, eyes sharp behind his heavy spectacles. Jon Connington stood behind Elia's chair, hand resting lightly on the pommel of his sword. As Elia entered, the conversation fell to murmurs, then to silence. She seated herself, her children flanking her, and surveyed her council with the grave attention of one who knows each face might hold the key to life or death. "My lords," she said, "the hour has come. Tell me the news from the city." Mouton shifted in his seat, clearing his throat. "The Lannister envoy leaves for Casterly Rock at midday, your grace. They say Queen Cersei's confinement approaches. The bells have rung thrice for her health these last 7 days." "Let them ring until they crack," muttered Staunton. "It's not the Queen's belly I fear, but her father's coin." Lady Baratheon's fosterling spoke then, voice smooth as silk. "There's talk in the Street of Silk that the gold cloaks will pledge to Prince Aegon if the right hand tips the scales. Sir Simon Staunton dined with the Lord Commander last night. He drank red wine until he wept for joy, or so it said." Elias' gaze lingered on her daughter, who studied the council with interest beyond her years. "And the king?" she asked softly. Maester Miles leaned forward, unrolling a parchment. "King Robert hunts at Summerhall, my queen. Lord Stark commands the city in his absence, but his household remains guarded. There's a rumor he's fallen ill. Too much southern sun, perhaps. Bah. Or too many Lannisters at court," Staunton said with a laugh. John Connington's voice, when it came, was low but clear. "Our friends among the Tyrells write from Highgarden. Mace Tyrell toys with both sides, but his daughter Margaery grows restless. She's a year older than Aegon and eager for a crown. If Tyrell can be swayed, we may force Robert's hand." Rhaenys' eyes glittered. "And the small folk, what do they say?" "Some cheer for the dragon," said Lady Baratheon's fosterling, "and some for the stag. But the people remember Rhaegar as the last bright hope of summer. The city's hungry, Your Grace. They want a king who brings more than feasts for the highborn." Tall. Elia absorbed all of this, her hand curling unconsciously around the dragon brooch at her breast. In the pause that followed, Aegon glanced at his mother, then at the men and women who would shape his fate. "I would speak," he said, voice thin but clear. All eyes fell upon him. Rhaenys reached out and squeezed his hand beneath the table, unseen. He looked first to his mother. "You say we are safe in the Red Keep, but Sir John warns that no fortress is ever truly safe. I hear the men outside call me Prince and King, but I have never left these walls. I want to see the city for myself. I want to hear what the people say, not just what the lords whisper." Staunton blinked, then grinned. "The dragon has claws, eh?" Elia studied her son. She saw Rhaegar's shadow in his eyes. Serious, burdened, seeking to understand. "You would walk among the people?" "Yes," Aegon said, quiet but fierce. "If I am to be their king, let me know their names, their faces, their pain." John Connington smiled, a flicker of approval passing over his weathered face. "He speaks true, my queen. Unless, when we hid, I took Aegon among the docks. He saw hunger and cruelty, but also hope. It's time the city knew its prince." Rhaenys' hand tightened in her brother's. "Take me too. If Aegon goes, I go. I know the city better than any of you." Elia hesitated. She saw the danger, the risk, knives in the dark, betrayal at every step. But she saw, too, the wisdom of it, the courage, the truth that Aegon would never be a king of locked doors and whispered secrets. She nodded, her resolve hardening. "So be it. But you will go cloaked, and John will go with you, and Sir Simon besides. Not a word to any but those in this room." Aegon's smile was all relief and eagerness. Rhaenys' laugh, sharp as a bird's cry, dispelled the chamber's gloom for a heartbeat. As the council dispersed, Elia caught Jon's sleeve. "Guard them with your life." He bowed. "As I did their father." She watched her children disappear into the golden morning, feeling the old ache stir in her chest. They were dragons, yes, but she knew dragons could be slain. The city was restless, coiled upon itself like a serpent. In the markets, fishwives hawked their wares, shouting over the clang of smiths and the bark of dogs. Children darted between carts, pale and quick as shadows. The small folk cast wary glances at every passing cloak, fearful of gold cloaks and red priests and the unkindness of strangers. Aegon wore plain homespun, hair hidden beneath a battered cap. Rhaenys too looked nothing like a princess. She moved with the grace of a street cat, and her laughter blended easily with the throng. John Connington trailed them at a distance, eyes everywhere at once. They paused beside a peddler selling carved dragons, some crude, some delicate as lace. Aegon fingered a small red dragon, running his thumb along the painted wings. "Take it, lad," the peddler said. "It's yours if you can answer a riddle." Rhaenys cocked her head. "A riddle? Aye, aye. What flies without wings, burns without flame, and brings kings low and raises beggars high?" "Naperman." Aegon frowned, thinking. Rhaenys grinned, eager for a challenge. "Is it?" But Aegon was quicker. "A song," he said. "A song flies, burns, and changes everything." The peddler's eyes crinkled with delight. "Clever lad. That one's yours, and a coin besides." Aegon smiled, a shy, genuine thing. As they moved away, Rhaenys looped her arm through his. "You sound like a maester." "I'm to be king," Aegon replied. "A king must know things." They wandered the city, listening. They heard a baker curse the cost of flour, and a septon bemoan the Lannisters' pride. They watched children brawl for scraps in the alley behind Beller's Sept. And they saw, painted in chalk on a broken wall, a crude dragon rampant. The city was sick but not dead. Hope flickered in corners. Faint, stubborn, alive. As dusk fell, they slipped back through the secret ways to the keep. John Connington closed the door behind them, looking to the prince and princess with pride. "You've seen the city, Aegon. What now?" Aegon's eyes were grave. "Now I know what must be done." In the Red Keep's shadow, the balance of power shifted with every heartbeat. Elia received a letter from Dorne, sealed with the martell, sun, and spear. Her brother Prince Doran wrote in his careful hand, "Sister, the sand stirs and serpents wake. If the dragon's brood survives, Dorne stands with you. Sun and fire. Doran." Elia read it thrice, then passed it to John. He read in silence, then met her gaze. "Dorne will rise." "They're not alone," she said. "The Tyrells waver. The North remains silent, but the Starks are no friends of the Lannisters." "Benwardum?" John nodded. "We must move soon. If Robert dies or is deposed, the realm will tear itself apart." Elia pressed the brooch at her breast. "The dragon's brood must be seen. We can hide no longer." Aegon and Rhaenys returned to the council that night, changed. Their eyes were older, voices more certain. The council debated long into the night. Names, alliances, risks counted and discounted. In the end, it was Rhaenys who spoke the words that shaped their fate. "We have waited in shadows long enough. If the people remember our father's songs, let us sing them anew. Let them see us. Let them choose. They named their one hero." The first steps were cautious. That week, silver dragons, old Targaryen coins, hoarded in secret, appeared in the fish market and along the street of Flower. A street singer performed "The Bells of Summerhall" at the Great Sept, watched by a gathering crowd. Anonymous hands pinned broadsheets to tavern doors, calling for the dragon's return. In Maegor's holdfast, Elia gathered her children close. "If we move, there is no return to shadows," she warned. "If you falter, all falters." Aegon took her hand. "We will not falter." The next morning, word swept through the city. Prince Aegon, son of Rhaegar, was alive. The truth moved faster than any courier, passed from mouth to mouth, embroidered, doubted, believed. By the time the sun set, the city's heart beat faster for the dragon. Within the Red Keep, Elia steeled herself for war. King Robert returned to King's Landing at dawn, hungover and foul-tempered, his white stag banner drooping behind him. Lord Stark met him in the throne room, face grave. "They say the dragon lives," Robert spat, waving a goblet of wine. "What lies do the small folk peddle now?" Stark's voice was cold. "If it is true, the realm must decide. The war is not yet done." Robert hurled his goblet against the wall. "I'll see every last Targaryen dead before I yield my crown." But outside the Red Keep, the city murmured new prayers. In the alleys and courts, the old banners came forth. Dragons, suns, and spears, fated but proud. In the dragon pit, where bones moldered, children sang of the dragon's return. The game was begun. Aegon stood on the ramparts at dusk, watching the city glow beneath him. Rhaenys leaned against the parapet, hair streaming in the wind. "Are you afraid?" she asked. He thought of the knives, the whispers, the peril in every step. "Yes, but I'm more afraid of never trying." Rhaenys smiled. "That's what father would say." Behind them, Elia watched her children. The last hope of summer, the promise of a kingdom reborn. In that moment, beneath the blood-red sky, she saw the shadow of dragons stretched long and unbroken across the world. The sky above the Red Keep ripened to violet, threaded with streaks of crimson and gold. Far below, torches flared one by one across the city, rivers of light winding through the maze of King's Landing. On the ramparts, Aegon felt the breath of evening on his face, a world in the balance, the air thrumming with danger and longing. Within the walls, courtiers and servants hurried like ghosts, faces drawn and voices lowered, their steps muffled on the carpets of the Queen Regent's chambers. The word had spread. The dragon lived. The name Aegon Targaryen passed from lips like a blessing and a curse, and with each utterance, the city's old bones seemed to shift. Elia Martell stood at the center of a storm of whispers, her composure as measured as a blade's edge. She received messages by candlelight, voices urgent, hands trembling. Some brought pledges from the Reach, secret promises sealed with green and gold. Others came from the Stormlands, their tone careful, uncertain, asking what price would buy their safety should the dragon rise. And from the Westerlands, Lannister gold spoke through gritted teeth. Demands for surrender, threats cloaked in polite disdain. That night, as the city below slid into uneasy sleep, Elia summoned her children to her solar. Rhaenys entered first, her hair wild and her eyes alight, as if she carried lightning in her veins. Aegon followed, steady but pale. They settled by the hearth, the flames painting their faces with shifting shadows. Elia studied them for a long moment. "You have seen what awaits us beyond these walls," she said, her voice gentle and fierce at once. "You have walked among the people. Now I would know your hearts." Aegon answered first. "The city hungers, mother, not just for bread but for hope. They remember father's name, some with love, some with fear, but none have forgotten." Rhaenys spoke more boldly, the fire catching in her eyes. "They want justice. I saw it in the faces of the children fighting over crusts. They want to believe in something better, but they do not know how." Elia listened, and in the silence, the weight of the realm settled between them. She poured wine into 3 goblets and set them on the table. Red for Martell, black for Targaryen, a mingling of blood and shadow. "You must be more than the sum of your blood," she said. "You must be worthy of their faith, even if it breaks you." Rhaenys leaned forward, intent. "And if the realm breaks instead?" Elia's lips twitched in a fleeting smile. "Then we will shape it anew." As the fire burned low, Aegon found himself remembering snatches of song, his father's voice low and sure promising a world remade. He remembered the touch of his mother's hand, cool on his fevered brow, the promise that he was meant for more. He looked to Rhaenys, and in her eyes he saw the steel that would carry them both through what must come. That same night, Jon Connington conferred with Sir Simon Staunton atop the winding stairs. Wind howled through the arrow slits, carrying snatches of laughter and screams from the city below. Jon's hands were restless, never far from the hilt of his sword. "We are watched," Sir Simon muttered. "Every Lannister in the city has ears in these halls. We cannot trust the gold cloaks." "Now, Winishti." Jon's jaw tightened. "We trust in the shadows then. We move when the moon is dark, not before. Elia must send for Doran. Dorn is our spine." Sir Simon's mouth twisted. "Dorn does not march for ghosts." Jon glanced upward, eyes narrowing. "Aegon is no ghost. The blood of the dragon lives in him as surely as fire burns. When the bells ring, the city will choose." Sir Simon spat into the dark. "Or burn." That night, as the wind battered the stones, Rhaenys crept through the passages of Maegor's holdfast, feet light as a cat's. She slipped past sleeping guards, past the kitchens where the cook's breath steamed in the night, past the door where old Maester Miles slumbered, parchment curled in his hands. She paused only once, listening for footsteps, her heart thundering in her chest. She reached the rookery, its high windows open to the stars. The ravens croaked and shuffled as she approached, their black eyes gleaming. Rhaenys selected the biggest bird, tying her letter to its leg with fingers that barely trembled. "Uncle," she wrote, "the time is near. Tell Doran the dragon's children live. The people begin to hope. When the sun rises, ride for King's Landing. Rhaenys.K." She sent the raven winging into the night, her breath misting in the cold. For a moment she stood, staring at the city's vast shadow. The task seemed impossible. The world's gaze felt like the weight of 100 kingdoms. But she was her father's daughter, and she would not flinch. Dawn came in silence. The city stirred, the day's work beginning with weary resignation. In the Red Keep, Elia met with her most trusted allies, John Connington, Maester Miles, and Lord Mutendar. John unrolled a fresh map, its edges stained and creased. Doran's reply should come within days. If he moves, the Tyrells may follow. Mace Tyrell's ambition outweighs his caution, if the wind turns. Maester Miles added quietly, Lord Stark's men watch the gates, but they do not interfere. Ned Stark is no friend to Lannister power. If he is convinced your claim is true, if he believes your children are who you say, they may find the North at their backs. Lord Mouton, a weary, heavy-set man with eyes like rain, shook his head. If Robert returns before we are ready, all may be lost. Elias' voice cut through their fears. We must make ready then. Summon our allies in secret. Prepare the city's defenses quietly. And send word to Dorne. Tell Doran that the hour draws near. Var. John inclined his head. It will be done. The city hummed with rumors. In the Street of Silk, broadsheets appeared each morning. Bold letters crying for the return of the dragon. By night, strange men in black and red moved through the inns and stables, speaking in whispers, leaving silver behind. The small folk listened, wary but hopeful. Old songs coming to their lips. In the keep, Aegon and Rhaenys trained at swordplay with Jon and Sir Simon. The practice yard echoed with the ring of steel. Rhaenys was fearless, darting in with a dancer's grace, her blade flashing. Aegon fought with dogged focus, determined not to yield. When Jon pressed him, he stumbled but always rose again, blood bright on his lip. One afternoon, as Aegon wiped sweat from his brow, Jon sat beside him, watching the sky darken over the city. You have your father's look, Jon said, voice gentle. He believed he could change the world. Do you believe the same? Aegon considered. Father died for his dreams. I would live for mine. Jon smiled, thin and sad. Then learn to trust your own strength, and know when to bend. Later, Aegon sought his sister in the Godswood, an island of silence within the chaos. Rhaenys knelt by the heart tree, her hand pressed to the carved face. She did not pray to the old gods, but she felt the weight of their watching. Aegon joined her, settling on the grass. Will Doran come? He asked. Rhaenys' voice was soft. He must. Dorne will not forsake its own. Mother will see to it. They sat in silence, listening to the wind in the leaves. The heart tree's face was worn with centuries of sorrow, its eyes red with sap. Rhaenys turned to her brother. What if we win, Aegon? What if the throne is ours? Aegon was silent a long time. Then the game begins anew. The first reply from Dorne came 3 days later, a plain slip of parchment, sealed in yellow wax. Elia broke it open with trembling fingers, reading her brother's careful script. The spears gather. Sons and dragons, march as one. At your word, we ride. John Connington read the message, his eyes shining. Dorne is ours. We move at last. Elia turned to her children. You will be seen. We cannot hide you away like treasures, guarded and unknown. If you are to claim the throne, the people must see you, hear your voices, touch your hands. Nair. Aegon's heart thudded. A procession? Not yet, Jon cautioned. But you will be present at the Septi. The people will see the dragon's brood with their own eyes. There will be danger, more than ever before. Rhaenys grinned, all fierce confidence. Let them come. I will not be afraid. Preparations began in secret. Word went out to trusted houses, Baratheon's bastards, Tyrell's minor cousins, lords of the Crownlands and the Stormlands. The Septon who would bless the Targaryens was an old man, loyal only to the gods, whose voice could fill a hall with peace or thunder. On the day of the blessing, the city awoke before the dawn. Crowds surged through the streets, drawn by rumor and hope and fear. Gold cloaks stood at every intersection, their hands on their swords. The bells rang, clear and wild. Aegon and Rhaenys dressed plainly. their cloaks of black and red bright against the colorless dawn. Elia accompanied them, flanked by Jon and Sir Simon. They rode through the city's gates on white horses, their faces grave, heads held high. The crowds parted before them, voices rising in uncertain cheers. Flowers fell from the windows, red, gold, purple. Old women wept and crossed themselves. Children danced and sang. Somewhere a voice cried out, "The dragon lives!" and the chant was taken up echoing from the domes and towers. Within the Sept of Baelor, light streamed through stained glass, bathing the Targaryens in 1,000 colors. The Septon raised his hands and blessed the children. Aegon, who knelt like a prince of old, and Rhaenys, proud and unbowed. When they emerged, the city thundered with applause. For a moment, the world felt whole, a tapestry unbroken, a realm reborn. But in the shadows, danger stirred. Spies watched from the alleys. In a quiet tavern near the Dragon Pit, a hooded man counted Lannister gold, his eyes cold and sharp. Across the city, the Queen's men gathered, plotting. That night, the Red Keep was alive with voices. Lords and ladies arriving under darkness, pledging fealty in hushed tones. Lord Tyrell's envoy brought sweetmeats and honeyed wine, hinting at alliance. A Stark messenger arrived, silent as snow, bearing a letter sealed with white wax. Elia read the Stark letter at midnight, her children at her side. If the dragon's brood is true, the North will not stand in your way. But beware the lion's claws. End Stark. Aegon's heart soared. Rhaenys gripped his hand, their fingers tight as chains. Jon Connington smiled. The game is ours to lose. In the days that followed, the city changed. Old banners appeared. Dragons, suns, the crescent moons of Dorne. The gold cloaks patrolled, but their eyes lingered on Aegon with grudging respect. Bread appeared in the markets, bought with Targaryen silver. The small folk began to hope in earnest. But the danger, too, grew sharper. One night, as the family dined in the solar, a scream shattered the peace. A servant girl burst into the chamber, her dress torn, blood on her hands. "They're here," she cried. "The lions, they come for you." Jon and Sir Simon sprang to arms, dragging Aegon and Rhaenys behind them. Elia drew her children close, her eyes blazing. Steel clashed in the halls. Lannister men, swords drawn, faces hidden. Blood stained the carpets, the walls, the faces of the dying. The fighting raged through the Red Keep, chaos blooming like a storm. Aegon, heart pounding, clutched his sister's hand. Rhaenys' face was set, eyes bright with fury. They ran through secret passages, led by Jon, Elia close behind. They burst into the God's Wood, the heart tree looming overhead, moonlight slanting through the leaves. Sir Simon stood at the entrance, sword red, breathing hard. Elia drew herself up, regal even in terror. "We stand together," she said. "They will not take us." Jon barred the door, sword ready. The Lannister men surged in, howling. Steel met steel, screams echoing in the darkness. It was Rhaenys who acted first. She seized a fallen blade, standing at her brother's side. "For father!" she cried, her voice carrying like a bell. Aegon fought as he had been taught. Steady, careful, fierce. Jon was everywhere at once, blade a blur. Elia stood between her children, dagger in hand, her gaze unflinching. In the end, the attackers fell, bloodied, broken, scattered. Jon Connington limped to Elia's side, wounds bleeding. "They will come again," he gasped. This was only the beginning. Elia knelt by her children, arms wrapped around them both. "We will endure." As dawn broke over the city, word spread. The Lannisters had failed. The dragon's brood had survived. That morning, the city rang with new hope. Banners flew from the towers. In the Street of Flower, a baker gave bread to children, whispering, "The dragon protects us." Dorne's riders appeared on the horizon, their banners bright in the sun. Tyrell's men arrived at the city gates, bringing wagons of food. The North sent quiet messengers, bearing pledges of peace. In the throne room, Elia stood before her children, her back straight. her face radiant with pride and pain. Aegon and Rhaenys knelt, heads bowed. "My children," she said, "the world is remade by those who dare to dream. You have faced the fire and lived. The time has come to claim your birthright, not in blood, but in hope." Aegon rose, voice steady. "For the realm, for father, for all who believe." Rhaenys echoed him, her voice clear. "For those without bread, without peace, for the dragon's return." As the bells rang out across King's Landing, the city gathered beneath the Red Keep. The gates swung wide, and the people surged forward, chanting the old songs, weeping with joy and fear and wonder. Aegon stood upon the steps, Rhaenys at his side, Elia behind them. Dragons reborn beneath the bleeding sky. The world watched, breath held. The game was not done, but hope, at last, burned bright. Okay. Rain drummed against the high windows of the Red Keep as the city below braced itself for another uncertain dawn. The storm had broken in the night, sweeping over the battlements, filling the cisterns, driving the dust and filth of King's Landing into the gutters. The smell of wet stone, the sharp tang of ozone, the distant peals of thunder. These were the sounds and scents that greeted Aegon Targaryen on his first morning as the realm's open hope. He stood alone on the ramparts, cloak pulled tight, face stung by the wind. Down below, the streets teemed with movement. The early risers, the watchmen, the gold cloaks in twos and threes. The banners of House Targaryen and House Martell snapped side by side, streaming red and black and gold across the rain-silvered air. Already, word had gone out to every gate and street corner. The dragon's brood lived. The city would see them. Behind Aegon, a door opened on silent hinges. Rhaenys slipped into the storm, barefoot, hair a black banner in the wind. She joined him without a word, pressing her shoulder to his, staring out across the sodden city. "It's real then," she said at last, voice small against the roaring air. "It's all changed." Aegon nodded, slow, solemn. "It changes more with every step we take, every promise we make, every lie we must not tell." Rhaenys watched the thin river of people streaming toward the great septi. "Mother says today is only the beginning. The lords will come, one by one. They will kneel, or they will bare their teeth. We must be ready." Aegon did not answer, not at first. He listened to the song of rain on slate, the hush and murmur of the world gathering itself. "I'm afraid, Rhaenys," he admitted. "Not of dying, of failing." Rhaenys slipped her cold hand into his, fingers tight. "We won't fail. Not if we stand together. Father would not have wanted us to be weak." Now. They lingered there, two children on the edge of history, the city and all its darkness unfolding at their feet. In the council chamber, the Queen Regent waited. Elia's eyes were ringed with sleeplessness, but her bearing was regal, her chin lifted with the grace of Sunspear. Jon Connington stood at her right, every inch the battle-worn loyalist, his armor mended in places, a fresh bandage on his forearm. The council had grown in the night. New faces, old friends returned from exile or hiding. Lord Mooten, stern and hoarse-voiced. Lady Baratheon's fosterling, sharp-eyed and keen. Maester Miles, pale from reading and worry, but alert. The first arrival was Lord Tyrell's cousin, Sir Garth. He entered in a swirl of green velvet, bows precise, voice honeyed with courtesy. "Highgarden greets the dragon and the sun. My lord is cautious but not unwise. The Reach remembers old loyalties, and hungers for new favor." Elia offered him wine and soft words. "Tell your lord that bread and peace are what we offer. King's Landing will feed its people again if the Reach's harvests ride north." "Nonichaya." Sir Garth inclined his head, measuring her. "And if the Lannisters march, your grace." Elias' gaze was unyielding. "Then the Reach will not stand alone." The next visitor was a lord of middling name from the Stormlands, damp and weary from the road. He brought word from the Marcher castles. The barons would watch, would wait, would tip the scales when the wind settled. Lady Baratheon's fosterling, ever the intermediary, pressed him for more. Promises were offered, none sealed, all fragile as smoke. Later, as the rain faded and the clouds broke apart, a rider from Dorne arrived, saddle dusty, eyes bright with news. He was tall, dark, and graceful, bearing the unmistakable stamp of the Martells. He bowed low before Elia, then offered her a letter sealed in orange wax. "My prince," he said, "waits on the march. The spears gather at the prince's pass. Doran himself will ride for King's Landing when the hour is struck." Elia's composure wavered, just a flicker, then returned, hard as diamond. "He will be welcome. Tell my brother he must not tarry. The city's peace is thin." Natun. The days passed in a blur of voices, banners, messengers. Aegon and Rhaenys appeared daily in the streets, always guarded, always exposed. They visited the bakeries and the blacksmiths, the markets, and the squalid alleys. Aegon listened to the complaints of a crippled soldier. Rhaenys soothed a crying child whose mother had died in the fighting. The people were wary at first, but hope grew. Bread reappeared on tables. The price of flour dropped. Men who had hidden their Targaryen loyalties now whispered them aloud. But always, behind every smile, every promise, there was a shadow. The Lannisters had not fled the city. Cersei remained sequestered in Maegor's holdfast. Her guards doubled, her red-clad knights pacing the ramparts. Robert Baratheon had retreated to Storm's End, gathering his banners, his rage stoked by pride and old wounds. Jon Connington met with the Queen Regent each night, reports piling on her desk. "The gold cloaks are restless," he said, voice low. "Some are loyal. Some sell themselves to the highest bidder. The Lord Commander has sent a letter. He asks what flag he should raise when blood is spilled in the streets." "Memor Camel." Elias' answer was swift. "The flag of King's Landing and no other. The city must not fall for dragon or stag. We rule or we die, but the city must not burn again." The true test came on a cold morning when Lord Stark arrived. His retinue was small but proud, northern men, silent and wary, their cloaks heavy with snowmelt. Ned Stark entered the Red Keep like a specter from another world. He was taller than Aegon remembered, his face set in lines of sorrow and honor. He knelt before the Queen Regent, then rose, addressing Aegon directly. "Your Grace, I come as Warden of the North and as a father. My son lies ill in Winterfell. My wife is a hostage in the Eyrie. Yet I could not ignore the call of the realm. Is it true what the city whispers? Are you truly Rhaegar's son?" Aegon met his gaze, unflinching. "My father was Rhaegar Targaryen. My mother is Elia of Dorne. My sister and I survived the sack, spirited away by loyal friends, hidden, protected." Ned's eyes darkened. "And what will you do if the realm crowns you?" "I will not burn cities," Aegon said. "I will not repay blood with blood. I will rule as my father dreamed, with justice and mercy. The North will keep its faith. I ask only that you judge me by my deeds, not by the crimes of those before me." Ned studied him, silent as winter. At last, he nodded. "The North will not march against you, Aegon Targaryen. Nor will we serve the Lannisters' lies. If you would have the realm's trust, keep your word. And remember, winter is always watching." With Ned Stark's silent blessing, the floodgates opened. Envoys from the Vale, cautious but intrigued, arrived on wind-blown horses. The Lord's declarant sent messages of guarded support. The Riverlands, battered and restless, watched from afar but did not move. The Tyrells sent gold and grain. Dorne's spears marched north, banners bright as flame. But nothing in King's Landing was ever simple. Spies were caught in the kitchens, daggers hidden in bread loaves, poisons in cups of wine. Rhaenys survived an attempt on her life. A knife meant for her heart, turned aside at the last moment by the quick hand of Sir Simon Staunton. The would-be assassin died before he could speak. In the darkness, fear grew teeth. Aegon doubled his lessons. Sword and shield, strategy and speech. Rhaenys was never alone. Her guard doubled. Her steps watched. Elia received threats by raven and by rumor. Surrender the children or see the city starve. She answered with firmness, each word measured, every concession a calculated risk. Late one night, as thunder rolled across the rooftops, Aegon paced the length of the Queen's solar. unable to sleep. John Connington sat nearby, mending a tear in his tunic. "Why do they hate us, John?" Aegon asked, voice cracking with exhaustion. John set aside his needle, face softening. "They do not hate you, Aegon. They fear what you mean. The end of the world as they know it. The Lannisters built their power on the ashes of your house. Robert fears you for what you remind him of. His own broken promises, his own crimes." Aegon pressed a hand to his brow. "I want to be better than all of them." Jon's hand gripped his shoulder, steady and sure. "Then be better. The realm is a garden, wild and overgrown. It must be tended with patience, not fire." Aegon turned to the window. The storm had begun to break. Silver dawn crept across the city. Dorne's army arrived as the sun rose. A river of spears, banners, horsemen, bright as jewels. Prince Doran himself led the column, borne in a litter, his face calm but watchful. When he entered the Red Keep, he embraced Elia first, then knelt before Aegon. "Your father was my friend," Doran said, voice thick with memory. "Your mother is my blood. You have Dorne's spears at your back, and Dorne's heart in your cause. But remember, patience is our weapon. The game is not won in a day." With Dorne's arrival, the city's mood shifted. The streets filled with songs and cheers. Children played at dragons and spearmen. But the Lannister men redoubled their vigilance, and rumors grew of a counterstroke, of Robert himself leading an army to retake the city. John Connington summoned the council by candlelight. "We have 3 days," he said. 3 days before Robert's host arrives. We must hold the city and win the hearts of its people. Bread must be plentiful. Water must run. The gold cloaks must be watched. And above all, Aegon and Rhaenys must be seen as rulers, not usurpers. Mary Stab. That night, Aegon addressed the city from the steps of the great Septai. He stood before the people, Rhaenys and Elia beside him, Dorne's banners behind. The crowd pressed close, faces upturned, hungry for hope. "My father's dream was not of war," Aegon said. "He dreamed of a realm united by peace and justice. I am his son. But I am your servant. I will give you bread before I take a crown. I will give you justice before I ask for loyalty. I ask for your trust, not your fear." The crowd roared approval. Old men wept. Children clung to their mothers, hope in their eyes. That night, the Lannister banners were torn down in half the city. Gold cloaks marched, but they were met with stones, not cheers. Aegon's name was sung in the taverns, whispered in the gutters, painted on doors. But as always, peace was fleeting. News came by dawn. Robert's host marched at speed, 30,000 strong, banners black and gold. The Riverlords did not march with him. The North stood silent, but the storm was coming. In the council, the talk was grim. "We cannot match his numbers," Jon said, "but the city is ours. We hold the gates, the walls, the people's hearts." "Nay," Rhaenys was fierce. "Let Robert come. He will see what the dragon's brood can do." But Elia cautioned restraint. "No sack. No slaughter. We are not Lannisters. The city must not pay for our pride." Preparations began. The city gates were barred, the walls manned day and night. Messengers rode to every ally, begging for time, for men, for hope. Aegon donned armor for the first time, black enameled steel, a dragon rampant on his breast. Rhaenys wore mail beneath her dress, a knife in her boot. On the day Robert's host appeared, the bells of King's Landing rang from dawn till noon. The city held its breath as the Baratheon banners advanced, drums beating, trumpets blaring. Robert himself rode at their head, steel-clad, face thunderous with rage. He demanded entry. The gates did not open. He demanded parley. Elia sent her answer on the wind. That night, Robert camped beneath the city walls, his tents a sea of black and gold. He sent envoys, first with threats, then with promises. Elia refused both. Inside the Red Keep, the council gathered for what might be their final night. Aegon held Rhaenys' hand as Jon Connington stood to speak. The dawn may bring battle or peace, but know this. You are not alone. You are the realm's hope and the realm's future. Whatever happens, hold your heads high. Rhaenys smiled through her fear. We are dragons. We are not meant for cages. Aegon kissed his mother's cheek. We will not fail you. As the rain began anew, as thunder rolled and banners snapped, the dragon's brood waited for the dawn. Chao. Essa. Dawn came thin and gray, dragging veils of mist across the ramparts, and turning the fields beyond the city walls to ghostly, uncertain country. Every street in King's Landing seemed to hold its breath. The Blackwater, swollen with rain, slid past the city in a dull brown rush. From the towers of the Red Keep to the squalid alleys of Flea Bottom, all eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for the storm promised by the banners that even now advanced through the haze. Aegon Targaryen stood armored at the highest window of Maegor's Holdfast. His cuirass gleamed black beneath a mantle of red velvet, the three-headed dragon picked out in gold thread over his heart. Beside him, Rhaenys was still and grave, her own mail shirt laced up beneath the bodice of a simple dress. Their mother watched from the shadows, her face calm as she spoke in hushed tones with Prince Doran and Jon Connington, weighing and reweighing every word that might be said this day. The first horns sounded as the sun began to burn through the mist. From the north, Robert's host appeared, an army of banners and steel, surging around the field's low rises in living waves. The gold and black of Baratheon, the crimson and silver of Lannister, patches of Stormlord blue and green of lesser houses trailing. At their head, Robert Baratheon rode a massive destrier, plate gleaming, crowned helm flashing beneath the first rays of sunlight. Within the city, bells rang, not the wild mad ringing of sack or siege, but slow, tolling notes, a warning, a summons, a dirge for what might come. The small folk pressed themselves to windows, huddled in taverns, peered over the shoulders of gold cloaks, standing shoulder to shoulder at the gates. In the Red Keep's yard, Dorne spears stood in perfect ranks, sun and spear banners snapping in the wind. Lords and knights from the Reach and the Riverlands, the Crownlands and the Vale, all gathered, nervous, some grim, others bright-eyed with the thrill of history unfolding. Aelia led her children down the tower steps, past silent maids and anxious guards, past the warriors sharpening swords, oiling mail, whispering prayers to stranger gods. They emerged into the throne room, its vastness echoing, sunlight glinting on the Iron Throne's 1,000 blades. Prince Doran sat at her right, his face unreadable. Jon Connington and Sir Simon stood behind Aegon and Rhaenys, both men armed and armored, eyes hard as obsidian. Aegon felt the moment press in on him, a weight almost physical. He looked at his mother. "If I fall," he said, "promise you'll not let them kill Rhaenys." Aelia pressed his hand, voice so low only he heard. "You will not fall. Not today. Not while hope remains." Well, the council was already assembled. Lord Mooton, Lady Baratheon's fosterling, the Tyrell cousin with his bright green sash, all faces taut with expectation. Maester Miles watched from the corner, hands folded over his chain, a quill ready for the day's record, if there would be any record. A horn sounded from the Gate of the Gods. The gold cloaks, captain at their head, awaited the Queen's command. Aelia nodded. "Let them approach. The king demands parley. We shall grant it." Jon Connington gave a curt nod and strode off, orders barking in his wake. Gates groaned open on their hinges, and a small party advanced from Robert's host. Robert himself, resplendent in armor chased with gold. Lord Tywin Lannister, cold as winter, and a handful of knights and bannermen. The parley was set in the throne room, beneath the pale fire of 1,000 swords. Aelia took her seat, dignified and fearless, with Doran at her side. Rhaenys and Aegon stood before the dais, cloaked in the sunlight filtering through the stained glass. Jon and Sir Simon watched, hands never far from their hilts. Robert Baratheon entered first. The years had thickened him, his face ruddy, beard peppered with gray, but his stride was the same, a conqueror's. Tywin Lannister's steps were quieter, deadlier. his green eyes sharp as a wolf's. The rest fanned out behind, wary, armored, tense. Queen Elia, Robert boomed, and though he inclined his head, there was little courtesy in the gesture. You have my word. No harm will come in this parley, but the time has come to end this farce. Surrender the pretenders, and I'll let the city live. Elia met his gaze. Serene as still water. There is no farce here, Robert Baratheon. These are the true-born children of Rhaegar Targaryen, heirs to the crown by blood and by right. The city will not yield them to you, nor will I. Dandertow. Tywin's voice was soft, chilling in its restraint. The realm cannot stomach another war. Every day you cling to shadows, the realm bleeds. The Lannisters are patient, but patience is not infinite. Aegon stepped forward, voice strong. I am not a shadow, Lord Lannister. I am my father's son. I am the hope of the people you have starved, bled, and broken. I ask for my birthright, not as a conqueror, but as a king who will mend what you have shattered. Amen. Robert's eyes narrowed, flicking from Aegon to Rhaenys. The realm needs peace. I will not kneel to a boy and his Dornish witch. Last time a dragon wore that crown, the city burned. Elias' voice was diamond-edged. The city burned when Lannister swords opened its gates and slaughtered babes in their beds. We remember. The city remembers. Tywin's lips curled. The city remembers many things. Fear, famine, fire. Rhaenys' chin rose. It remembers hope too. And justice. It remembers that dragons flew above these streets before lions learned to roar. Nancy. There was a hush as those words echoed. Even Robert blinked. Doran Martell spoke then, measured and slow, each word a stone in a foundation. Dorne stands with the true heirs of the realm. The Reach and the Riverlands have sent their banners. The North withholds its sword, but has not raised it against us. You face not a boy, Robert, but a realm united by the promise of peace. Robert's knuckles whitened on the hilt of his warhammer. Peace? With you, Doran. With Elia, whose brother plots poison in every cup. Nashtaismine. John Connington's voice was iron. Enough. You know as well as I, your banners are thin, your coffers thinner. The city does not love you. Even your own lords grow restive. Tywin Lannister's eyes glinted. We have gold enough to buy every sword in the Stormlands, and more patience than the sun or the sea. Elia rose, voice echoing from blade to blade. There will be no surrender. Not today, not ever. Take your banners and your threats from my hall. The parley ended as it had begun. Steel and pride, hope and old wounds. Robert turned, jaw clenched, and strode from the hall with Tywin at his heels. The tension in the air snapped like a drawn bow. The city braced for sea. The days that followed blurred into a fever of preparation. Bread was rationed, water wells guarded. Gold cloaks patrolled with wary eyes, and spies were rooted from their hiding places. The small folk grumbled, frightened, but hope flickered in the crowded alleys. Targaryen coins appeared in trade, stamped with the dragon's head. Old banners flew from windows and doorways. In Flea Bottom, ballads spread of the lost prince and the fiery princess who would make the realm whole. Aegon and Rhaenys worked as much as they ruled. They toured the city, attended by Dornish guards and loyal knights. They listened to grievances, saw to repairs of broken walls, distributed bread and cheese from the keep stores. Aegon's words at the sept, soft, uncertain, honest, became the refrain of every tongue. I am your servant, not your master. I will give you justice before I ask for loyalty. Rhaenys grew bold, taking risks that made even her guards blanch. She slipped away to the riverbanks, helped nurse children sick with flux, sat in the company of grandmothers who remembered the old days. When a baker's daughter died in a riot over crusts, Rhaenys wept openly in the street. That night, torches blazed from every window in the Dragon Pit district. A silent vow that the people would protect their dragon. Inside the Red Keep, John Connington and Sir Simon Staunton coordinated the defense. Lord Mooton oversaw the stores. The Tyrell cousin pressed his family's knights into service at the walls. Ilias' council grew by the hour as more lords arrived, some by night, pledging men and gold and fealty. Doran's patience was an anchor. His letters flew out by raven, weaving secret promises from the Vale to the Stormlands. Outside, Robert's army encircled the city. Pavilions sprang up, tents in neat lines, banners rising. The siege began. No one in or out without gold or blood. Archers picked off unwary patrols. Robert himself rode the lines daily, his fury obvious, his voice carrying over the water and up the walls. The first assault came 2 nights after the parley. Lannister sappers crept through the old drains below the mud gate, hoping to open a breach. They were discovered by children hunting rats, who ran to warn the gold cloaks. In the confusion, Jon Connington led a sortie that ended in blood and chaos. The drains were collapsed with fire and rubble. The corpses floated out with the morning tide. Winter came early that year. The nights grew colder, the fog thick, breath silver in the torchlight. Within the city, tempers flared. There were riots in the fish market, brawls in the street of silk. But bread reached the hungry, and water did not run out. Word spread that Aegon himself had carried flour sacks from the granaries, that Rhaenys had tended the wounded in the sept. The city, battered and afraid, began to believe. On the 5th night, a messenger came by boat, slipping through the chain at Blackwater Rush. He brought a letter from Winterfell, sealed in white wax. Elia broke the seal and read, "The North stands ready. The Vale rises. We come at your call. Hold fast. N. Stark." The news swept through the Red Keep like wildfire. Jon Connington's laughter echoed off the stones. Doran allowed himself a small, rare smile. Rhaenys spun in a wild circle, laughing and crying, while Aegon stood stunned, the enormity of it catching in his throat. The siege did not break. Robert sent envoys, first with offers, then with threats, then with nothing at all but silence. Rumor said Tywin Lannister had grown sick at heart, his golden army restless, his allies shrinking away one by one. On the 14th day, the bells tolled again, wild and bright. This time for hope, not despair. From the north, dust rose. Banners, thousands of them, the direwolf of Stark, the moon and falcon of Arryn, the trident of Tully, the white star of Baratheon's bastard kin. The host of the north and the Vale arrived, battle lines gleaming, the air ringing with the sound of 100,000 men at arms. Robert's camp dissolved overnight. Many fled, others surrendered. Tywin Lannister slipped away with his household guard, a shadow passing from the city. Robert remained for one final parley, his pride battered but not broken. This time, Robert entered the throne room without armor, his hair lank, eyes rimmed with red. He stopped before Aegon and Elia, nodding once, weary. "You have the realm, boy. I have nothing left but ghosts. I will yield. But remember, peace is a garden. It must be tended, or it will choke itself with thorns." Aegon stepped down from the dais, taking Robert's hand in both of his. "There is room in this realm for forgiveness, as well as for strength. Go home, Robert. Let the world heal." Robert stared, eyes haunted, and then he turned and left the hall. That night, as the army celebrated and the city sang, Elia brought her children to the window overlooking the Blackwater. Below, the torches of the hosts flickered in the darkness. Above, stars blazed in a sky scrubbed clean by storm. Aegon pressed his forehead to the glass. "We have the crown, but what now?" Elia wrapped her arms around them both, voice as soft as memory. "Now you rule. Now you mend. Now you remember all those who brought us here, and all those who might yet break what we build. And above all, you love this realm, as fiercely as it loved you back from the shadow." Nain. Rhaenys rested her head on her mother's shoulder, and in that moment she did not feel like a princess or a warrior, just a child, held at the end of the world. In the coming weeks, the city changed again. The North and the Vale helped repair the broken gates, filled the granaries, swept away the last pockets of Lannister gold. The small folk began to smile in the streets. Old men tipped their hats to the dragon banners, and children sang new songs at the foot of the Iron Throne. Aegon was crowned in the great sept, Rhaenys at his side, Elia radiant in red and gold. John Cunnington stood watch over them all, proud as a father. Doran Martell returned to Sunspear, but his letters arrived weekly, full of wisdom and warning. The city was not healed. There were scars, old grudges, broken things that would never mend. But hope, stubborn as weeds in cracked stone, blossomed everywhere Aegon and Rhaenys walked. And so the dragon's brood ruled, together with the memory of fire and the promise of dawn. And the realm, battered and uncertain, followed, step by trembling step, into the long and precious peace that only those who have known war can truly keep. A.K. The scent of rain lingered over King's Landing long after the clouds had broken, and sunlight gilded the city's towers. Muddy streets slowly dried, revealing the scars of siege and hardship, but also signs of hope. Fresh paint on shop signs, carts laden with grain from the Reach, banners of the new king rippling above every gate. The bells rang for days, first for victory, then for peace, and finally for coronation. Their echoes wove into the city's heartbeat, and with each passing hour, the wounds of the past seemed just a little less raw. Preparations for Aegon's coronation consumed the Red Keep. Great tapestries were dusted off and rehung, the throne room scrubbed and burnished until it glowed with candlelight and gold. Foreign merchants arrived with gifts, and highborn ladies sent their best seamstresses to fit the new queen and princess in silks and velvets of every hue. The lords and ladies who had risked their fortunes and lives for the dragon's brood now found their loyalty repaid in seats on the small council. Lands restored, old grievances carefully, if not always easily, put aside. Elia Martell moved through it all with the composure of one who had endured storms greater than this. She guided Rhaenys through the intricacies of courtly etiquette, gently coached Aegon on the names and temperaments of 100 lords, and reminded both that every gesture would be watched and measured, every misstep a lesson to the realm. There was pride in her bearing, yes, but also vigilance. She knew peace was a seed as fragile as it was precious. John Connington haunted the halls like a spirit, his face drawn by sleepless nights. He stood guard at every audience, oversaw the posting of the city's new guards, and brokered the first delicate overtures with those houses who had bent the knee reluctantly. Sir Zyman Staunton shadowed Rhaenys, now her sworn shield and companion, ever wary for the last bite of a dying lion or the subtle poison of ambition. Aegon saw all this and understood victory was only the beginning. The morning of the coronation dawned with clear skies, the city alive with anticipation. From the septon's bells in the great sept of Baelor to the distant music of minstrels on the city walls, a sense of ceremony electrified the air. The main streets thronged with people from every walk of life, eager for a glimpse of the royal procession. Aegon stood in his chambers, the weight of the crown resting in a velvet-lined box upon his table. The armorers had worked through the night to finish his ceremonial armor. Black steel chased with gold, the three-headed dragon wrought in rubies across his breast. He stared at his reflection, barely recognizing the young man before him. A crownless prince, raised in shadows and uncertainty, now the center of a world reborn. Rhaenys entered in a swirl of crimson and white, her hair bound with martel braids and a circlet of pearl. She grinned, but there was anxiety in her eyes. "You look terrified, Aegon." He met her gaze in the glass. "So do you." She took his hand and squeezed. "We are dragons, remember that? Mother says dragons don't quail before a crowd." He laughed despite himself, the knot in his chest loosening. "You'll be at my side?" She nodded fiercely. "Always. The people must see us, see that we survived and will not be driven apart." Ilya appeared a moment later, her own gown a fusion of Martell's sun and Targaryen flame. She kissed each of her children, her composure faltering just enough for a moment of warmth. "You are my pride. Let them see your strength but also your kindness. A ruler's mercy is as vital as his sword." Aegon took a last deep breath, let his mother fasten the great cloak around his shoulders, and together they stepped into history. The procession wound through the streets, gold cloaks leading the way, followed by banners of dragon and sun, direwolf and trout, falcon and rose. Lords and knights marched in their finery, cheers rising from the crowd. At the heart, Aegon rode a white courser, Rhaenys at his side, Elia just behind, with Prince Doran and Jon Connington close. Their faces glowed in the morning light. The people surged forward, desperate for a touch or a blessing. Aegon found himself reaching down, again and again, to clasp a hand, to murmur a promise, to smile at a child. Rhaenys scattered copper coins and apples. Her laughter infectious, as old women called her, the princess returned and sang scraps of songs forgotten since her birth. They entered the great septe amid a shower of flower petals. The High Septon awaited at the altar, flanked by the faith's most senior brothers and sisters. Lords filled the pews, Mace Tyrell, grave and golden, Ned Stark, face austere, but eyes warm with quiet approval. Edmure Tully and Robin Arryn, new to their seats of power, but eager for a future that did not bleed. The ceremony unfurled with gravity and splendor. Oaths were spoken, prayers recited, ancient words echoing through the marble vaults. When the crown was placed upon Aegon's head, the hall erupted in cheers, and sunlight fell full upon him, as if the gods themselves bestowed their blessing. Rhaenys knelt at his side, and the Septon crowned her Princess of Dragonstone. The next in line, the symbol of Targaryen hope for a generation yet unborn. Outside, the city's bells rang wild and joyous. Feasts broke out in every district, from the high tables of the Red Keep to the rough boards of Flea Bottom. For one day at least, all was unity and peace. That night the lords and ladies gathered for the first great feast of Aegon's reign. Trestle tables groaned beneath the weight of roasted meats, sugared lemons, sweet Dornish wines. Minstrels played, jugglers danced, and for a few hours there was laughter instead of anxiety, hope instead of hunger. Elia presided at Aegon's left, her voice steady as she spoke to the Reachmen, the Riverlords, the cautious men of the Vale. Doran Martell sat at her right, ever watchful, his wine untouched. Rhaenys wandered the hall, a whirlwind of joy, her cheeks flushed with triumph. Jon Connington and Sir Simon moved through the shadows, ears keen for any hint of discontent, but the old wounds of war seemed distant tonight. Even the Tyrells smiled at the Martells, and the Starks raised cups to the Targaryen king. Aegon felt the eyes of 1,000 guests upon him. He listened to their hopes and fears, to whispered requests for justice, for mercy, for favor. Some asked for new markets, others for redress of old grievances, some for the simple reassurance that this peace would last longer than the banners hung for a single feast. In a quiet moment, Rhaenys pressed close to his side. "How does it feel, Your Grace?" He managed to smile. "Strange. Good. As if I've stepped into a story that's not mine. And yet, I have to make it mine. That." She squeezed his hand. "It is yours, and I will help you keep it." As the feast wore on, Aegon slipped away to a quiet balcony overlooking the city. He stood in the moonlight, breathing in the scent of jasmine and river. The city below shimmered, the river black and bright as silk, the walls washed in torchlight. He heard the faint music of celebration, the distant shouts of joy. Jon Connington found him there, silent for a time before he spoke. "Your father would be proud, Aegon. You've done what he could not, one piece without fire." Aegon glanced at the older man. "Will it last?" Jon's eyes were dark, haunted by old memories. "Nothing lasts forever, but every day you hold the peace. Every day you listen and judge with justice. You make it last a little longer. That is all any king can do." Aegon nodded. "I will remember." He returned to the hall, where Rhaenys was dancing with the children of the court, and Elia stood in a circle of highborn ladies, laughter on her lips. For a moment, everything seemed possible. But as summer advanced, the work of rebuilding began in earnest. The city's wounds were many. The poorest districts needed new wells, new roofs, new hope. Aegon convened his council daily. Elia as Hand, Doran as Master of Whispers, Jon Connington as Lord Commander of the City Watch. Lord Mooton oversaw trade. Maester Miles tended the sick and hungry. Rhaenys led relief parties into the streets, sometimes in disguise, her hand never far from the hilt of her dagger. One afternoon, Aegon visited the ruined quarter by the mud gate. Fires had gutted whole streets, and the air still smelled of ash and sickness. Children watched him with wide, hollow eyes. He knelt beside an old woman whose house had been lost and took her hand. "Your king will rebuild," he promised. "I will not forget this street or your name." Rhaenys organized the rebuilding of the septa in the Dragon Pit, inviting stonemasons and carpenters to teach the orphans of the city a trade. Each evening, they returned to the Red Keep weary, but alive with purpose. Their faces darkened by the sun, their spirits lightened by the work. Winter approached, but the harvests were bountiful. The Reach and the Riverlands sent wagons full of grain and barley, and Dorne supplied lemons, pomegranates, even rare olives for the kitchens. The small folk ate well for the first time in years, and a measure of trust grew between those who served and those who ruled. But peace bred envy, and not every heart was soothed. One night, a raven arrived from the Vale, bearing the wax seal of Lady Lysa Arryn. Her words were sharp, full of veiled threats and demands for more autonomy, a share of the crown's largesse. Aegon read the letter with a frown. "She does not trust us," he said to Elia and Doran. "She will need watching." Doran nodded, lips pursed. "The Vale is proud and Lysa more so. If she senses weakness, she will move against you, or ally with those who would see you fall." Rhaenys joined them, eyes fierce. "Let her come. The city is strong, and so are we." The first snowflakes fell in late autumn, dusting the Red Keep in white. The city held its breath, fearful of winter's old terrors. But the stores were full. The watch loyal. The Targaryen banners, a promise of warmth in the cold. One evening, Ned Stark asked for a private audience. He came cloaked and quiet, his presence in the solar a thing of gravity. "My Lord Stark," Aegon greeted him. "The North is ever welcome." Ned's voice was soft. "I bring news. The wall is troubled. Wildlings gather in greater numbers, and there are rumors of darker things. A cold that kills without wound, shadows in the snow. I ask your leave to return north, and for men to help defend the wall. Aegon looked to Elia, then to Jon. He nodded. "You have my leave, and 1,000 men besides. The realm must not forget the threats beyond the wall. When you ride, take our friendship with you." "Nan." Ned bowed, eyes bright with respect. "You are your father's son." As winter deepened, Aegon and Rhaenys led their court with care and energy. There were trials, petty lords feuding, old debts recalled, a few remaining Lannister loyalists stirring unrest. But justice was meted out fairly, not cruelly, and the city began to believe in its new rulers. On the first night of the new year, the city lit lanterns from the river gate to the Dragon Pit. Bells rang, and songs filled the air. Aegon and Rhaenys stood on the ramparts, hand in hand, watching the fireworks arc over the city they had saved. Rhaenys turned to her brother. "Do you think father sees us?" Aegon's answer was quiet but sure. "I hope he does. I think he'd be proud." And so, beneath the stars and the banners, the dragon's brood looked out over the city, tired but unbowed, hopeful and resolute. Their peace was not perfect, nor was their reign ever easy. But for the first time in a generation, the people of King's Landing slept beneath the wings of hope, and dreamed not of fire, but of dawn. The New Year's frost melted slowly from the stones of the Red Keep, leaving the courtyards damp and gleaming, the air rich with the scent of river and distant fields. Each sunrise unfurled across the city with quiet promise, the scars of siege fading into the simple pulse of daily life. Within these stone walls, Aegon Targaryen's rule grew from the trembling hope of his coronation into something steady, deliberate, a power both gentle and unbending, woven through the city like veins through marble. Winter, though mild for the south, pressed its chill into every corner, yet no one starved. The granaries of the Reach and Riverlands had been filled to bursting by alliance and gratitude. Dorne's fruits preserved in the royal kitchens. Even the fishmongers, once desolate, now hawked their wares beneath awnings bright with dragon banners. Rhaenys took special pride in these victories. Each mouth fed, each roof mended, a rebuke to the ghosts of the past. Aegon, when not seated on the Iron Throne in audience or council, slipped quietly through the city in plain cloak and boots, his hair cropped short to blend among his people. In the Street of Flour, he worked alongside millers whose hands bore the same flour dust as his own. In the squalid alleys of the Dragon Pit, he learned the names of orphans, heard the gossip and prayers of the poorest. Often he was joined by Rhaenys, who laughed at his seriousness and charmed even the most wary with her fearlessness. Word of the king's wanderings spread in whispers and songs. Aegon's council did not always approve, but Elia understood. Her son would be more than a king behind walls. He must be seen, and known, and trusted, else all would wither the moment the winds of fortune turned. The Red Keep, once thick with tension and suspicion, breathed easier. Lords and ladies from distant corners of the realm came to court, some to pledge fealty, others to seek justice or favor. Doran Martell lingered longer than planned, teaching Aegon the art of patience and diplomacy, the value of slow, careful words. Jon Connington, no longer just a shadow at the king's shoulder, shaped the city watch into an honor-bound brotherhood, its gold cloaks loyal to the dragon above all. Each evening, Aegon gathered his family for supper. The table was rarely quiet. Rhaenys, ever hungry for laughter, drew stories from guests and courtiers. Elia steered the conversation with a gentle hand, ever listening, always learning. Aegon watched, absorbing lessons in statecraft and compassion alike. It was at one such supper, in the deep blue hush of twilight, that a messenger arrived from Sunspear. His tunic was dusty from the road, his face gaunt. But the seal he bore, Martell's son and spear, spoke of urgency. Elia broke the wax and read quickly. My brother writes of unrest in the Stepstones. The pirates are bolder. Tyrosh and Mar send out privateers, and the narrow sea is thick with wolves. Dornish traders have lost ships. Aegon's brow furrowed. We cannot ignore this. If our merchants are not safe, none will prosper. Doran nodded approval. It is the first test of your rule beyond these walls. If the realm's new king brings peace to the sea, all Westeros will know it. The next council met in the map room. The great painted table spread with markers for ships and banners. Lord Mooton, master of ships, advised caution. We could send gold to bribe the pirates or hire sell sails. Or we could do as your grandsire did and put a Targaryen fleet to sea. Aegon turned to Jon Connington. How many ships can we muster? 20 in Blackwater Bay, another dozen in Gulltown and Duskendale. The Tyrells will lend 5 cogs, and the Martells 3. Enough for a show of strength, not enough for open war. Rhaenys, eyes alight, spoke before she thought. Let me sail with them. The people must see the royal house defend its realm. Elia started to protest, but Aegon smiled at his sister's boldness. It would be good for the realm to see a Targaryen at sea. But you go with a full guard, and under Jon's command. So it was decided. Rhaenys, Jon Connington, and Lord Mooton set sail with a squadron of galleys, dragon banners at their masts. The city crowded the quays to watch them go, tossing flowers and oranges, shouting prayers to the mother and warrior alike. The days of waiting were anxious ones. Elia rose early, pacing the solar, scanning each courier's report for news. Aegon took longer walks, often through the Godswood, where the winter roses still bloomed in the sheltered corners. He found solace in the hush, but also a creeping doubt. Was he right to risk his sister? Was he risking too much for the sake of spectacle? The answer arrived on the wings of a raven, bearing the seal of the watch. The fleet had met the pirates off Tarth, banners streaming. There had been a brief clash, steel and arrows in the dawn mist, but the enemy scattered at the sight of royal ships and dragon pennons. Rhaenys herself had led the first boarding party, fearless and laughing as she leapt to the pirate deck, sword drawn. Prisoners were taken, goods recovered. The pirates' banners burned before all. That night, the city celebrated anew. The sailors returned with tales of Rhaenys' valor, Jon's iron command, Mooton's seamanship. The queen and king greeted their champions at the quay. all formality forgotten as Rhaenys flung herself into Aegon's arms. "There were so many stars at sea," she whispered, "and everyone seemed to watch us. I think Father would have loved it." Aegon kissed her brow, pride fierce in his chest. "You bring honor to our house." The small folk echoed his words. Songs spread from dock to inn, from market to alley. Songs of the sea dragon princess, of the king who ruled both land and water, of the city unbowed. For the first time since the fall of Rhaegar, the realm looked outward, and was not afraid. As winter deepened, new troubles rose. Lady Lysa Arryn of the Vale, jealous of her cousin's acclaim, sent letters full of demands. More coin for her garrison, promises of greater autonomy, hints of old grievances renewed. In the Riverlands, bands of outlaws harried the roads, claiming to serve one lord or another, but loyal to none but chaos. Aegon responded with patience. He sent Lord Mooten north with grain and silver for the river lords, tasked to hear their grievances and return with their fealty or their challenge. To the Vale, he sent a delegation of knights with a promise to consider their claims in person come spring. Each response was slow, measured, and, as Doran said, wise. But not all dangers announced themselves. One cold night, a masked figure tried to slip poison into the wine at the royal table. The plot was discovered by Rhaenys, who tasted the cup before it reached her brother. The would-be assassin, a sellsword with a Lannister coin sewn into his boot, was dragged before the king. Aegon faced him not as a frightened boy, but as a king. "You failed in murder. Do you now fail in courage? Speak, who sent you?" The man spat, but the city watch broke him soon enough. The trail led back to a coterie of exiled Lannister retainers, plotting in a wine cellar's cellar near the Dragon Gate. They were rounded up, questioned, and exiled beyond the wall. Aegon did not order their deaths, and word of his mercy spread as quickly as any song. That winter, a blizzard struck the city, heavier than any in living memory. For days, no wagons entered or left. Roofs collapsed under drifts, the city huddled by its fires. Aegon and Rhaenys led patrols on foot, distributing food from the keep's stores, opening halls and septs to the freezing poor. Jon Connington rode the walls, sword drawn, leading the watch in rescue after rescue. When the snow melted, no one had died of hunger or cold, a first in the memory of even the oldest grandmothers of Fleabottom. When the thaw came, the first visitors arrived from the north, a party led by Arya Stark, fierce-eyed and quick, riding at the head of a small retinue from Winterfell. She greeted Aegon with frank, curious eyes. "My father sends you his regards. He says the north stands ready, if ever you have need." Aegon welcomed her, treating her with a courtesy he rarely showed even the proudest lords. Arya proved as fearless as Rhaenys, joining the princess for rides through the city, practicing swordplay with Jon Connington in the Godswood, laughing with the orphans in the ruined sept. Her presence and her friendship with Rhaenys became the subject of gossip and inspiration for a dozen ballads. Elia, seeing this, counseled Aegon privately. "You must think of marriage now, my son. The lords will press their daughters on you, but do not forget the value of the North. The Stark's loyalty is a rare thing, best earned, never bought." Aegon listened, but did not answer. The subject weighed on him. He had seen too many unions forged in ambition and shattered by bitterness. He wanted something more. Partnership, trust, the kind of love his mother still spoke of when remembering Rhaegar. In spring, a raven arrived from the Wall. Jon Snow, newly named Lord Commander, wrote of wildlings moving south in greater numbers, of restless shadows beyond the ice. "There is something coming from the far north," Jon warned. "Something worse than hunger or war. Watch the skies, your grace, and keep the realm strong." Aegon convened a council that night, and for the first time, the threat beyond the wall was named aloud. "We have peace now," he said. "But peace will not last if we forget the lessons of the past. The wall stands and must stand. The realm must send men and food north, not just to guard the kingdom, but to honor our own." Dorne approved. "It is wise to remember the wall. In time of peace, The greatest danger is to forget that storms may come again. Rhaenys, fierce as ever, volunteered to lead an expedition herself. But Elia counseled patience. Let the north handle its own. You are needed here, to remind the people that their rulers are vigilant. Mandanway. So the months passed, and with each, Aegon's reign grew surer, its roots deeper. The city healed, the realm mended. Not all loved the new order. There were whispers of old Targaryen foes regrouping in exile, Lannisters haunting the shadowy corners of Old Town and the free cities. But hope was stubborn, and trust blossomed wherever justice was done. Summer returned, and with it, a sense of possibility. The city's children played beneath the dragon banners, unafraid. The river shone, the markets overflowed, and for a time, King's Landing lived not in fear, but in hope. One evening, as Aegon and Rhaenys stood atop the ramparts, the city below golden in the setting sun, she asked softly, "Do you think it will last?" He put his arm around her shoulders, gazing out at the world they had saved and rebuilt. "It will last as long as we remember why we began. As long as we lead with justice and mercy, not fear. As long as the dragon's fire is a light, not a scourge." Rhaenys smiled, leaning her head against his. "Then let us never forget." Above them, the banners of House Targaryen and House Martell snapped in the warm wind, symbols of a realm reborn, and the unbreakable bond of a family that had survived fire and shadow to bring dawn to a weary world. Kai. The days lengthened and the air grew warm, sunlight lingering longer each evening over the red roofs and winding alleys of King's Landing. Along the rivergate, gulls circled and called, and barges loaded with fruit, flour, and casks of Dornish wine arrived from the countryside. At dawn, the great seps bells tolled a low, resonant note, their sound echoing through a city at peace with itself, or so it seemed. Beneath the surface, new intrigues grew, as inevitably as weeds between the paving stones. Aegon Targaryen awoke early, as was his custom now, his dreams troubled by glimpses of storms far away. Shadows moving across snow, laughter echoing from an empty throne room, the taste of salt and blood on the wind. The dawn was quiet, his private chamber aglow with the soft golden light of spring. He dressed himself simply, refusing the brocade and gems the court expected, and made his way to the godswood, breathing in the deep green hush and the scent of wet earth. The heart tree was in bloom, its leaves deep red, its pale trunk streaked with old tears. Aegon knelt before it and let his worry spill from his lips, quietly, to no one but the ancient face carved into the weirwood. He asked for wisdom, for patience, for the strength to do right in the eyes of gods and men. When he rose, the sun had crested the eastern walls, scattering the last shadows from the city. His days fell into rhythm. Council meetings in the morning, court audiences in the afternoon, visits to the markets and the city's new hospitals after sunset. Elia presided at his right hand, her presence soothing even the most fractious of lords. Rhaenys, in turn, drifted through every chamber and corridor, laughing with squires, confiding in Septus, keeping her own counsel. She was beloved for her warmth and her fire, and the city's children followed her everywhere, hoping for a word or a tossed coin. The city's mood was one of guarded optimism. New guilds were chartered, repairs finished on the ruined river walls, and even flea bottom's roughest corners grew safer. The cries of hunger and violence, replaced by the clamor of merchants and the laughter of children at play. Bread was plentiful, and for the first time in memory, there were apples at every table. But not all hearts were eased. In the cool shadows of the Red Keep's council chamber, the problems of the wider realm gathered like storm clouds. Doran Martell, seated in his carved chair, brought word of renewed piracy in the stepstones. "We have scattered the wolves, but not slain them," he told the king. "Each success draws more enemies' eyes." John Connington, silver hair glinting in the torchlight, nodded. "We have peace, but only so long as we show strength. The gold cloaks are loyal, but the watch grows restless. The lords of the Vale, the Stormlands, even the Westerlands, they watch and they wait." Lord Mooton spoke of taxes, always taxes. Your reforms have fed the people, your grace, but the treasury strains beneath their weight. We must raise more coin or ask the lords for greater tribute. Did now. Ilya suggested a festival to honor the gods and the new order. Let the realm see your bounty, Aegon. Invite every lord who matters, every merchant of note. If we must ask for gold, let us do so from a place of strength and joy, not desperation. Aegon agreed, and the city leapt to work. Tents sprouted in the fields south of the city, banners of every color whipping in the breeze. Masks and pageants were planned, and a great tourney was proclaimed, open to knights and free riders alike, with a purse richer than any in living memory. Word flew on swift wings to every corner of the 7 kingdoms. The days before the festival were hectic, even giddy. Every inn was packed. The city's gates thronged with knights, merchants, and common folk come for a glimpse of the new king and his legendary sister. The Dornish came in bright silks and armed retainers, the Reach in shimmering green, the Vale in austere blue and white. The North sent a proud company under Arya Stark's banner, while the Riverlands, led by Edmure Tully, rode at their heels. Ilya, overseeing the festivities, seemed to grow younger with each passing day. Her laughter echoed through the halls, and her eyes sparkled as she reminded her children to trust each other and their counsel, to smile and show grace to even the most difficult guests. Rhaenys thrived in the chaos, challenging knights to archery contests, debating with septons, and slipping away at night with Arya to explore the city incognito, laughing at the tales told about themselves by unknowing small folk. Aegon felt the pressure of the crown more keenly than ever. He met with lords who demanded special privileges, listened to whispers of old grudges and new alliances, and worried that one misstep would undo all they had built. Yet as the festival approached, his resolve sharpened. He knew that peace, to last, must be more than the absence of war. It must be something felt and seen, a story that every subject believed. The tourney opened beneath a sky so blue it dazzled the eyes. Knights in shining mail rode forth, banners fluttering, cheers rising from packed stands. The king and princess presided from the dais, Ilya radiant beside them, Doran and Jon flanking their seats. Rhaenys herself entered the lists in secret on the second day, disguised in the armor of a hedge knight, and unhorsed 3 challengers before revealing her identity, to the wild delight of the crowd. At the feasts each night, songs were sung, cups raised, and old enmities softened over sweet wines and shared laughter. Aegon mingled freely, inviting the lowest born to dine beside the highest, earning goodwill that even gold could not buy. Rhaenys and Arya's exploits in the city became the stuff of legend by the festival's end. But as the last banners fell and the tents were struck, new trouble darkened the horizon. A raven arrived, bearing dire news from the north. The Night's Watch reported wildlings fleeing south in great numbers, whispering of things in the far woods. Dead men walking, a darkness beyond the wall. Aegon met the eyes of his mother in council, a chill in his bones. We cannot ignore this. The wall has stood for thousands of years. We will not let it fall now. Ilya nodded, grave. You must send aid, men, food, all that you can spare. Doran's advice was cautious. Send Rhaenys, if she will go. The realm loves her, and the north will trust her courage. But go carefully. If the dead rise, the realm must stand as one. No, sire. That evening, Aegon and Rhaenys walked the ramparts as the city glowed beneath them, the noise of the festival fading into the hush of night. She broke the silence first. Will you send me to the wall? He hesitated, then spoke. I trust you above all, but I fear for you. This threat. It is not like anything we have faced. She smiled, fierce and gentle at once. Let me go, Aegon. You are the king. Your place is here. But I am the sword at your side. If the north needs a dragon, I will be that dragon. Memdamam. He drew her into an embrace, holding her as tightly as when they were children hiding in the halls of exile. Promise me you'll return. I promise, she whispered, and there was steel in it. The next days were a flurry of preparation. Jon Connington volunteered to ride north, along with 100 of the best knights and 500 spearmen. Arya Stark joined them, returning to her home, and her fierce joy at the prospect of battle and the open road reassured even Aegon. Elia and Doran watched the party ride out beneath the city gates, banners flying, the hopes of a realm riding with them. The people turned out in droves, throwing flowers, shouting blessings, trusting in their princess and the king's wisdom. With Rhaenys and the best of his company gone, Aegon felt the loneliness of rule more than ever. He redoubled his efforts, hearing grievances, reforming the courts, writing to every lord and bannerman with news and entreaties for unity. Trouble brewed nonetheless. Lady Lysa Arryn, ever suspicious, protested the absence of Rhaenys in the king's Dornish influence. In the Riverlands, banditry flared anew, led by a charismatic outlaw who styled himself the Last Lion, rumored to be a bastard of House Lannister. In the south, restless Taroshi captains harassed Dornish ports. Each fire was met with patient diplomacy, stern justice, or measured force. But Aegon slept little, and his dreams were full of ice. Letters came from the north. The wall still stood, but fear spread among the wildlings and black brothers alike. Rhaenys wrote of the snow, of direwolves running with her party, of fires burning blue in the darkness. Arya sent tales of skirmishes with whites, and John Connington's script was blunt. "This is no tale for children. Winter marches south. The Night's Watch is hard-pressed." Aegon summoned his council. Resolve: we must send more men north, and word to every lord of the realm. If winter comes, it will not care for banners or blood. Only unity will save us. He wrote himself to every lord and lady, to the archmaesters of Old Town, to the princes of Dorne and the kings of the free cities. He wrote of the threat and of the hope that had bound the seven kingdoms together in his name. One evening, as he sat alone before the hearth, Elia joined him. She set aside her dignity for a moment, simply a mother beside her son. "You do well, Aegon, even when the world presses on you from all sides." He shook his head, exhausted. "It never ends, mother. Every answer breeds a new question, every victory a new enemy." She took his hand. "That is the nature of peace and kingship. But you are not alone. Rhaenys will return. Your counsel is strong. Trust in what you have built." "Ah." He squeezed her hand. "I am trying. I only hope it is enough." And as spring unfurled over Westeros, the king stood each morning at the window, looking to the north, to the wall, and whatever shadows stirred beyond. He ruled with a careful hand, tending the realm as a gardener tends a rare, precious bloom, determined that this time the peace of the dragon's brood would last through storm and shadow alike. Rhaenys would return, and together they would face whatever darkness came. Targaryen fire and Dornish steel, the hopes of a kingdom, burning against the night. Okay. The spring air sharpened as Rhaenys and her escort pressed farther north, the earth growing stony and hard beneath their horses' hooves. Nights were bitter, even as the meadows below King's Landing already bloomed with wildflowers. Their road wound through green valleys and snow-dusted passes, past holdfasts and hamlets where people peered wide-eyed at the banners of Targaryen and Stark, Martell and Arryn, fluttering side by side. Arya Stark rode at Rhaenys' flank, eyes ever on the horizon, her direwolf Nymeria ranging ahead in the morning mists. The party traveled fast, slowing only for weather and the need to parley at each holdfast. News traveled ahead of them. A princess riding north, bringing bread, arms, and fire. At Winterfell, Jon Snow met them at the gate, black cloak snapping in the wind, his face older and sterner than Arya remembered. Rhaenys swung down first, the hilt of her sword showing beneath her cloak. "Lord Commander!" she greeted him, and their hands clasped, Dorne and the wall, dragon and wolf, bound by the snow and the threat that lay beyond it. Jon's welcome was brief but sincere. "You've come far, princess. My brothers and I will see you safe, but the wall holds little comfort. Come, the old gods will want a word." Inside Winterfell, the great hall glowed with hearth fire. Arya was reunited with her siblings. Bran in his wheeled chair, Sansa poised and elegant, Rickon wild as the deerwolves he ran with. Rhaenys broke bread with them, her laughter filling the smoky air, her questions direct and unsparing. After supper, Jon led her up to the Godswood. The night was cold and the air clear. stars pricking the black velvet sky. At the heart tree, Jon's words were blunt. There are things moving in the night. The wildlings come south in fear. We have lost 3 rangers in the last fortnight, found only their bones and black ice around the wounds. I have sent ravens to every lord. You bring hope, Rhaenys, but you must see for yourself before you promise fire. Nothing? She listened, hands deep in her cloak. Show me the wall at dawn. Jon nodded. Bring your steel and your heart. Both will be tested. At dawn they rode to Castle Black. The wall rose before them, white and immense, dwarfing all memory or song. Black brothers lined the parapet, faces pinched with cold and fear, but there was respect in their eyes for the princess and for Jon Snow, whom they called their Dragon of the Dusk. Arya, wrapped in gray and white furs, walked the ramparts, silent, watching the north for signs of life or death. Jon brought Rhaenys up to the top of the wall. The wind bit hard. Far to the north, a faint darkness shifted along the horizon, moving shapes against the snowfields, wildlings, and something darker behind. They come every night now, probing. Last night we slew 5 whites at the gate. The men are weary, but they stand. Your gifts, steel, food, leather will help. But what we need most is hope. Men no amindolb. Rhaenys gazed out at the endless white. I cannot promise fire against what I do not understand. But I will stand with you, Jon Snow. That night, they heard the horns. 1 blast, riders returning. 2, wildlings. 3, others. The brothers of the Night's Watch rushed to arms, torches flaring. Rhaenys drew her sword, Arya beside her with needle and dirk. Jon stood tall, a flaming brand in one hand, his Valyrian steel sword in the other. The wildlings came first, shaggy, hollow-eyed, driven by terror more than hunger. Behind them, the whites, pale and dead-eyed, moving in silence. And then, shapes, almost men, gliding through the shadows, eyes blue as the northern stars. The battle raged beneath the wall's shadow. Rhaenys fought with a will she never knew she possessed. Arya darted through the snow, slaying foes faster than any knight. Jon's sword gleamed red in the torchlight, every blow saving a life. At dawn, the dead retreated into the ice and shadow. Rhaenys knelt by a dying brother, her hands slick with blood and melted snow. She looked to Jon. This is only the beginning. He nodded. But the realm will stand with us now. They have seen your courage. She wrote to Aegon that night, her words heavy with warning and hope. The darkness is real. It comes for us all. Tell the lords to send what they can. I will hold the wall with Jon until relief arrives. Arya fights with me. If I fall, remember me with pride, not sorrow. Back in King's Landing, Aegon read her letter at dawn. Pale and sleepless from his own cares, the council assembled at his call. Elia, calm but worried. Doran, hands folded in patience. Jon Connington, armor already buckled. The chamber felt suddenly smaller, the world pressing at the door. The wall must hold, Aegon said, voice rough with exhaustion and resolve. We send more men. We call every lord to send their best. We must be one realm now, or we will be none at all. Elias' hand rested on his. We will not break. The realm has survived dragons and fire. Now it will survive ice. The city braced itself. The gold cloaks readied for conscription. The granaries opened again, and smiths hammered new steel through the nights. Banners went out to every corner, bearing the king's command. Men, supplies, hope, all northward, to the end of the world. Rhaenys' courage became the stuff of legend even as she yet fought. Children sang her name in the city streets, and Arya's northern valor became the envy of every squire. Letters arrived daily from the wall. Tales of raids beaten back, of wildlings housed in new shelters, of hard-won victories in the blue cold dark. Rhaenys led the defense by day and stood the walls by night, her sword and Jones lighting hope in the blackness. The first true sign of unity came as spring faded. A fleet arrived at White Harbor, banners of Targaryen and Baratheon together. Lord Stannis himself led a column north, the stubborn fire in his eyes promising nothing but duty fulfilled. Behind him rode lords of the Reach and Riverlands, men from the Vale and Stormlands. The realm's greatest lords marched not for gold or glory, but for life itself. At the wall, Rhaenys greeted Stannis with respect. Arya at her side. Jon Snow led them all, battle plans spoken in the bitter air. Every night an uneasy truce between hope and despair. One night, in the firelit hall, Rhaenys and Arya shared a quiet word. "You are as fierce as any knight," Rhaenys said, bruised but smiling. Arya's laughter was sharp as frost. "My father always said the North remembers. Now the whole realm will remember us both." By moonlight, Rhaenys wrote again to her brother. "The wall holds, but just. We need more dragonglass, more steel. The Night's Watch stands strong, but the darkness does not tire. Send word to Old Town. Let the maesters remember the old magic. Anything that will help. I will not leave Jon or Arya behind, no matter what." In King's Landing, the city watched the North with bated breath. Aegon met daily with his council, listening, weighing, commanding. The High Septon declared a week of prayer, the septs crowded with the fearful and the hopeful alike. Even Lord Mouton, so often pragmatic, spoke of faith and courage, urging his ships to carry supplies upriver at any cost. Elia presided over relief efforts, leading noble women and commoners alike in sewing winter cloaks, gathering food and wool, praying in the sept each morning for news from the wall. Children lit candles in their windows for Rhaenys and Arya, and the city, usually so fractious, grew quieter, as if sharing the same breath. Aegon found little rest. His dreams were haunted by snow and blue fire. Yet each dawn he rose to give orders, to comfort the frightened, to send forth words of hope. He met with foreign envoys from the free cities, trading promises of peace for ships and grain. Doran counseled patience and wisdom, and Jon Connington was tireless in his efforts to root out the last Lannister sympathizers, who muttered of the old order in cellars and smoke-filled inns. Then the worst of the winter came. A new wave of the dead marched south, overwhelming a wildling outpost and testing the wall's defenders as never before. Rhaenys led a sally by moonlight, Arya and Jon at her side. They fought not just whites, but a White Walker, blue eyes burning like distant stars. Rhaenys's blade, dragonglass wrought, shattered against the creature's icy sword, but Arya's Valyrian steel dagger pierced its heart, and the thing fell in a storm of frost. Jon Snow sent the news south with a raven. A Valyrian blade killed a walker. "We must arm every man and woman at the wall. The princess fought like a true dragon. We hold, but winter has not yielded." As spring gave way to summer in the south, the snow did not melt beyond the wall. The north waited, tense, for the next assault. And yet, word of the unity at the wall. The Princess of Dragons, the Wolf of Winterfell, the Bastard King, the Lion's Bane Stannis, spread like fire. Old hatreds cooled. Merchants opened their purses. Peasants volunteered for the watch. Lords sent their sons. The realm's unity was forged in darkness and frost, and when Rhaenys' party finally returned to Winterfell, battered but unbroken, they were met not with courtly pomp, but with honest tears and quiet feasts. Rhaenys wrote to her brother, "The wall stands. The north stands. We are one people now." Datimachi. In King's Landing, Aegon received her letter at sunset. He read it on the ramparts, as the city below flickered with torchlight and song. Elia came to stand beside him, her hair touched with silver and her eyes full of pride. "She is your sister and my daughter," Elia said. "But she is the realm's hope, as you are. The night will return, always. But now the world knows that the dawn belongs to those who stand together." Then, Aegon nodded, the weight of rule less heavy than before, his heart steadier with the knowledge that the dragon's brood had kindled not just peace, but unity. He gazed north, where the wall rose and fell in his dreams, and saw in the distance, not the cold, but the faint, stubborn glimmer of light. Aishe Inhain. I'll pay. The summer sun lingered long and golden over the realm. Yet a chill remained that the small folk could feel in their bones, and the lords could not explain away. The riverbanks near King's Landing burst with wildflowers, and children swam in clear shallows under the watchful eyes of mothers who remembered famine and siege. But even as the world flowered, tales from the north haunted every hearth. The king's peace was a living thing, carefully tended, its roots growing deep, but somewhere beyond the wall, darkness still gathered, waiting for memory to fade. In the Red Keep, Aegon Targaryen ruled with a gentle but unyielding hand. He sat the Iron Throne each morning, dispensing justice to the highborn and low alike. Petty lords complained of taxes or boundary stones. Merchants wrangled for trade permits. The king heard them all, his answers firm but fair. Always measured, always looking for a way to heal the wound beneath each complaint. Rhaenys, restored to the capital after her ordeal in the north, became his shadow at court. Her laughter returned, though a deeper gravity lingered in her eyes. A mark left by ice and darkness, and the memory of Arya Stark at her side in the snow. Jon Connington's hair had gone whiter, his face more lined, but his presence remained the Red Keep's silent foundation. Doran Martell, lingering longer than most thought he would, counseled caution in all things. The heart of peace is vigilance, he told Aegon as the king signed orders to reinforce the wall, to send new caravans of grain to the cold and watchful castles that guarded the realm's end. Your sister has brought the realm together in name, but it must be joined in blood and bread, or the unity will melt with the first true thaw. Rhaenys, restless from too many days among courtiers, turned her energies outward. She established a council for the city's children, taking in orphans and teaching them to read, to count, to wield both dagger and quill. She rode through the city's alleys and markets with Arya, who now called the capital home more than Winterfell. The two young women a constant storm of mischief, kindness, and barely leashed steel. The small folk called them the dragons in the street. And in every ward, the queen's favor became a thing whispered with awe. One late afternoon, Aegon found himself summoned to his mother's solar. Aelia sat at her writing desk, a fresh letter from Old Town open before her. Her voice, when she spoke, trembled only a little. The maesters believe the snows may not yield for years, not fully. They write of strange comets seen at dusk, and birds falling dead from the sky. They ask if your reign will be the time of the new long night. Aegon took her hand. Let them speak of omens. We will send for the archmaesters, bid them bring their books and wisdom. If darkness is coming, we will meet it together. No. As if in answer, a raven arrived from the wall that very evening. Its black wings wet with snow and rain. Jon Snow's script was sharp and hurried. The wall holds. The dead have withdrawn, for now. Wildlings have sworn fealty and fight beside us. But the lands beyond are empty, and the shadows return with the moon. I have sent men to Hardhome. Few return. If the south sends aid, send more dragonglass and steel, not gold. The king in the night still waits, somewhere out in the cold. Aegon read the letter aloud to his council. Jon Connington leaned in, frowning. This is no war of banners and hostages, your grace. This is a battle for every living soul. We must do more. More men. More food, more blades, said Doran. But also more unity. Every lord must see that their fate is bound to that wall. So began the second great call to arms of Aegon's reign. Messengers rode forth to every corner of Westeros, even houses that had nursed old wounds. Frey, Hightower, Lannister, and Arryn sent their sons north, shamed or inspired by tales of Rhaenys. Arya and Jon Snow's stand against the darkness. The city itself became a forge for war, though no enemy's banners threatened the gate. Aegon issued a decree. Any smith or mason, woman or man, who would travel north to labor at the wall would be honored and fed. The city's best weaponsmiths made thousands of arrowheads from obsidian, while sailors packed barrels of dragonglass for the journey upriver and then overland through the north. Rhaenys trained new bands of city watch, young women and boys from the gutters and the alleys, who under her example learned to patrol with both mercy and resolve. Arya, her hair cropped and her eyes always watchful, led them through mock battles in the ruins of old towers, teaching them to fight dirty and fair alike. But even as the city braced for threats from without, dangers grew within. Whispers spread of a secret brotherhood, the Old Lions, plotting to restore the Lannisters' fortunes. Seditious broadsheets appeared at dawn, calling Aegon the Southern Bastard, claiming the true king still rode in exile. One morning, a gold cloak was found slain behind the sept of Baelor, a note pinned to his chest. Lannister pays his debts. Jon Connington was swift and ruthless. He doubled the city watch, sealed the city gates at dusk, and set spies in every ward. But Aegon refused to answer violence with terror. "Let them see justice, not vengeance," he commanded, even as he signed the order for the city's traitors to be exiled, not hanged. The people, remembering the sack of King's Landing by Lannister swords, murmured approval. They wanted no more Red Rivers. Yet the Old Lions did not rest. One night, as the court feasted in the Great Hall, poison found its way into a cask of Arbor gold. It was Rhaenys who noticed the bitter scent, tipping her goblet before it touched her lips. An apothecary's apprentice, a girl from Old Town, confessed under gentle questioning. She had been paid in gold by a man with green eyes and a lion ring. The king's council met through the night, the halls echoing with the sound of boots and whispered orders. In the end, Aegon issued a proclamation: amnesty to any who came forward with news of Lannister plots. Within days, half a dozen conspirators turned themselves in, their lives spared, their loyalty won through mercy. As the summer deepened, envoys from the free cities arrived, bearing word of chaos beyond the narrow sea. In Pentos and Myr, old sellsword companies gathered, and ships flew no banners as they preyed on every coast. A merchant from Braavos warned Elia, "War breeds war. Even your peace makes some men hungry." Aegon met these tidings with new resolve. "We will not close our gates, nor turn away from the world. Let us send embassies. Let the free cities see a realm united, and offer trade instead of swords." He dispatched Rhaenys and Doran Martell to Braavos, where the Iron Bank opened its vaults and offered new loans to the crown at fair terms, seeing the value of a peaceful Westeros. In Pentos, Rhaenys faced down would-be assassins, and returned with a treaty that promised mutual aid against pirates. When she returned, the city cheered her, and her name was sung from the docks to the Sept Towers. Meanwhile, the North sent news both grave and hopeful. Arya Stark wrote of fighting beside Jon Snow at Hardhome, of new dead rising, but also of unity among men and women who had been enemies for generations. Wildlings, Northmen, even sworn swords from the Riverlands, fought together beneath the black banner of the Night's Watch. At Aegon's urging, the Archmaesters of Old Town finally arrived in King's Landing. Bearing their great books and ancient wisdom, the king hosted them in the Red Keep, and for weeks the air buzzed with arguments about prophecy, obsidian, and the nature of the darkness beyond the wall. At night, Aegon walked the gardens with the Archmaester of Healing, learning how old magic might be bent to the realm's purpose, and how hope could be kept alive even in the blackest winter. Elia, ever vigilant, organized a new network of messengers, swift riders and ravens, girls in market stalls and boys in kitchens, who brought word from every village and hall. No longer would the king rule from a fortress of ignorance. Every whisper, every rumor, every hope and fear found its way to Aegon's table. It was Rhaenys who suggested the greatest innovation: a council of the commons, held monthly in the Red Keep's lower yard. Merchants, sailors, healers, even laborers could speak their grievances directly before the king and princess. The first meeting saw 300 gather, angry, hopeful, skeptical. By dusk, they left amazed, for Aegon listened to all. And for the first time, justice felt like a thing that belonged to the city as much as to the lords. But not all were won over. Lysa Arryn's letters grew colder, warning of the Val's isolation. The Hightowers in Old Town plotted to raise their own banners if war returned. Stannis Baratheon, holding the coast at Dragonstone, wrote of smugglers and sullen lords, warning that peace could only last if the king's hand was as firm as it was open. Aegon traveled the realm that summer, not as conqueror, but as healer. He visited Harrenhal and saw the blackened stones, wept at the ruins of the Field of Fire, and prayed with the Septons at Old Town. In every holdfast, he spoke of unity and justice. In every hall, he listened more than he commanded. By the time he returned to King's Landing, the land was greener, and the people more ready to defend their king, not out of fear, but out of love. On the first day of autumn, word came that Jon Snow would come south, Arya and Rhaenys at his side, to bear witness before the king. The city prepared for their arrival, with both hope and dread. For rumors whispered that Jon brought warnings of a last march from the dead, and that the north itself would ride south if the wall should fall. That evening, as the leaves turned gold and red, Aegon stood on the ramparts, his mother beside him. "We have come far," he said, voice rough with memory. "But winter is not done with us." Ilya touched his arm. "Nor is hope. You are the king who listens. That is the greatest shield the realm has known." Far in the north, as Jon Snow and Rhaenys looked south from the wall, the aurora shimmered across the sky, green and blue and ghostly white. They knew that the coming days would test every bond. Of blood, of loyalty, of love. But as dawn broke, the king in the south, the wolf in the north, and the dragon who bridged them all stood ready. The peace of Aegon's reign endured, not because darkness had been banished, but because hope had been made flesh. In the heart of every woman and man who remembered the long night and stood together against its return. Winter deepened in the north, but across the southlands, autumn's gold faded gently toward the cold. Wheat fields stood harvested, orchards shorn, and the people of Westeros prepared for the chill, their bellies full and their hearts steadied by a peace that seemed to many like a miracle. Hard won, carefully kept, yet rumors drifted on every wind. At village fires and in crowded taverns, men spoke of the wall and the dead who stalked beyond it, of a king who listened, of a princess who fought like fire, of unity in the face of darkness. In King's Landing, Aegon rose each day with the city, no longer a boy in the shadow of his father's death, but a king grown tall and sure. He presided over council in the dawn, his mother Elia at his side, Doran Martell measured and sly as ever, John Connington tireless as the city's heartbeat. The hall bustled with news from every quarter. A new shipyard in Gulltown, a bountiful harvest in the Reach, skirmishes between Stormlanders and pirates in the Stepstones. Lords and ladies vied for influence, but all knew the king's eyes were sharp and his word steady. Rhaenys spent her mornings in the Dragon Pit district, her sleeves rolled, hair wild, sharing bread with dockworkers and giving coins to singers and beggars. Arya Stark was her shadow, the two a whirlwind of motion and laughter, their names whispered with awe by the small folk. At court, their presence steadied all, proof that the highborn bled and cared and stood with the realm's poorest. The dragons in the street, some called them, the Sisters of Iron and Snow, others whispered. Each afternoon, Aegon read letters from the north in the quiet of his solar. Jon Snow wrote of snowdrifts 10 feet deep, of wildlings and sworn brothers manning watchfires atop the wall, of scouts who vanished beyond the frozen trees. Rhaenys' script was less measured. She wrote of Arya's jokes and the wolves that ran with their party, of the cold's bite, of hope and fear and steel. Sometimes she sketched scenes for her brother, a wildling girl tending her baby in the shadow of the wall, a dead man crumpled in snow, the pale shimmer of the aurora above the haunted forest. One evening, as the wind howled and the city huddled close, Aegon called a feast for the city's guilds. The great hall blazed with candlelight, tables bent beneath roasts and sweetmeats, barrels of arbor, gold and Dornish red, the laughter of cobblers and shipwrights mingling with the measured tones of the court. Rhaenys and Arya danced with the apprentices, spinning wild beneath banners of dragon and wolf. Elia presided, regal, and Doran Martell spun tales of Sunspear and the summer sea. In a lull, a merchant from Old Town brought troubling news. The Iron Bank delays its payments. The free cities whisper of sellswards marching east. There is hunger in Tyrosh and Mire. My lord, the world sees your peace, and some wish it broken. Aegon listened, then spoke softly, so all could hear. Let the world see our strength. We will trade, not threaten. We will send aid where there is hunger, and offer justice where there is none. A united realm is a bulwark against every storm. The next day, as the city awoke to frost, a rider arrived from the Vale. A tall, grim knight in Arryn blue, bearing the falcon seal. Lysa Arryn's message was polite but pointed. She would send men to the wall, but demanded greater say in council, and a promise that the Vale would remain ever free of southern meddling. Aelia, reading the letter, smiled. She would see the realm united only if she holds the threads. Aegon sent a measured reply. Offers of trade, a place on the council for the Vale's heir, and a promise of fair hearing for every grievance. To sweeten the offer, he dispatched Arya and Rhaenys north to the Eyrie, bearing gifts and pledges, and a promise that no sword would march on the Vale unless at Lady Arryn's call. Their journey was swift. The high passes gleamed with rime, and the sky above the Eyrie was hard and clear as glass. Arya, who had once run these halls as a half-wild girl, now strode the high steps in mail and furs, her voice firm as she greeted Lysa. Rhaenys knelt, her gifts laid at the lady's feet. Dornish lemons, silks, a sword forged in the dragon's fire. They spoke for hours, Rhaenys careful and bold, Arya blunt and honest. By nightfall, Lysa yielded. Her banners would fly at the wall, her knights ride in the realm's defense. Rhaenys wrote to Aegon, Lady Lysa is wary, but not our enemy. She loves her son more than power, and fears the dark. She will follow where the north leads, not the south. Send her honor, not gold. In the Red Keep, Jon Connington began preparations to ride north with the next wave of men and supplies. The City Watch trained fresh recruits, women as well as men, their patrols reaching into darkest alleys. Rhaenys' Council of Commons gathered again. 300 more this time, their petitions bolder. They asked for a new well in the Dragon Pit, fair weights for the fishmongers, a pardon for a boy caught poaching. Each was heard, each received judgment from the king or the princess herself. The people whispered, this is justice. This is our peace. Yet the old lions, beaten but not broken, stirred in the city's shadow. Coins changed hands in smoky back rooms. Knives were found beneath the floorboards of the sept, and a merchant's son disappeared near the Street of Silk. Aegon's spies brought word of a plot to set fire to the shipyards, to blame the Martells for sabotage. Jon Connington and the Gold Cloak swept in, silent and sudden. The conspirators were tried by the Commons Council, and their sentences, banishment or labor at the wall, carried out at dawn. The message was clear. The king's peace would not break for vengeance, but neither would it falter for fear. Autumn's last warmth flickered out. Aegon watched the city's children skate on ponds in the Dragon Pit, watched new markets open along the river, watched Elia and Doran Martell walk the gardens in quiet conversation. Each night, he read Rhaenys' letters. News of the Vale, of Arya's laughter, of Lady Lysa's hopes and fears. And always, beneath the words, he felt the weight of the North, the waiting cold, the threat that no banner could keep at bay. Then, at last, word came from Winterfell. Jon Snow and his companions would come south before the first snows closed the passes. Aegon ordered the city prepared, a feast for the lords, barracks for their men, warm rooms for the North's wildlings and the Wall's black brothers. The day of their arrival dawned bright and cold. The city's bells rang for an hour as the banners of Stark and Night's Watch, Arryn and Martell, Targaryen and Tyrell rode through the gates. Jon Snow, gaunt and gray-cloaked, dismounted first, his eyes scanning the crowd for danger and hope alike. Arya slid from her saddle and threw herself into Sansa's arms. Rhaenys followed, her face flushed with wind and the pride of duty done. Aegon greeted Jon with a warrior's clasp and drew him up to the dais, where Elia, Doran, and the council waited. The hall was packed. Nobles and commons alike pressed shoulder to shoulder. Jon's words were measured, but their weight was grave. The wall holds. The dead have drawn back, but the wild is not empty. The night's watch is strong, but the darkness grows clever. We found signs, marks in the snow, black stones, a cold that cuts deeper than any blade. The wildlings speak of a king in the night, gathering strength beyond the frost fangs. The north remembers your grace. The realm must remember too. See. A hush fell. Even the lords of the Reach, always eager for talk, stood silent. Aegon turned to the crowd. You have heard the truth. The peace we keep is not the peace of sleep, but of wakefulness. The wall must hold. The realm must stand as one. Jon continued, his voice steady. We need more than swords. We need unity. The wildlings are not our foes, nor are the bastards, the orphans, the broken. The North has room for all who fight for life. Rhaenys, standing behind Jon, spoke as well. I saw the darkness. I fought at Jon's side. It fears hope more than fire. Every heart that stands with us weakens its hold. We need not only swords and food, but songs and stories, and trust. Let every house remember that the dawn is ours if we hold to each other. The hall erupted in cheers. Lords pledged men and grain. Commons offered sons and daughters to ride north. The High Septon declared a new holy day to honor the living and the unity of the realm. That night, as the feast wound down and music filled the hall, Jon and Aegon spoke quietly beneath a window overlooking the city. Do you believe we will win? Aegon asked, voice low. Jon looked out at the torches, the laughter, the banners. I do. Not because we are strong, but because we are together. The darkness will test us. Some will falter, but most will stand, and in that we are already victorious. Arya and Rhaenys found them there, arms around each other, eyes bright with fatigue and hope. They spoke of what lay ahead. Another journey north, another long winter, but also of spring, and the promise of what might come if the realm endured. Elia watched her children from the shadows of the hall. She remembered Rhaegar's songs, his dreams of a united realm, and knew that the world had changed not through fire and sword, but through the stubborn kindness and courage of those who refused to be divided. So autumn waned. The realm prepared, some for war, some for winter, all for whatever fate would bring. But the peace of the dragon's brood endured, woven into the city's heart, bright as the banners that flew from every tower, unbroken as the love that bound them all. The first true snows of winter dusted the roofs of King's Landing in white before the city woke, quieting the streets and softening even the towers of the Red Keep. Dawn broke pale and cold. The bells of the great sept rang out, their voices muffled, as if unwilling to disturb the hush that had fallen. In the gentle light, banners hung motionless, every dragon and wolf and son stilled, as if the realm itself was holding its breath. Aegon Targaryen watched the city from his window, candle in hand, the glow flickering across his face. He saw smoke rising from every chimney, the slow start of a day in peace, and wondered how many such days he could yet preserve. He thought of the letters he'd written, calls for grain, steel men, hope, to every corner of Westeros. The king's peace was no accident, but a tapestry of constant vigilance and care. Fragile as frost, beautiful as dawn. By the time he entered the throne room, the world was in motion again. Lords from the Reach and Riverlands arrived, boots muddy, cloaks heavy, their voices low but eager. Merchants pressed forward with news of ships out of Braavos. A delegation from the Stepstones waited, tense and hopeful, seeking trade and alliance. Elia and Doran presided, their presence calm and measured as the falling snow. Rhaenys was already awake. She sparred with Arya in the yard, their blades flashing silver in the cold air, watched by a ring of city guards and small folk. Arya's laughter rang out as she darted and spun, her face bright with cold and happiness. Rhaenys, eyes shining, dropped her blade and grabbed Arya's arm, and they both collapsed into the snow, breathless and grinning, the sight earning cheers from the watching children. These moments of simple joy were as precious to Rhaenys as any council victory or martial feat. But even as the city sang with life, messengers came from the north. Reports of white winds, wildling scouts falling to shadows, a new darkness moving beneath the trees. Jon Snow's ravens arrived daily now, each message a thread of warning and hope. The wall still stood, but the nights grew colder, the woods quieter, and the dead more cunning. Aegon read the latest message before the council. Jon writes, "We have seen the ice move. Our scouts found a ring of standing stones, black as memory. The wind sings in them at night. The wildlings refuse to go near. We lost 3 brothers to shadows. One returned, blue-eyed, mute-eyed. He broke his chains before dawn and vanished into the woods. We send a party to follow, but none are hopeful." In Sion, the Lord shifted, faces grave. Doran broke the silence. "The darkness learns. We must be cleverer still." Elia nodded. "Old Town sends a maester versed in the dark arts. He rides with dragonglass and prayers. Perhaps at last the Archmaester's pride will yield something useful." Jon Connington, armor gleaming even in the dim light, frowned. "We should send another company north. Not only men, but wisdom. Let every house send its second sons and daughters. Those who are brave, who seek a purpose, who would serve the wall." Nefsetchana. Rhaenys, wiping sweat from her brow, entered the hall in time to hear. She saluted, her breath visible in the cold. "Let me ride with them then. The wall knows me, and I know the wall. Arya will come if she wills. The people follow where we lead." Arya, still brushing snow from her hair, grinned at the council's hesitation. "The North remembers, and I remember the dark. The wall needs us." Aegon looked between them, pride and dread warring in his heart. "Go then. Go with my blessing and the realms. But take with you the best the city and council can offer. Go as emissaries of peace and hope, not just swords." Preparations began at once. Rhaenys and Arya gathered companions from every corner of the city. Brave daughters of the Watch, sons of noble and common birth, a handful of wildlings, and even a maester from Old Town. The procession that left the Red Keep days later was the most hopeful the city had seen. Not an army, but a family, united by purpose, bearing not only steel and dragonglass, but books, food, warm cloaks, and hope. The streets were lined with well-wishers. Small folk tossed apples and bread, children ran beside the horses, and city bells rang. Aegon rode at the head of the procession to the Gate of the Gods, Elia and Doran beside him. He embraced Rhaenys and Arya in turn, their arms strong around him. "Bring back the dawn," he whispered. Rhaenys smiled, eyes fierce. "We will. For you, for them, for all of us." Arya grinned. "And if we find trouble, we'll bring it back for you to judge, Your Grace." The city watched as they rode north, banners streaming, the drums of hope beating louder than fear. Inside the keep, the days blurred into winter's routine. Aegon met with his council each morning, hearing reports from Dorne, the Reach, the Narrow Sea. Trade had brought new food and coin. The city's poor were fed and warm. A great fire had been averted in the shipyards, thanks to the Gold Cloak's vigilance. The Archmaesters of Old Town, their pride softened by the king's welcome, shared their knowledge with the city's healers, and the city's first great hospital opened its doors. At night, Aegon found sleep elusive. He walked the dark halls, pausing at windows to look out at the city, lamplit, peaceful, the snow falling in quiet sheets. Sometimes he found Elia awake, writing letters or reading by the last of the fire. Sometimes Doran, sipping wine, his thoughts far away. Sometimes Jon Connington, asleep in a chair, his dreams troubled. One night, he came upon Sansa Stark, standing by a window, looking north. She was no longer the shy girl he remembered, but a woman grown, quiet and strong. "Do you fear for them?" she asked without turning. Aegon joined her, gazing out at the snow. "Every hour, but I trust them more. I fear the day hope is lost more than the day darkness wins." "Mesh Denhuar," she smiled. "Then you are fit to rule." The north is full of fears, but it is hope that keeps us standing. Days turned, and ravens arrived from the north. Rhaenys and Arya traveled swiftly, passing through Moat Cailin and Winterfell, gathering volunteers at each stop. The people followed them, drawn by the stories of their courage and the promise of unity. Lords and wildlings, sworn brothers and free women, all rode north in their train. At the wall, Jon Snow welcomed them with open arms. They set to work, repairing watchfires, training new recruits, forging weapons of dragonglass and steel. Each night, the stories around the fire were a tapestry of Westeros itself. Tales of Bear Island, of the Street of Silk, and the silent woods beyond the wall. Fear was real, but hope grew, flickering bright in the faces of the young and the old alike. Jon wrote to Aegon, "The wall is strong again. The dead are clever, but so are we. The lords send their sons and daughters, the wildlings teach us the ways of the woods. Rhaenys and Arya give hope where there was none. If the darkness returns, it will face a realm united." In the south, Aegon read each letter at the high table, sharing news with his council, his mother, and the assembled court. The lords listened in awe. The city's commons, hearing stories from the north, gathered nightly in the squares to sing and pray and tell tales of the dragon and the wolf. Elia watched her son and knew the realm's wounds were healing, not because darkness was banished, but because it was faced together, again and again. Then at last, the first thaw arrived. The snow melted from the rooftops. Green shoots pressed through frozen earth. In the city, people ventured out, blinking at the new sun. In the north, the wall stood tall, its defenders no longer just men in black, but the hope of a kingdom. The day Rhaenys and Arya returned to King's Landing was marked with banners, bells, and the greatest feast the city had seen since Aegon's coronation. Jon Snow rode at their side, his hair flecked with silver, his eyes bright with pride. In the great hall, beneath the banners of every house, Aegon stood to greet them, his voice carrying to every corner. "Today, we are one realm, not in name, but in deed. Not in fear, but in hope. The wall stands, and so do we. Let this peace endure. Not because winter is over, but because we have learned, together, how to face the night." The hall erupted in cheers. Sansa embraced Arya, Rhaenys embraced her brother, and Jon found himself surrounded by friends and laughter and song. As night fell, the city glittered with lights. Aegon and Rhaenys walked the ramparts, their breath steaming in the cold, the world below them alive with joy and the promise of a new spring. "Do you think it will last?" Rhaenys asked, as she always did. Aegon smiled, the city's heart echoing in his chest. "Yes, for a while. For as long as we remember, this is what we fight for. For as long as we are brave enough to love." Above them, stars blazed in the clear winter sky, and beneath them, the peace of the dragon's brood held, quiet, stubborn, unbroken, as the world turned once more toward the light. The breath of spring returned to the south with cautious steps, curling along the muddy lanes of King's Landing and flickering through the ancient halls of the Red Keep. Days lengthened. Sunlight gleamed on the gilded domes, setting the banners of dragon and wolf ablaze. Yet, beneath the budding branches and laughter of children tumbling through the city's squares, the court knew well that peace must be tended like the most delicate blossom. A single frost could still wither it, and the shadows behind every sunny promise had grown no shorter. Aegon Targaryen rose with the dawn, shivering in a tower chamber that looked out over the river and the crowded streets. Even now, his dreams were never simple. Visions of his father's face flickered in firelight. Voices from beyond the wall murmured warnings, and every night, he saw again the faces of those he could not save. Yet when he stood, the burdens fell away from his shoulders, and he became king once more. The city's hope and anchor. He walked the gardens each morning, rain or shine, alone or with Elia or Doran, listening to their quiet advice as the dew wet his boots. Elia pressed him on the city's grain stores, Doran on the moods of distant lords. John Connington on the restless gold cloaks, and the perils of a peace that could grow complacent. Aegon listened, then would walk alone along the river, watching fishermen mend their nets and children chase each other between the market stalls. The laughter of the people, more than any lord's pledge, reassured him that the peace he guarded was real. Each week, the Council of Commons met in the lower yard. Craftsmen, dockhands, healers, the poorest mothers, and the youngest students, bringing grievances and hopes. Rhaenys presided more often than Aegon, her voice bright and warm. She coaxed truth from stammering boys, settled disputes with the fairness of one who had known hunger and danger herself, and always found a way to return a quarrel to laughter. Arya Stark watched from the steps, arms crossed, as at home among the commons, as among the highborn. One morning, as the sun rose behind light spring rain, a messenger arrived at the Red Keep. He bore the silver and gray seal of the Starks, and wore the look of a man who had ridden fast and far. The letter he carried was brief but urgent. News from Jon Snow, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Your Grace, the ice recedes but has not yielded. The shadows gathered deeper in the woods. Our wildling allies found signs of the dead near the fist of the first men, but they scatter at our approach. Some say they are learning, waiting. I counsel vigilance, not fear. The wall holds, the north stands, and hope endures. Aegon read the words to his council that afternoon. The lords murmured uneasily, but Aegon's response was steady. We will not relax our guard. More men will go north at the harvest. More dragonglass will be shipped. Let every house send its second sons and daughters, not for war but for watchfulness. If the darkness learns, so must we. Now, John Connington added, we should send eyes and ears beyond the wall. Not only rangers but trusted wildlings, scouts who know how to disappear. Doran nodded. And we must remind the lords that unity is not merely banners and gold. Let each holdfast share grain with its neighbors, see to its poor, and remember that the wall is their shield too. Rhaenys, who had become the realm's favorite messenger, volunteered to ride north again after the midsummer festival. Arya would go with her, her sense of duty as unbreakable as her joy in the freedom of the road. Preparations for the festival consumed the city. Streets were swept, banners sewn. 1,000 barrels of new cider rolled in from the Reach and the Riverlands. Poets and singers flocked from the free cities. Jugglers and puppeteers filled the squares. Even the usually grim gold cloaks let the children tie ribbons to their arms and sang old songs as they marched their rounds. The court opened the gates to all. For 3 days, King's Landing feasted and danced. On the second night, Aegon himself joined the festivities, appearing in the square as a simple man in a plain black doublet, laughing as he tried his hand at the archery, but missing wildly, earning jeers and good-natured advice. Rhaenys danced in a circle with a dozen children, while Arya climbed a scaffolding to rescue a cat trapped above the crowd, emerging with a bleeding arm and a smile wide as summer. As night fell, Aegon was cornered by an old woman. Eyes sharp beneath a weathered hood, she pressed a cracked wooden token into his hand. We remember, my king. Your father was gentle, and so are you. Keep your word, and the realm will love you. She vanished before he could answer, leaving him to wonder if the gods themselves watched through mortal eyes. That night, the king stood on the ramparts with Elia and Doran as fireworks blossomed over the city. Doran's voice was low, thoughtful. Joy is a shield too. Let them remember this night in the hard years to come. Aegon nodded. Let us build something that will last beyond song. A peace that will hold, even when we are gone. But with the festival's end, politics returned like a cold wind. Lords arrived from the Westerlands and the Vale, bearing fresh grievances. In Old Town, the archmaesters grew restless, some agitating for a greater say in the realm's governance, others spreading rumors that the king's council was soft as Dornish silk. Ships from Lys and Tyrosh arrived with news of a war brewing in the east, and whispers of the Golden Company, still adrift, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim a throne for some lost Blackfire pretender, rippled through the court. Elia, quick to sense the change in mood, summoned the king and his closest advisors for a midnight council. We must not forget the city's heart, even as we look north and east. The old lions are stirring again. We hear it in the stepstones and in Old Town's halls. Send Rhaenys to the Reach before she rides north, and Arya with her. Let them remind our allies why they chose the dragon, not the lion or the rose. The next weeks passed in a flurry of movement. Rhaenys and Arya rode west to Highgarden, their passage marked by cheering crowds and wary lords. Mace Tyrell, older now and humbled by years of peace, greeted them with open arms. But behind the smiles, Rhaenys sensed the Reach's desire for independence, its envy of the king's growing legend. She sat with Margaery Tyrell in a garden bright with roses, talking late into the night. Peace is a garden, Margaery mused, but weeds grow fastest where the soil is rich. My lords grumble about taxes, about your mother's influence, about the Martells. They want recognition, not just gratitude. Rhaenys promised to carry their words to the king. But remind them, this peace is fragile. If they break it, the world will not forgive them. Arya, meanwhile, drilled with the Tyrell knights in the yard, earning respect with every bruise and sparring match. The lord's sons, seeing the wolf girl from the north, began to speak of sending more men to the wall, of matching the north's example. When Rhaenys and Arya departed, the Tyrell banners were raised anew. They rode north, gathering allies in every village, every hall, weaving a tapestry of promise and warning. Back in King's Landing, Aegon heard daily reports from Dorne, from the stepstones, from the city's own shadowed alleys. Jon Connington uncovered a plot to poison the city's wells. 3 old lion conspirators were taken alive, tried before the Council of Commons, and sentenced to labor rebuilding the storm-damaged roads. The king's mercy became the talk of the city. Justice was not a knife, but a hand extended to raise up even those who had fallen lowest. That spring, Sansa Stark arrived from Winterfell, bringing her son, a bright-eyed boy of 5, to foster in the south. The court delighted in the prince, and the city's small folk declared that the dragons and wolves had become one pack, bound forever. Sansa and Elia became friends, 2 mothers, wise in the world's cruelty, who shaped the hearts of princes as deftly as any hand shaped steel. In the north, Jon Snow's letters remained steady but warned of new perils. Strange southern men found frozen, a growing sense that the darkness beyond the wall was not merely undead, but ancient, cunning, waiting for the realm to grow careless. On the first day of summer, the council convened in the throne room. Lords of every house were present. The hall was full to bursting. Aegon spoke of unity, of the coming harvest, of preparations for the next winter. He praised the city's healers, its builders, its teachers, and declared the next festival would be in their honor, not the lords. The cheers rang long and loud. Yet as the court dispersed, Rhaenys and Arya arrived, bearing news from the Reach. The Golden Company has sent envoys to the free cities. They test our peace, waiting for division. The Tyrells will not break with us, but they will not bleed for us either. Namotisani. Aegon thanked them, then ordered new embassies to Pentos and Lys, promising trade and protection. He sent word to Dorne, asking for ships, and to Old Town, offering a seat on his council to any archmaester who would come and teach the city's children. Unity, he saw, must always be renewed. By listening, by learning, by adapting to the world's changing storms. The summer deepened, the city grew green and bright. Each day, Aegon and Rhaenys walked among their people, talking with bakers, fishwives, scholars, and children. They learned every name, every worry, every dream. When a flood swept through the dragon pit, Aegon himself helped haul sandbags. When fever struck the riverside, Rhaenys sat with the sick, reading to the dying and feeding the smallest children herself. The court watched and learned. Lords and ladies, seeing the king and his sister at work, sent their sons to labor in the city, their daughters to heal in the hospital. The city's young men and women learned to fight and farm, to build and judge, and to look always to the horizon, never to the past. One night, as the stars burned above the city, Aegon and Elia stood atop the highest tower. Queen Mother's hair had grown white, but her eyes shone with pride. "You have done what few ever dream. she said softly. Not just peace, but hope. Aegon gazed out over the moonlit city, heart full. We are only at the beginning, Mother. The world will test us again. But as long as we remember why we began, as long as we care for those who cannot care for themselves, we will not fail. Minderstarte sign. Elia nodded. So long as the dragon's brood remembers love, not just fire, the dawn will never die. Far in the north, Jon Snow watched the sun rise beyond the wall, its light gilding the ice and shadow. He thought of his king, his sisters, and the realm that endured only because it dared to hope. And in the city below, beneath the watchful stars and the gentle night, the peace of Aegon's reign shone brighter than any sword. A beacon against the darkness, promising that, so long as courage and compassion lived, the world would always turn toward KK. The high summer stretched across the realm, slow and golden, the days long and lush, the evenings fragrant with the scent of orange blossom and river mist. In King's Landing, the city felt reborn, markets spilling with color and music, children darting through the alleys, banners bright as jewels. For the first time in a generation, the people lived not in fear of fire or famine, but in the gentle certainty that tomorrow would bring food, song, and the familiar rhythm of daily life. Yet beneath that ease, the court moved ever watchful, for peace, once won, is always a living thing, needing to be guarded, fed, defended against the silent enemies of pride and complacency. Aegon Targaryen, grown tall and sun-browned, had become more than a king to his city. He was a familiar sight along the wharves and at the morning market, sharing a word with the old fishwives, laughing with the sellers of sweetbreads, listening as the butchers boasted of their steers. He rode the walls at dawn with John Connington and the city's young squires, learning the watchfulness that had kept the city safe through so many perils. By day, he sat on the Iron Throne or at his council table, settling disputes between lords and guildmasters, hearing appeals from dockhands and scholars. By night he walked the halls with his mother, listening to the city's song, the endless, restless melody of hope and fear. Rhaenys was as present and beloved as her brother, her laughter echoing through the Dragon Pit and the river districts, her arms strong around the shoulders of children, her presence equally at home among the poorest crafters and the sharpest-tongued courtiers. Arya Stark remained her shadow, her best friend and fiercest defender, the two of them a symbol of unity between North and South, dragon and wolf. Each week, the Council of Commons met in the lower yard. It was an unruly affair, arguments over markets and alleyways, quarrels about dock dues and baker's weights. But the king and princess presided with patience and a stern humor that slowly taught the city's bickering factions to listen, to compromise, to respect the law as something that belonged to all. Trade blossomed. The city's new shipyards bustled, merchant vessels crowding the docks with goods from the Reach, Dorne, and even the Free Cities. In Flea Bottom, the poorest now had bread each morning, soup at night, and apprenticeships open to clever boys and girls. The new hospital, built on the ruins of an old granary, was always full, and the small folk whispered thanks for the healers and teachers who had come from Old Town and Dorne. Beyond the city, the realm watched and slowly followed. In the Reach, Mace Tyrell's hand was light but firm, his daughter Margaery guiding the great houses with grace and wit. The Riverlands were mending, Edmure Tully's fair judgment, and the patience of his wife, a Blackwood, helped heal feuds older than the king. The Vale, proud and prickly, had grown closer through Arya's travels, and the gentle friendship that blossomed between Sansa and Lady Lysa's son Dodogger. Dorne sent ships and fruit and clever men to serve on Aegon's council. Even the Westerlands, battered by old rebellions and losses, found a wary stability as old grudges cooled in the sun. Yet always, there were threats from beyond. Reports of unrest in the Stepstones reached Aegon's ears, pirates emboldened by peace. Lannister gold finding its way to captains with old scores to settle. The Golden Company, still restless across the narrow sea, sent envoys to Pentos and Lees, seeking allies among exiles and malcontents. Rumors of war in the east drifted westward, and with them, whispers that the king's peace was but a pause before another storm. Aegon faced these with the same calm he had shown in all his trials. He sent his ships to patrol the Blackwater and the Gullet, and when the Stepstones raiders struck a convoy bound for Dorne, he dispatched Rhaenys and Arya at the head of a small fleet. Swift, silent, deadly. They returned after 2 weeks with the heads of pirate lords, their ships towed behind and their holds filled with stolen grain and weeping prisoners who had been taken by force from every shore. The city celebrated their return, but Aegon listened quietly to the stories of those freed. Young men pressed into piracy, girls sold and bartered, desperate folk who had risked everything for a dream of gold or freedom. He summoned the council, and Doran Martell spoke first. "Justice for these souls is not enough, my king. Give them a place. If we send them back, they will be prey again. Let them live among us, build new lives here. Let the peace we offer be more than words." "Now," Aegon agreed. "Open the city's gates. Let those who wish to stay find homes, work, safety, and let the realm see there is strength in mercy and honor in second chances." The new arrivals settled in the river district, at first nervous, then grateful, then fiercely loyal to the crown. Rhaenys and Arya visited them often, learning their songs, breaking bread at their tables, teaching the children to run the city's labyrinth of alleys. In time, the city was richer for their presence, stronger in its diversity, wiser for the lessons of the sea. Yet the king never forgot the north, nor the shadow beyond the wall. Each month, new letters arrived from Jon Snow. Some hopeful, some heavy with warning. The wildlings and Watch stood together, the darkness kept at bay for now. But always, always, there was the sense of a great waiting, the world holding its breath for whatever might come next. As summer waned, Aegon called the lords of the realm to King's Landing for a great council. One not of war, but of wisdom. From every corner they came, lords and ladies, masters and maesters, wildlings, traders, the highborn and the low. The council lasted a fortnight, and its greatest accomplishment was the King's Compact, a set of rights and duties binding the realm's lords not just to the king, but to each other and to the commons. Every house pledged to keep peace, to feed the hungry, to defend the wall, to respect the judgment of king, council, and the law of the land. The signing was held beneath the open sky, in the new field just outside the Dragon Gate, with the city's folk watching and cheering. Rhaenys, Arya, Sansa, Doran, and even Lord Mace Tyrell affixed their seals, as did the Black Brothers of the Watch and the quiet wildling leader who had come south with Jon Snow. It was a day of music and hope, and though some grumbled, and a few lords hedged their vows with careful words, all left knowing that the realm had grown stronger, less fragile, more able to weather the storms that must one day return. In the days that followed, Aegon walked the city in disguise, as he often did, listening at market stalls and tavern doors. He heard songs in his honor and Rhaenys's. He heard prayers for the wall, laughter at Arya's latest escapade, worries about the next winter. He returned to the Red Keep, knowing that the greatest peace was not one written in laws, but in the living hearts of the people. With autumn's first chill, news arrived from Old Town. The Archmaesters had agreed to send more healers, more teachers, even a handful of clever young wizards and dreamers, eager to serve in the city's libraries and courts. From the free cities, envoys came with gold, grain, and proposals for trade, eager to build ties with a realm no longer torn by war. The old lions at last had faded into silence, their leaders pardoned or banished, their grievances addressed not with steel, but with honest negotiation and patient justice. One late evening, as the city glowed with lantern light, Aegon found Rhaenys and Arya atop the ramparts, looking north. They shared bread and cheese, the air cool, the world peaceful. Rhaenys said, "I thought when I was a girl that happiness was a thing you could win and keep forever. Now I see it must be tended, fed every day, or it withers." "Bee." Arya grinned, eyes bright. "You and Aegon are both too serious. Let's climb the bell tower and see who's fastest. If we fall, at least it'll be a good story." Rhaenys laughed and raced her up the stairs, their shouts and laughter ringing over the city. Later, as moonlight bathed the rooftops and all was still, Aegon stood alone in the gardens, feeling the weight of the crown not as a burden, but as a trust. Elia joined him, her hand light on his arm. "We have come far," she said, voice gentle. "And it is enough, for now." He nodded, looking out at the city. The lights, the laughter, the hope. For now. And tomorrow, we begin again. Beyond the walls, the world waited, full of dangers, of joys, of trials yet to come. But for this night, the dragons brood and all their realm stood together beneath the stars, united not by fear or conquest, but by the quiet, stubborn power of hope, by the memory of darkness, and the certainty that, whatever else might come, the dawn would rise anew. The last heat of summer lingered in the stone of the Red Keep as the city wound toward autumn. Figs and pomegranates ripened in the palace gardens, and across the city, the markets were full of late apples, sweet cider, and spiced cakes. Yet as the air cooled, a new energy crackled through King's Landing, a sense of anticipation, of waiting. The city that had once lived hour to hour in fear now looked forward, counting the days to the coming harvest, the next festival, the promise of a peace that might truly endure. Aegon Targaryen, king in truth and in heart, moved through the days with a growing serenity. The burdens of rule had changed him, given him a calm born of habit and trial, but also an ease that made his court the envy of every lord in Westeros. He did not stand apart on a dais, but walked among his people, from the master carpenters in the new shipyard, to the boys mending nets along the river. Even in the throne room he would sometimes come down from the Iron Throne, sitting on the steps to listen, his voice level and plain, offering judgment and mercy in equal measure. Elia Martell, mother of king and realm, now moved with the slow dignity of her years. She had become the city's wise woman, a font of comfort for mothers and wives, a silent terror for lords who schemed too boldly. Her letters to Dorne and the Reach shaped alliances and softened old wounds. Dorne Martell, still the court's shrewdest mind, divided his days between council and garden, writing letters in the afternoons, walking the city walls at dusk. John Connington, hair gone to steel, was the city's bulwark, every morning in armor, every night ensuring the gold cloaks patrolled the walls, streets and hidden passages, where the last embers of old rebellion might yet stir. If justice failed, it was Connington who noticed. If the peace frayed, it was Connington who stitched it up. But the soul of the court was Rhaenys. She thrived in the city's press and chaos, the sun and shadow of every street. She taught swordplay in the lower yards, organized the orphans in wild games, sat with the sick in the new hospital, and could as often be found in the kitchens as the council chamber. Arya Stark was with her always, her shadow, her friend, at once the wild wolf and the clever watcher, loved by the commons and trusted by the king. The court itself had changed. Sansa Stark, regal and calm, was foster mother to half a dozen noble wards. She and Elia together brought a gentler discipline to the royal nursery, and her son, young Robb, ran wild through the corridors with the city's children, his hair dark as a raven's wing. Lords from the Reach, the North, and even the Vale had sent their sons and daughters to learn at court, not as hostages, but as witnesses to a new way. Letters arrived weekly from Jon Snow at the Wall, his messages steady and plain. The dead were quiet for now. Wildlings built new villages south of the Gift, teaching the Watch the lore of the woods. Jon wrote of Arya's example, of Rhaenys' letters read aloud by firelight, of a peace held not by steel, but by trust. Still, he warned, the forest beyond the wall was restless, and the men who had seen its heart did not sleep easy. Late one afternoon, as a storm rolled in off Blackwater Bay, Aegon met privately with Doran and John Connington Dutt. The city's merchants had reported new unrest in the Stepstones, pirates raiding the Taroshi coast, mercenaries hiring out to lords from Mar and Lys. There were rumors that the Golden Company had split, with one band breaking north, seeking a lost pretender rumored to carry the blood of Blackfyre. Doran spoke with care. War is not coming, but the world is unsettled. We must be ready, not with swords alone, but with alliances, with patience. Send Rhaenys and Arya south for a tour of the ports. Let the city see its guardians. Let the realm's enemies see our strength." John Connington nodded. "We'll keep the gold cloaks at watch, but let word spread that the king trusts his people. Justice is what they crave most." Aegon sent for Rhaenys, who arrived wind-blown and laughing, her hands stained with berry juice from the kitchens. Arya came behind, hair tied back with a strip of gold cloth. The king told them what was needed, and both smiled at the prospect of the road. "We'll all take the black ship," Rhaenys said. "Arya's as quick on water as on land, and the southern towns love her wild stories." Arya grinned. "I'll teach the pirates a new game or two, or steal their boots." "None wow morning?" The two departed the next morning, traveling swiftly by river and coast. They visited Maidenpool, Gulltown, the port towns of the Reach. Everywhere, they found new life. Docks repaired, granaries rebuilt, orphans apprenticed in shops and taverns. In Duskendale, they put down a riot with words and laughter. In Old Town, Rhaenys gave a speech at the New Healers Guild, Arya at her side, a banner of wolf and dragon hanging together. They found whispers, too, of Lannister gold moving through the wine-houses, of pirates in the stepstones boasting of a coming war. But everywhere, the city's banners held, and the folk answered kindness with fierce loyalty. In Sunspear, Rhaenys spoke with her uncle and cousins, building bridges with words and promises. Arya trained with the sand snakes, learned new tricks with a spear, and left the youngest weeping at her departure. Meanwhile, Aegon's court in King's Landing was far from idle. The city council expanded the new hospital, founded a school for healers, and passed the first citywide code of trade and weights. Gold from the free cities arrived in exchange for grain and wine. Smiths forged new plows and sickles for the crown lands. Sansa and Aelia oversaw the first great spring market, with every guild in the city displaying its wares and every lord's daughter riding in the festival parade. But even in peace, old wounds ached. Late one night, as the king walked alone on the ramparts, a young squire intercepted him with news. 3 gold cloaks found dead near the fish market. Lions' teeth carved into their palms. The old lions had not vanished, only learned to hide. Aegon summoned Connington and the city's captains. They moved with quiet speed, questioning innkeepers, searching cellars and riverboats. The plot was uncovered. A handful of men, sons of exiled Lannister bannermen, plotting to burn the granaries at dawn. Aegon himself presided over their trial, before the Council of Commons. The verdict was exile, the sentence to work the roads north for the Watch. The city murmured approval. Justice was done not in secret, but in daylight, for all to see. Rhaenys and Arya returned by midsummer, their ship laden with gifts and letters from every port. They brought news of the world, a world that watched, now, not for the next war, but for the next harvest, the next festival, the next decree from a king who listened. Jon Snow wrote again. The wildlings' villages flourished. The Watch grew strong with new recruits. But the old magic still lingered in the haunted forest, and sometimes at dusk the crows circled over black stones where no life grew. He ended each letter with hope. Hope for the unity of the realm. Hope that when the darkness returned, as it must, Westeros would stand as one. As the leaves began to turn, the city held its great harvest festival. Banners streamed from every window. Boats filled the river. Music echoed from every street. The king and his council walked among the people, joined hands with the bakers, drank with the stonemasons, danced with the children. At sunset, Rhaenys and Arya led the orphans in a wild parade through the dragon pit. Sansa, Elia, and Doran watched from the tower, their hearts full, knowing the realm was not yet perfect, but closer than ever before. That night, Aegon stood on the highest balcony, looking out over the city. Golden with lanterns, alive with song, 1,000 hopes made real in the laughter of the people. Rhaenys joined him, hair unbound, her hands calloused and strong. Arya sat on the railing, feet dangling above the square, her wolfish smile broad. Aegon spoke softly. Is it enough, do you think? Have we done what we set out to do? Rhaenys nodded, her voice gentle. We have given them peace. Now they know how to keep it. Arya, watching the stars, grinned. If the dead return, we'll fight again. But for now, we live. That's all any king can give. Bentoni. Elia, stepping quietly behind them, laid a hand on each of their shoulders. You have done more than rule. You have taught the world to hope. Beneath them, the city sang. The dragon's brood, king, princess, wolf, and all their kin, stood together as the world wheeled slowly into autumn. United not by fear, but by the stubborn, shining promise that peace could be more than a dream. It could be a way of life and a legacy, written in the hearts of a grateful people, and in the dawn that always came after the darkest night. Aki. The late harvest spread across the land like a golden wave, fields thick with grain, and orchards sweet with apples, pears, and plums. In King's Landing, the air turned crisp, and the first mists rolled in off the river, lending a soft silver to the dawn and dusk. The city bustled with the pleasures of the season. Barrels of cider stacked high on the quays, carts heaped with nuts and honey cakes, and every tavern ringing with stories of the year's bounty. The bells of the great sept rang out not for warning or mourning, but for weddings and births. For the first time in living memory, the people seemed certain that the future would bring more plenty, not less. Aegon Targaryen felt that certainty in the very marrow of his bones as he moved through his days. Each morning brought new reports to his council chamber. A bountiful catch-off driftmark, the opening of another school in Duskendale, a letter from Braavos praising the peace that brought their merchant ships safely into port. He answered them with a steady hand, awarding honors to wise mayors, granting charters for new markets, sending thanks and gifts to those who had served the realm. Yet even in this golden moment, Aegon remained vigilant. Every afternoon he met with John Connington and the city's captains to review the state of the watch, the grain houses, the riverside garrisons. The king insisted on walking the city walls twice each week, often at dusk, seeing for himself that the lamps were lit and the gates secure, the docks free of strangers with old grudges and lion rings. Rhaenys and Arya sometimes joined him, blending with the crowd as easily as they had in the days of hardship, their laughter drawing smiles from shopkeepers and sailors alike. Rhaenys had become the city's favorite, more even than the king. A living legend who moved with the people, broke bread with the hungry, danced at weddings, and carried news from the corners of the realm. Arya remained her shadow, often silent but watchful, and together they heard every rumor, every worry, every whisper of change. It was Arya who brought word of 3 strange men in Lannister colors lurking in the alleys near the river, and Rhaenys who organized their peaceful capture before a blade was ever drawn. Their loyalty to the city was fierce, and the city loved them in return. In the Red Keep, the court felt transformed. Elia, silver-haired and serene, led the queen's household with a gentle but steady hand. Sansa Stark was the heart of the nursery, guiding the city's noble children in lessons and play, and sending weekly letters north to Winterfell, where her husband and the old lords of the north governed a land that had grown softer in the years of peace. Doran Martell, more stooped now, but as sharp as ever, continued to broker alliances and ease old feuds with the skill of a master harper tuning an ancient lute. The Council of Commons met each week, drawing people from every walk of life. Blacksmiths, dyers, street singers, old soldiers now at peace. Justice was swift, fair, and more merciful than in any city in memory. In the streets, young men and women no longer feared the gold cloaks, who were themselves often chosen from the city's best and bravest rather than the sons of lords. When the new hospital's grand hall was finished, Rhaenys led the dedication, and Arya carried the first child through its doors, a symbol to all that every life in the city was now valued. News from beyond the city was good. The Westerland sent their own gifts of gold and sheep, hoping to trade for Dornish spices and northern timber. The Reach, under Lady Margaery's steady hand, continued to feed the city in the north, its banners often seen alongside those of Martell and Targaryen on the king's roads. Dorne sent a company of scholars and engineers, who helped rebuild the river walls and taught the city's young to read and cipher. Even the free cities sent envoys, their ships moored along the Blackwater, eager to barter for the peace and promise that Westeros now offered. But the greatest letters still came from the north, from Jon Snow, Lord Commander at the Wall. Each missive was brief, yet full of the same steady hope and watchfulness. The Wall held, the wildlings prospered in the gift. The watch grew stronger as boys from the realm's great houses volunteered, eager to serve. There were shadows still, and tales of lights in the haunted forest, but each year the dread receded a little more, and the world grew closer, not colder. One clear afternoon, as the last leaves fell in the godswood, Aegon gathered his family in council beneath the heart tree. The autumn sun slanted golden through the branches, dappling their faces and robes. "We have done well," he said simply, his voice gentle. "Not because the world is gentle, but because we have chosen to meet it with care. We have faced every storm, together. We have outlasted the shadows by holding to hope and to each other." Elia reached for his hand. "You have done more than rule, my son. You have taught the world how to live again." Doran nodded. "The old lords will grumble. Let them. What matters is that the commons will not forget what peace feels like. It is not perfect, but it is enough." Nanda whined. Rhaenys, hair wild in the wind, knelt to tie a child's shoe, then stood to face her brother. "So long as we keep listening, so long as we walk the city, so long as we love our people, the realm will stand." Arya smiled, her face bright with sun and memory. "And if trouble comes, we'll meet it together. The wolves are at your side." That night, the city feasted. Bonfires were lit on every hill, and lanterns floated down the river. The king and his council joined the commons on the quay, their laughter mingling with the music, their hands sticky with apple pie and honey wine. Rhaenys danced with sailors, Arya raced children through the alleys, and Sansa sang an old song of the north, her voice strong and clear over the crowd. As the moon climbed high, Aegon and Rhaenys stood together above the city, watching the lights flicker and the river reflect the stars. "Will it last?" Rhaenys asked, her voice softer than the breeze. Aegon gazed at the city he had come to love as no king before him. "Nothing lasts forever. But for now, this peace is real. For now we remember why we fought. For now we choose hope." Below them, the city slept, safe in the promise that no matter what winter might bring, they would face it as one. The dragons brood, bound by love and memory, and the stubborn belief that peace could endure, watched over the realm as it dreamed. Bright and unbroken, a promise written in the starlit sky. The nights grew longer, but the city's spirit did not dim. Frost glittered on the eaves of the Red Keep, and the high city walls gleamed with rime as winter pressed gently against King's Landing. Each dawn came pale and soft, the markets slow to wake, but everywhere was the comfort of well-laid plans, cellars filled with grain, hearths stacked high with dry oak, soup bubbling in kitchens from Flea Bottom to the golden domes on Visenya's Hill. The lessons of past winters were not forgotten. Now they had become habit. Aegon Targaryen found a quiet joy in these days. He rose before dawn to join the bakers in the Dragon Pit district, kneading dough with the apprentices, listening to their laughter and worries as the ovens warmed. In the afternoons, he visited the city's new schoolhouses, small, sunlit rooms where the sons and daughters of merchants learned their letters, where orphans puzzled over their sums and shyly recited verses. At every stop, people greeted him with affection, not awe. A living king, present and known. The council met more often as winter deepened, its members swaddled in heavy cloaks and thick gloves. Elia, now moving slowly but as sharp-eyed as ever, oversaw the city's charitable stores. She visited the septs and hospitals daily, her presence as steady as the bells that called the city to prayer. Doran Martell wrote long letters to the lords of the South, urging preparation and patience, while Sansa Stark kept the court's children busy with lessons, stories, and games, her laughter brightening every corridor. Jon Connington, ever vigilant, had the gold cloaks rotate their patrols with fresh men from the countryside, training new recruits in the alleys and squares. Rhaenys, tireless as the wind, rode through every district, often with Arya Stark at her side, checking the grain stores and woodpiles herself, trading stories and rough jokes with the dockworkers and midwives. At night, they sat with the watch, swapping tales of the north and the long dark winters that bred both fear and courage. There were no threats on the city's horizon, but vigilance remained. Twice that winter, Arya discovered would-be thieves plotting near the granaries, their hearts driven by hunger rather than malice. Rhaenys, quick to judge, set them to work clearing snow and hauling coal. A hungry man does not need a cell, she told the council, but a second chance and a meal. The city murmured approval, and the thieves became part of the family, hard-working and fiercely loyal. One cold afternoon, a raven arrived from the wall, Jon Snow's hand, sure and bold in every line. "Your Grace, the winter is colder than we feared, but the wall holds. The wildlings have become our strongest allies, and their children now learn the ways of the Watch. We have seen lights in the forest, and twice found black stones, where the ground is barren, and the crows will not feed. Yet there is no sign of the dead, nor any movement from beyond the wall. Tell Arya that the woods remember her. Tell Rhaenys the men still sing of her courage. The North endures. We stand together. In hope." Jon. Aegon read the letter aloud before the council, and a rare hush settled on the chamber. Sansa's eyes filled with tears at her brother's words, but her smile was strong. Doran and Elia exchanged a glance. Relief, but also a deep, shared knowledge that the wall's peace could never be taken for granted. As winter reached its heart, the city celebrated the Night of Lanterns, a festival Rhaenys and Arya had invented, blending traditions from Dorne and the North. Every house, from the grandest manor to the humblest shack, placed candles in colored glass on their sills. At dusk, the city glowed, soft and bright, and all the city's children carried lanterns through the streets, singing old songs of the dawn and of dragons. Aegon and Rhaenys led the procession, Arya running ahead with the wildest of the orphans, Sansa and Elia walking arm in arm, their faces lit by the gentle fire. Even the gold cloaks joined in, their helmets festooned with ribbons and bells. That night, the river reflected 1,000 points of light, and every face in the city shone with hope. After the festival, Rhaenys sat with Aegon by the fire, Arya asleep on the hearth beside them. The princess' hair was tangled, her cheeks ruddy from the cold, but her eyes were bright. "We have come far," she murmured, gazing at the flames. "There were nights, brother, when I thought we'd never see such peace." Aegon smiled. "Peace is a fire, Rhaenys. It must be fed, watched, guarded every day." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "Do you think we can keep it, through all of the winters to come?" He thought of Jon's letters, of Sansa's laughter, of the lanterns flickering on every windowsill. "I think we will, so long as we remember why it matters, so long as we remember what it cost." Outside, the city slept. The stars wheeled above, cold and clear, as if the world itself watched over King's Landing with patient wonder. The next weeks brought small challenges. A merchant ship from the Free Cities was found to be smuggling arms for pirates, and Aegon called the captains before his Council of Commons. The hearing was fair but stern. The ship confiscated, the crew set to work rebuilding the old storm wall, the merchants allowed to stay in the city if they pledged loyalty and service. The Commons approved, and the lords respected the law. When illness swept through Flea Bottom, the city's new healers moved swiftly, emptying the inns, setting up beds in the great hall, and tending the sick with herbs and warm broth. Rhaenys visited daily, Arya at her side, and even Sansa helped carry water and comfort the children. No one died, and word spread throughout the realm that King's Landing was no longer a city of fear and fire, but one of healing and hope. With the coming of the new year, letters arrived from every corner of the kingdom, thanks from the lords of the Reach, requests for teachers from the Westerlands, tales of good harvest from Dorne. King answered each one himself, his words measured and true. In the north, Jon Snow sent word that the snows would soon begin to melt, and the Watch would send a party south in the spring, bringing news and wildling traders. As the city readied itself for thaw, Sansa gathered the children for a festival of stories and song. The children of the city, the orphans, the noble wards, and the wildlings from the north all joined together in the Red Keep's great hall. They recited old tales of dragons and wolves, sang ballads of summer and winter, and danced until their feet ached and their hearts soared. That night, as the lanterns guttered and the city fell quiet, Aegon stood at his window, watching the stars. Rhaenys joined him, silent for a long time. "Are you afraid?" she asked, her voice soft as snow. "Always," he admitted, "but not of darkness. Only that we might forget the light." She smiled, and together they watched the city breathe and dream, their hearts full of the stubborn hope that had carried them through fire and shadow. In the deepest hours of winter, the peace of the dragon's brood held, quiet, luminous, alive as any fire. Beyond the walls, the wild world waited, but within, the city endured, a testament to what could be built when justice was not a sword, but a hand offered, and hope was guarded not by fear, but by love and memory. The year turned, and with it came a slow, hesitant thaw. The first rains fell on the city, softening the hard crusts of snow that had clung stubbornly to the cobbles and roof tiles. The gutters gurgled with meltwater, and the river, dark and swollen, carried broken twigs and new life alike downstream. King's Landing stretched and yawned awake beneath the pale sun, the people blinking in the uncertain light, the cold forgotten for the promise of spring. Aegon Targaryen found himself awake before the dawn most days, his dreams restless, haunted by faces and voices from winters past. Sometimes he dreamt of the wall, its cold blue shadow, Jon Snow's quiet strength, the wild woods beyond where eyes glimmered in darkness. Sometimes he saw his father's pale hands, or the faces of strangers now buried and gone. But each morning, as the sun slipped across the rooftops, the city's song banished those phantoms. He bathed in cold water, dressed plainly, and stepped into the day, king and man both at once. His first task was always the city itself. He walked the muddy streets with a cloak drawn close, listening at the bakeries, the tanneries, the forges where smiths now hammered at plows and hinges rather than blades. In the fish market, he bargained with a grandmother over a bundle of herring. On the street of silk, he slipped a coin to a girl with a singing voice clear as a bell. No lord, not even the proudest knight of the Reach, was now surprised to see the king's boots muddied and his hands busy with work. He met Rhaenys often in these rounds. She was as tireless as ever, hair wild, cheeks flushed, eyes full of mischief. The city's children followed her like a comet's tail, and Arya Stark was never far behind, a wolfish shadow, still dangerous, still delighted in the chaos and the hope that filled the air. The council chamber in the Red Keep was bright again. Sunlight danced on the polished wood. Elia sat wrapped in a thick shawl, her eyes as sharp as ever, her mind leaping ahead to the first ship from Dorne, the next wagons of salt cod and apples from the Reach. Sansa read letters from the north, her son now learning to ride with the wildlings, her husband sending word of peace and slow, patient justice in Winterfell. Doran Martell, hands a little more gnarled, continued to shape the South's fortunes with careful letters and a wise, quiet presence. John Connington reported that the Watch had welcomed its first daughters from the city itself, girls who chose duty and adventure, inspired by Arya and the tales of the Wall. He spoke of gold cloaks volunteering to help build a new barracks, of smugglers turned honest river pilots, of a city so changed that sometimes he hardly knew it. Yet, as the world warmed, new challenges crept in with the breeze. The pirates of the Stepstones had grown bolder, raiding merchantmen bound for Old Town and Lys. The Golden Company, thwarted in dreams of conquest, had turned to mercenary work along the southern coasts, their swords for hire to any who could pay. In Old Town, a clique of young maesters whispered of new ideas, some eager for peace, others eager for power, and one or two with eyes fixed on the crown. One gray morning, a ragged envoy arrived from the free cities, mud spattered on his fine boots, fear behind his courtly smile. He brought word that the war in Tyrosh had ended in blood, and that refugees, merchants, scholars, mercenaries, and beggars alike, would soon arrive by the hundreds, perhaps thousands, seeking new lives in the land of the dragon's peace. Aegon called his council to the throne room. He spoke first. Voice steady, eyes clear. We are not what we were. We are not a city of gates barred and swords drawn. We have food and work and hope. Let us welcome them, not as strangers, but as kin who have wandered long and suffered much. If we turn them away, the peace we have built is nothing. Ilya agreed, as did Doran and Sansa Type. The city opened the old warehouses by the river, made ready fresh beds in the hospital, sent word to every guild to prepare for new hands and new voices. Rhaenys and Arya themselves met the first boats at the quays, laughing as they led children through the city, showing them where bread was baked, where songs were sung, where justice was kept without cruelty. Yet with so many strangers came old fears. Some of the city's oldest families grumbled about foreigners, while a handful of merchants plotted to drive up prices and close the gates. Jon Connington acted swiftly, but Aegon insisted on mercy and patience. He visited every ward, spoke in every market, promising that no one would go hungry or unprotected. The city bent, but did not break. The newcomers found work. On the docks, in the gardens, in the workshops that hummed with new life. Children learned the songs of Westeros and taught their own in turn. The city's tongue became richer, its music more wild. There were fights. Always, in a city so large and free. But there were more marriages, more shared meals, more laughter than tears. As the last snows melted, Aegon's court turned its mind north once more. Jon Snow sent news. The wildlings had finished the Great Hall in the Gift, a place for trade and peace between the Wall and the North. The Watch, swelled with new recruits and wildling sons, had cleared the last haunted groves and patrolled as far as the old Fist of the First Men. The shadows are thinner, Jon wrote, but they are not gone. Rhaenys was restless. Let me ride north for the spring. The Wall still stands because we have not forgotten it. Arya and I will go. Let the children of the south see the snows, and the children of the north see what hope looks like. Aegon agreed. Arya was wild to go. I want to see if Jon's wolves have learned any new tricks. They left the city to cheers and banners, the streets alive with hope. Sansa packed gifts for the north, bolts of southern cloth, seeds for the coming summer, a new book of songs she'd written with the city's minstrels. Ilya and Doran watched from the walls as the two young women rode out, knowing that each journey north renewed the kingdom's unity as surely as any council decree. While Rhaenys and Arya traveled, the king turned his attention to a new school founded in the Dragon Pit, a place where healers, smiths, midwives, and scribes all taught and learned together. It was a place for wildlings and riverfolk, nobles and orphans, for the children of peace and the children of wart. Aegon attended the opening in person, giving a speech that became legend, speaking of learning as a shield, of knowledge as the fire that kept darkness at bay. His days were long, but never lonely. Sansa's son ran at his side, wild and laughing, and the king marveled at the ease with which the court's children, highborn, lowborn, foreign, became friends. Doran wrote in his careful hand, shaping alliances even as he let the next generation take the fore. Ilya, her hair now white as winter, moved slower but remained the soul of the court, her advice quiet and indispensable. Late one night, as the city slept, Aegon walked the ramparts alone. Below, the torches of the river shone on dark water, and the wind carried the scent of thawing earth, the promise of green. He remembered the old days, his father's fall, the sack, the flight across the narrow sea, and wondered at the world's capacity to change. He found Rhaenys' latest letter waiting in his chambers, sealed with red wax. We reached the wall at dawn. Jon sends his love, and the wildlings send gifts, a carved horn, a cloak of white wolf fur. Arya has vanished into the woods with a pack of children and 3 wolves, promising to teach them how to climb trees and run silent as ghosts. There is peace here. The children of the wildlings sing songs of the Dragon Queen and the Wolf Princess. We will return soon, bringing stories and hope. Your city is spoken of as far as the frost reaches. They say the south is no longer a dream, but a promise. Hold the peace, brother. Keep the light burning. Rhaenys. Aegon folded the letter, his heart full. He watched the night slip toward dawn, knowing that every day was a gift, every breath of peace earned by memory and labor and love. As spring burst at last across the land, the city's towers bloomed with banners and lanterns. The first refugees of Tyrosh and Mire became neighbors, friends die. The markets rang with 100 voices. The city's children ran wild in the squares, their games full of dragons, wolves, and wildlings. The king's peace held, living, breathing, and bright as the sun rising on a world remade. And so, with each turn of the seasons, the legacy of the dragon's brood deepened, not in the pages of history alone, but in every quiet moment when hope defeated fear, and the dawn came shining into every heart. Ka. The city awakened in the soft blush of spring, petals drifting like confetti over the market squares, the air alive with the promise of renewal. No longer did the dawn break in sullen silence. Instead, King's Landing woke to laughter and music from windows thrown wide, to the bells of the great sept ringing not as warning but as welcome. Along the riverbanks, fishermen mended their nets with stories and songs. Children darted after dogs through the blossoming lanes, and everywhere was the hush of contentment, as if the realm itself was holding its breath in glad surprise at how long peace had endured. Yet Aegon Targaryen, standing atop the eastern ramparts with the sunlight in his hair, understood that such peace was not a gift, but a labor. He watched as the first supply boats of the season nosed upriver, their hulls heavy with grain, oranges, and barrels of Dornish wine. He saw the city's banners streaming from the towers, the streets swept clean for the first great fair of the year, and he listened, always listened to the voices in the wind. His heart thrilled at the laughter of the commons, but his mind moved ceaselessly, turning over news from distant corners of the realm, weighing threats invisible to most. He walked the city at dawn, greeting the bakers in the Dragon Pit district, the carpenters repairing the storm-damaged quay, the gold cloaks drilling on the frost-silvered parade ground. Every face he passed lit with warmth. Many stopped to clasp his hand, to ask a blessing or share a worry. Aegon gave each a patient ear, the same promise. The city is strong because you are strong. You have made this peace, not I. Mamino. Later, in the Red Keep's sunlit council chamber, he met with his advisors. Elia sat swaddled in soft wool, her smile proud, her mind as quick as ever. Sansa Stark, stately and serene, shared letters from Winterfell, news of a new spring foal, of her son's latest mischief, of Jon Snow's continued vigilance on the wall. Doran Martell read out reports from Dorne and the Stepstones. Pirates foiled, crops healthy, trade with the free cities ever richer. John Connington described the Watch's latest drills, the city's swelling ranks of volunteers, and the integration of refugees from the Tyroshi Wars, now builders, weavers, and healers in every district. But the city's true heart was still Rhaenys. She returned from the north with Arya at her side, her cheeks pink with wind and travel, her voice loud with stories of wolves and wildlings. Children crowded round her in the yards, eager for tales of snow and adventure. She embraced her brother before the court, and laughed as Arya regaled Sansa with news of wildling children climbing the highest trees of the Godswood and chasing white wolves through melting drifts. That evening, as lanterns flickered across the city, Aegon hosted the first feast of spring. The great hall overflowed with food and laughter, new cheeses, fresh bread, rivers of honey wine. Lords from the Reach and the Vale, Dorne and the Riverlands mingled with ship captains, city notables, even the humblest of bakers and blacksmiths. The king moved from table to table, greeting all by name, pausing to settle a dispute here, to toast a new alliance there. Rhaenys danced with Arya and the orphans, while Sansa and Ilya presided over the high table, a court that felt more like a family than a fortress. When the feast was over, and the city drowsed in candlelight, Aegon walked the quiet halls with his mother. "It is a good thing to see so many smiling," he said. Ilya squeezed his arm. "You have given them more than peace, my son. You have given them pride. There will always be those who test you, those who cannot forget old griefs. But for every voice raised in anger, There are 100 raised in thanks. Let that carry you through whatever comes. Manner. He kissed her brow and wished her good night, pausing on the ramparts to look down at the sleeping city. It seemed, for a moment, that nothing could shake this tranquility. But even as the king exhaled, a messenger arrived at the postern gate, cloaked and muddy from a hard ride up the King's Road. He was a young man, barely 20, with the sharp accent of the eastern coasts. "Your Grace," he said, kneeling, "I come from the Blackwater towns. There are troubles in the woods, bands of men with gold and red on their cloaks, gathering in the old watchtowers. They call themselves the Sons of the Lion. They say the realm grows weak, that only fire and steel can keep us safe." Aegon listened gravely, questioning the messenger until every detail was laid bare. He sent John Connington at once with a cadre of the city's best watchmen, ordering mercy for those who would yield and justice for those who clung to violence. He spent the rest of the night in the council chamber, listening as Doran and Sansa advised caution, as Elia counseled patience, and as Rhaenys argued for strength. "Let them see that we are not afraid," she urged. "Let them see that peace is not weakness." Aegon agreed. "We will answer with truth, not terror. Send word to every lord whose lands border the King's Road. Remind them of the compact, of the peace that feeds every belly, fills every hall. Let them choose their allegiance openly, and the city will reward loyalty, as it has always done." 9. The king's decrees reached every town and keep by week's end. Some of the lords hesitated, fearful of old Lannister debts, but most stood with the city. Connington's watch surrounded the Sons of the Lion in their ruined tower, and Rhaenys herself rode out with Arya, not with swords drawn, but with a banner of parley and an offer of pardon. After 2 tense days, the rebels surrendered, their leaders brought before the Council of Commons, tried openly, and exiled north to work on the wall's new roads. The rest melted into the countryside, their anger lost in the laughter of the city. The people murmured approval. Old wounds reopened, but were tended with care. The king spoke to the commons after the trial, his words ringing through the squares. "This peace is yours. Defend it with mercy and with courage, and let no one tell you it is weakness to love your neighbor." Summer came early that year. The city's gardens burst into flower, and the king's school in the dragon pit became the heart of a new festival. Poets and jugglers, healers and smiths, children of every house learning together beneath banners of dragon, wolf, and sun. Aegon spent his afternoons listening to debates between orphaned boys and girls, from Myre and Dorne, watching as Rhaenys judged races and Arya trained a new generation in the ways of silent feet and quick wits. As the days grew long and warm, new faces appeared at court. Envoys from Old Town and Pentos, wildling traders from the Gift, a handful of hopeful exiles from the Stepstones and the Free Cities, each drawn by the promise of a realm where justice was not a mask for power. Sansa began planning a new hospital wing for women and children. Elia met with the city's oldest matriarchs, learning their secrets for healing and keeping the peace. Doran, though slower now, remained the spider at the heart of the city's web, writing and guiding with a steady hand. Jon Snow's letters arrived with the dawn, always brief, but steady as a heartbeat. The Watch held the wall, the wildlings prospered. The shadows remained only in stories told around northern fires. Rhaenys sent back news of her travels, bazaars in the Reach, new villages in the Riverlands, a chorus of children in the north singing songs of the dawn. On Midsummer's Eve, the city celebrated with a feast to rival the best of any king's reign. There was a tournament of archers, and Arya bested every knight who challenged her, laughing and bruised, cheered by the commons and lords alike. Rhaenys told stories until the sun went down, and Sansa sang as the moon rose, her voice carrying over the river. The city's old men wept in joy, the children chased fireflies until dawn. That night, Aegon walked the quiet streets, Rhaenys at his side. They watched the city sleep, the lanterns flicker, and the shadows recede before the light of their peace. "Does it ever seem fragile to you?" Rhaenys asked, her voice soft in the stillness. "Always," he admitted. "But perhaps that is what makes it precious. We have learned to tend it as we would a garden, to guard it without violence, to answer anger with care. If we do this, always, every day. Then it will last as long as any crown. Denderstone. She squeezed his hand, and together they watched the sky pale toward dawn. In the months that followed, the king's peace only deepened. The new arrivals from the free cities became as loyal as any. The commons flourished, and the lords learned that to be heard at court was to be part of a family as well as a kingdom. When the first leaves turned gold, Aegon summoned his people to the square beneath the Red Keep, and spoke of the years that had passed, of the storms survived, of the promise that would bind them through whatever winters lay ahead. And the city answered, not with banners or swords, but with song and memory, with a love that endured, stubborn as the roots of the old gods, shining as the dawn that always followed the longest night. Eindal, Eshadros, Keen. The moon waxed and waned over King's Landing, bathing the city in silver as summer slipped gently toward autumn. Lanterns shimmered along the river, and nights were filled with the quiet hum of contentment. Music rising from open tavern doors, the clatter of dice and laughter, the soft footsteps of lovers wandering beneath the old stone arches. Yet with the first hints of coolness in the breeze, a subtle restlessness returned, a sense that all the peace and plenty the realm now enjoyed must inevitably be tested again. Aegon Targaryen felt the shifting season as a tightening in his chest. He stood each evening on the ramparts, eyes tracing the distant flicker of campfires along the King's Road, the lanterns of fishermen drifting toward the sea. Each day brought fresh letters, news of a brisk trade with Pentos, of bountiful harvests from the Reach and the Riverlands, of safe roads and bustling towns. Yet there were subtler notes, a dispute between lords in the Stormlands, a strange illness in the western hills, rumors of unrest among the older guilds in the city's heart. At council, Elia, wrapped in a mantle of deep martel gold, listened keenly to each report. Stability does not mean silence, she reminded the lords. It is well for men to grumble, and better that they do so openly. Sansa added, the people trust what they can see. As long as the city's children are fed and the courts are fair, they will forgive 1,000 petty quarrels. Doran, ever the watchful spider, sent measured replies to every distant grievance, soothing tempers before they could boil over. Rhaenys had become a whirlwind in the city's veins. She presided over the Council of Commons with Arya, adjudicating disputes with a combination of blunt honesty and infectious laughter. When 3 stonemasons brawled over the new bridge at the river gate, Rhaenys settled the matter with a wager. The best arch built in 3 days would win a cask of honey wine in her own praise before the court. When a baker's apprentice was accused of theft, Arya arranged a race between the city's orphaned children. The winner would be apprenticed to the baker, the runner-up to the dyer's guild. The council ended with a feast, and the laughter of the commons echoed from the city's walls. It was in those moments, when the lines between court and street blurred, when justice was meted out not by decree, but by wit and kindness, that Aegon most clearly saw what his reign had wrought. Yet he never lost sight of the dangers that lingered at the realm's edge. The king made regular journeys beyond the city walls. Sometimes he traveled alone and incognito, other times with Rhaenys, Arya, or Sansa. He listened to shepherds in the foothills, to mothers tending roadside shrines, to old hedge knights in smoky taverns. He asked about bandits and taxes, about old wounds and new friendships, about the memories of war that never entirely faded. Always he heard both pride and fear, the first for what the peace had brought, the second for what might one day disturb it. One morning, as the city awoke to the scent of new apples and baking bread, a rider came from the north. The man was wrapped in furs, his cheeks ruddy from wind, and his banner bore both the direwolf and the black and gold of the Night's Watch. He brought a letter from Jon Snow. Your Grace, the snows will come late this year, the wildlings say, but they will come all the same. The watch stands ready, and the north is strong. Our new hall and the gift is finished, and the wildlings teach our children their songs. We have seen strange lights on the far side of the wall, nothing more. The shadows are thin now, and hope is thick as summer grass. Arya, your laughter is still remembered here. Rhaenys, your stories are sung around every fire. The wall endures. The peace you have wrought echoes here, as real as the dawn. Jon. Aegon read the letter aloud in council. The lords nodded gravely, but the commons, when they heard, cheered and passed cups in honor of the wall and the king's northern kin. That night, lanterns flickered from every window, and a new song was heard in the markets, a ballad of peace, of wolves and dragons, and the promise of a world remade. Yet, even in such happiness, shadows lengthened. At the edge of the stepstones, pirates massed under a new banner, a broken crown on a field of blood. Rhaenys, restless, pressed Aegon for leave to ride south with Arya and a company of the watch. "Let the pirates see the face of justice," she said. "Let them know the king's peace travels as far as the last star in the sky." Aegon agreed, trusting his sister's courage as much as his own judgment. Their voyage was swift and quiet. In the towns of the coast, Rhaenys and Arya met with ship captains, offered pardons for old crimes, and listened to the worries of fishers and farmers who remembered the days when the stepstones ran with blood. In one night, Arya and a dozen watchmen raided a pirate den, freeing children taken from as far as the Reach. Rhaenys spoke to the prisoners in every tongue she knew, promising them a home if they would take it, justice if they would not. When the company returned, the city rang with joy. The rescued children joined the king's own wards, and the pirates, those who survived, were exiled to work on the roads and granaries, laboring under the watchful eyes of the gold cloaks. The king praised Rhaenys and Arya before the whole court, and Sansa composed a song for the orphans, sung first by the children, and then by every man and woman in the city. The days turned brisk and clear. Aegon spent more time in the schools and the hospital, watching the city's children learn to read and cipher, the wounded learn to walk again. He spoke to wildling traders in the new market, to refugees from Tyrosh who now wore the king's badge with pride, to city elders whose memories ran back to the last bitter war. He heard again and again the same refrain: gratitude and fear for what peace might cost, should it ever be lost. In the council chamber, Doran Martell grew frailer, his letters now written with a trembling hand. He called Aegon to his side one evening, the firelight flickering over their faces. "Peace is like music, my king," he whispered. "Every note must be struck anew, every harmony tended. When I am gone, let your sister's song carry on. Let justice be your shield, and love your guide." Dead in horse. Aegon wept when Doran died in his sleep that winter, and the city mourned with him. A festival was held in Doran's honor, not with banners or swords, but with stories, each citizen invited to share a memory, a lesson, a hope. The king himself led the procession to the river, where lanterns were set adrift in the old man's memory. As they floated into the dark, Rhaenys sang a Dornish hymn, and Arya recited a line of northern poetry, their voices rising together in the night. The first snows came early that year, dusting the city in white, muffling the noise and drawing people closer to the warmth of their hearths. The city's hospitals and granaries held fast. No one went hungry. The Council of Commons met twice each week, taking up petitions and sending aid where needed. Rhaenys rode the walls at dusk, Arya a silent shadow at her side, both vigilant and gentle in their care for the city. Jon Snow sent word that the walls stood firm, and that the wildlings now guarded the passes as fiercely as any black brother. Sansa's letters from the north spoke of long nights and bright mornings, of children born and old wounds healed. On the longest night, as the city lit candles against the cold, Aegon stood before his people and spoke of the road that had brought them here, of dragons and wolves, of battles fought and wounds endured, of the stubborn hope that had transformed a kingdom. He spoke of Doran, of Rhaenys and Arya, of Sansa and Elia, of Jon Snow and the wildling children singing in the snows beyond the wall. He spoke of peace not as a victory, but as a promise, daily renewed. After the speech, the city feasted. Bonfires burned on every hill. The children raced through the torchlit streets, singing songs of the dawn. In the Red Keep, the council gathered for a quiet meal. No crowns, no banners, just friends and family, sharing bread and memory. As the year turned, and the world waited again for the thaw, the dragon's brood watched over their city. The peace they had built endured. Not perfect, never finished, but alive and fierce and stubborn as the people who guarded it. And so the city dreamed, unbroken, waiting for whatever dawn would come, trusting that together they could meet it and make it theirs. No. The year's turn brought deep snows to the hills beyond King's Landing, where the world gleamed under a heavy white silence, and the river's currents ran slow and glassy beneath sheets of ice. In the city, the cold pressed close. But there was no fear. Hearths blazed in every home. New hospitals and kitchens kept even the poorest fed. Smoke rose in steady columns from 1,000 chimneys, blending with the morning fog that curled between the spires and domes of the Red Keep. Aegon Targaryen, now nearing 30, wore his responsibilities with the calm of experience and the humility that came only from living through both horror and hope. Each morning he rose before dawn to walk the ramparts, the cold biting at his cheeks as he watched the city slowly waken. Lamplighters finishing their rounds, bakers carrying trays of steaming bread to market, children trailing behind them for a crust or a smile. These quiet hours were his own, a time for reflection and resolve. Sometimes he found Rhaenys already waiting on the highest tower, her dark hair blown wild, her cloak flecked with snow. "You never sleep," she teased, offering him a sweet bun from a paper bag she'd charmed off a baker's boy. "You will wear yourself thin with all this brooding." He smiled. Peace is not the work of dreamers, it's the work of those who stay awake. But he let himself laugh, the sound startling ravens into flight. The council still met twice a week, now in the warmth of the solar, thick carpets muffling the floor and every window steamed against the frost. Ilya's hair was white as snow, but her spirit was undimmed. She advised with gentle hands and a wit that left young lords flushed and older ones thoughtful. Sansa, still the light of the nursery, was joined now by her daughter Lyanna, a clever girl with her father's eyes and her mother's patient heart. Doran Martell's absence was felt in every silence, his passing still mourned, but his legacy survived in the unity he'd helped forge. Arya, grown tall and lean, had become a legend in the city, her stories passed from street to street. She spent her days with the city's children, teaching them to climb, to hide, to see what others missed, and her nights training new watchmen in the art of moving unseen and unafraid. The gold cloaks, once a source of dread, now vied for the chance to work under her instruction. The city's peace held firm, yet the world beyond remained in motion. Letters came from the Reach. Lady Margaery's gardens had produced a surplus, and she sent fresh fruit, flowers, and seeds to every corner of the realm. The Westerlands, slow to recover from old wounds, had found new prosperity in the mines, their gold filling the royal coffers alongside the trade from Braavos and the Stepstones. In Dorne, Quentyn Martell had assumed his uncle's seat, ruling with the same cautious wisdom, writing often to Ilya and Rhaenys, his counsel enriched by healers and scholars from King's Landing. But not all was tranquil. Across the narrow sea, the Golden Company had splintered, with a faction of hard men gathering in lists and plotting new ventures. Pirates, once tamed, began to stir again as war flared between Myre and Tyrosh. Rumors drifted of a sellsword queen seeking to claim the old Targaryen cause, and more than one merchant ship was found burned and abandoned on the Stepstones. Its crew vanished into the night. Aegon gathered his advisors late one evening, their faces lit by the glow of a single great hearth. "We are not the only ones who have grown strong from peace," he said. "Others see opportunity where we have made safety. We must not turn inward, thinking only of ourselves." Ilya's eyes flashed. "Let the world come to us, and let them find justice and mercy. No sword is so sharp as hope." Sansa nodded, her voice steady. "If the pirates threaten our trade, we must answer, not with war, but with friendship. Invite the Lyseni and Taroshi to our table. Make them see what peace can bring." Rhaenys volunteered to sail south again, this time with a delegation that included Arya and a dozen watch captains. Their mission was both diplomatic and symbolic, to show the banner of the dragon's brood, and to remind the world that Westeros was not a realm apart, but a leader in unity. As Rhaenys and Arya set sail, Aegon turned his attention to the city's restless hearts. He called another festival in the square before the Red Keep, a celebration not of kings or lords, but of every trade and craft that had made peace possible. Artisans and bakers, carpenters and singers, healers and stevedores all gathered, displaying their work, sharing their songs, and giving thanks. The city rang with laughter, and the king himself ate bread at every stall, listened to every complaint, and handed prizes to the youngest and oldest workers alike. One night, beneath the colored lanterns and the scent of spiced cider, Aegon stood atop the old city wall and watched his people dance. Rhaenys had written from lies, her first report full of cautious hope. The pirates had listened, the sellsword captains hung back, and the free cities seemed eager, at last, to barter in grain and wine rather than steel. Arya had led a midnight raid against a notorious slaver den, freeing 24 children, and the story was already spreading through every port. The king took heart, but he did not forget the world's old dangers. He visited the city's new schools, urging every child, whether orphan, refugee, or lord's heir, to learn the history of war, the cost of vengeance, and the necessity of kindness. He spent time in the hospital, where the sick and the dying whispered blessings and sometimes warnings. He wrote letters to Jon Snow at the Wall, who replied with news of wildling traders, peace among the Black Brothers, and the deep, ancient quiet of the haunted forest. One cold dawn, as the thaw began, and the first snow melt rushed through the gutters, trouble flickered at the city's edge. A fire broke out in the tanner's quarter, sudden, fierce, fanned by a suspicious wind. Arya, back from her voyage, was first to see the smoke. She sounded the bells and organized the watch, saving 3 streets from ruin. An investigation revealed the fire was set by men loyal to the old Sons of the Lion, embittered exiles hoping to spark chaos. They were captured by Arya herself and brought before the Council of Commons. This time, justice was swift but careful. The men sentenced to rebuild what they had burned, watched over by the very people whose homes they had threatened. In the aftermath, Rhaenys and Arya led a procession through the city, not of victory, but of forgiveness. Each citizen placed a lantern on the river, a promise that the past would not be forgotten, but neither would it rule the future. The city's unity only deepened. The commons, seeing their grievances heard and their dangers faced together, grew bolder in their love for king and council. The lords of the realm, watching how the people and the crown moved as one, sent their own sons and daughters to serve in the city, to learn the arts of governance and justice, to be shaped not only as rulers but as servants of peace. Jon Snow sent word from the Wall that spring was stirring, that the wildlings had begun to plant fields in the gift, that the Watch had become a brotherhood and a sisterhood in truth. The darkness is not gone, he wrote, but it flees from hope, and hope is your doing, Aegon. When the first crocuses bloomed through the city's snow, Aegon hosted a banquet for all, lords and commons, traders and refugees, old rebels and new friends. Sansa's daughter recited poetry, Arya led a dance, Rhaenys played a lute as children sang. Elia sat in the place of honor, a living symbol of what had been survived and what had been won. As the night deepened, Aegon stood before the crowd, voice quiet but sure. Peace is not a throne, he said, but a table we share. It is not the end of struggle, but the gift that struggle can bring. So long as we remember why it matters, so long as we lift each other up, this city and this realm will endure. Elian. And so the dragon's brood watched the city sleep, its dreams warm and bright beneath the turning stars. In every home, hope lingered like the scent of bread at dawn, and the peace they had made, imperfect, unfinished, but unbroken, spread out across the land, a quiet song waiting for its next verse, a promise that the light would rise again no matter what darkness gathered at the world's edge. K. Spring's promise ran in the blood of every citizen, quickening their steps and brightening their laughter as the city roused itself from the hush of winter. King's Landing sparkled beneath a crisp, blue sky. Young green pushed through the cracks in the city stones. The air was scented with new leaves and the last lingering smoke of evening fires. It was a time for beginnings, marriages, apprenticeships, feasts, And in every lane, it seemed, children chased each other, dreaming of dragons and wolves, heroes and peace. Aegon Targaryen awoke each morning to the songs of birds in the orchard beneath his windows. He cherished these quiet hours before court. The hush in the halls, the rhythmic sweep of brooms on old flagstones, the tap of water pitchers on marble. Often, he wandered the lower yards, pausing to watch the bakers as they shaped loaves for the first market, or to nod at the guards changing shift atop the sunbright battlements. He made a habit of sharing breakfast with the apprentices in the kitchens, listening to their gossip and ambitions, reminding himself that the city's greatest strength was its people's ordinary hope. When council met, it did so in the airy solar Elia favored now. She sat in her cushioned chair by the window, her silver hair plaited thick and heavy, her eyes bright with satisfaction at the fruits of her labors. Dorne's absence was an ache, but his wisdom lingered in the council's habits. Sansa, poised as a queen, presided over the court's nursery and was never without a bundle of letters, one from her son's wild northern tutor, another from Jon Snow at the Wall, yet another from Lady Margaery in the Reach. Arya and Rhaenys arrived side by side, both fresh from some escapade among the city's children, or the Gold Cloak's morning drills. Their laughter made the courtiers smile, and the servants pause to listen. This was the city's new rhythm, council and court and market and school. Justice, when it was needed, was quick and public, often inventive, disputes resolved by games or races, grievances heard in the open square before the commons. Sansa mediated between bakers and butchers over a flour shipment. Rhaenys ruled that a painter's mural on the city wall could stay, provided she teach 2 orphans to draw. Arya, idolized by the children, settled an argument between rival ball teams by playing on both sides, and declaring everyone victorious for trying their hardest. The city's growth was visible everywhere. A new bridge arched across the river, its keystone carved with the sigils of every house who'd sent builders or gold. The hospital bustled with healers from Dorne and Old Town. The school in the Dragon Pit sent forth its first class of scholars and scribes, and merchants from as far as Bravos and Lys haggled in the new riverside market, speaking 6 languages. Children born during the long winter learned to walk in a city at peace. Fierce, clever, unruly, loved. Yet the world beyond the walls remained unpredictable. Ships from the Stepstones brought news that the pirates, for now, had splintered, some gone to serve in the wars of Mire and Lys, others seeking pardon and honest work in Westeros. From the Westerlands, reports of a new gold seam brought prosperity, but also pride. Old grudges simmered as some lords angled for more influence at court. More troubling, a caravan of refugees from Tyrosh arrived at the gates, men and women hollow-eyed from hunger and flight. They bore tales of another sellsword queen rising in the east, her banners black and gold, her promises of vengeance whispered in every port. Aegon welcomed them with bread and salt, saw to it that homes and work were found for all, and sent word to every lord, "No one who seeks refuge in this city will go wanting." Rhaenys and Arya took charge of the new arrivals. They organized games for the children, classes for the adults, and a fair in the river square where Taroshi minstrels played alongside Dornish singers, and the air rang with laughter in 100 accents. Arya's Council of Commons took up their cause, debating how best to share resources, which trades needed new hands, what festivals could welcome the newcomers. Each decision was made in the open, celebrated or grumbled over as all things are in a living city. Aegon remained watchful. He met with the captains of the Gold Cloaks and the city's new watch, reinforcing that justice must be even-handed, that disputes between old and new would be settled with fairness, not force. He called another gathering of the realm's lords and mayors, urging them to look not backward to old wounds, but forward to the city's example. It was at such a council, beneath the open sky, in a field bright with banners, that Sansa read a letter from Jon Snow. It spoke of a spring that had come late and cold to the wall, but brought new hope. The wildlings had planted their first crops. The Watch had seen no sign of shadow in the haunted forest, and every child in the gift now learned to read the runes of both north and south. "The wall holds," Jon wrote, "and peace blooms even where the snow is deepest. I send my love, and my promise that the dawn is truly ours." The council cheered, and Rhaenys rose to speak. "If we remember why we struggled, if we honor the lost, lift the weak, welcome the stranger, then the peace we have made will outlast any storm. Let us give the world a reason to hope." So the city carried on. Festivals in the squares, lanterns bobbing on the river, plays staged in every ward, and the old stories of dragons and wolves, of fire and winter, told with new endings, where hope triumphed, and the world was remade not by conquest, but by care. But no peace is untouched by trouble. Late that summer, a string of fires swept the outer markets. At first, folk blamed accidents, an overturned lamp, a baker's spilled oil. But Arya, restless and sharp-eyed, soon uncovered the truth. A handful of old rebels, sons of the Lion, had crept back to the city, hoping to spark panic and division. Rhaenys confronted them in the ruins of a burned shop, offering pardon for surrender, justice for violence. Most yielded, a few fought. The city's watch, now trained by Arya and chosen from every quarter, contained the threat without bloodshed, and the prisoners were brought before the Council of Commons. Justice was public, the sentences fair, exile for the ringleaders, rebuilding and restitution for the rest. The ordeal only tightened the city's bonds. Merchants replaced what had been lost, bakers gave bread to the watch, and the festival of Lantern Night that followed was brighter than ever. 1,000 lights drifting down the river, each one a promise that, though the city had been tested, it would not break. In the months that followed, Rhaenys and Arya led an embassy south to treat with the lords of the Stormlands and the princes of Dorne, negotiating new trade in salt and saffron, forging bonds that would outlast a single reign. Sansa and Elia continued their work in the schools and hospitals, Lyanna Stark at their heels, clever as her namesake. The city's new children, Tyroshi, Westerlander, Dornish, Wildling, became inseparable, growing up with no memory of old hatreds. Aegon, as ever, walked the city at twilight. He watched as the lights came on in the windows, as laughter and song drifted up to the ramparts, as the city's many voices wove together into a single living music. He thought of Jon at the wall, of the Wildlings' fields, of Rhaenys' tireless compassion and Arya's silent strength, of Sansa's quiet wisdom and Elia's patient hope. On the eve of autumn, the king stood before his people in the great square and spoke simply, his voice carrying through the gathering dusk. "Peace is a garden. It must be weeded and watered, watched and loved, or it will wither. Let us tend it together, not as lords and commons, but as one city, one realm, one hope." As darkness fell, the city's lights burned bright. The dragon's brood, king and sister, wolf and healer, friend and stranger, held their vigil above a city remade, and the world turned onward beneath the banners of hope, carried on the breath of a peace that had become at last the people's own. The first golden leaves of autumn shivered in the cool morning breeze, as King's Landing rose to greet another day. The city had never looked more alive, its narrow lanes a tapestry of color, red and gold banners, pennants from Dorne, the Reach, the Riverlands, the North, and the Free Cities, all waving above bustling markets. Along the river, fishermen called greetings to their wives as they unloaded the day's catch. Bakers' boys darted through the streets with baskets of warm bread, and the bells of the great sept rang with the promise of harvest feasts to come. Aegon Targaryen stood in the upper gardens with Sansa and Elia, watching the city in the long light. His face bore the lines of care and responsibility, but his eyes were bright, and a gentleness lived in the way he spoke to the women beside him. Elia, her hair silver and pinned with rubies, looked out across the rooftops and smiled, the city's laughter echoing faintly up from the squares below. Sansa held a letter from Winterfell, her son's neat handwriting describing a morning ride in new snow, the wolves running at his side. "It's a good letter," Aegon said, reading it over her shoulder. "A world where wolves and men share the fields. Jon would be proud." Sansa smiled. "He is proud. He writes of you often, of your patience, your justice. The North remembers, and the North is grateful." Ray. Elias squeezed her hand. We are all grateful, my dear. The world we have made is not perfect, but it is full of hope. That is no small thing. In the city below, Rhaenys and Arya walked together, cloaks fluttering in the cool air. They stopped to listen to a group of Taroshi children singing with the city's orphans, a strange, joyful harmony of two tongues. Arya joined in, her voice strong and wild. Rhaenys laughed, scooping up a little girl and spinning her in the sunlight. The crowd cheered, and a baker's wife pressed a loaf of sweet bread into Rhaenys' hands. They made their way through the markets, pausing to speak with craftsmen and merchants, listening as an old man from the Stormlands told of a bumper crop of apples, and a woman from the Westerlands asked after her son, apprenticed in the city's new forges. Arya promised to look in on the boy herself, and Rhaenys arranged for the apples to be sent to the hospital, where the sick would taste the sweetness of autumn. In the Red Keep's council chamber, the lords and ladies gathered. John Cunnington, hair more silver than gold now, reported on the Watch's latest drills and the safety of the city's gates. The commons, he said, had grown confident. Petty crime was at its lowest in a generation, and the people no longer feared the gold cloaks, but respected them. Doran Martell's old seat was filled by his nephew Quentin, who read reports from Dorne, the sandships bringing trade up the river, the scholars at Sunspear preparing to send more healers north for the winter. The Reach sent thanks for the city's new school, and the Riverland sent a carved chest filled with trout and wildflowers. Only the Westerlands seemed restless, their gold flowing into new buildings and ships, but their words at council, cautious, watchful, waiting. Aegon listened to each report with care, his questions always gentle, his judgments wise. Let every lord and every guild know, the city's peace is their own. If they wish to prosper, they must share in its keeping. Nay. When word came of unrest in the Stepstones, a pirate crew attacking traders bound for Gulltown, Rhaenys offered to go at once. Arya agreed, eager for adventure. We'll go quietly, Rhaenys promised, with golden pardon for those who wish to turn honest, and swift justice for those who refuse. Aegon gave his blessing. Remind them that mercy is not weakness, and that the peace of the city is carried on every wind. The voyage was swift and uneventful. Rhaenys and Arya found the pirate den half abandoned, its leaders gone to mire or hiding in the hills. But the common sailors were hungry and weary of running. Rhaenys offered bread and coin, Arya offered work in the city's shipyards, and most accepted. The worst of the crew were turned over to Gulltown for trial, but even they were shown justice, not vengeance. When the two returned, the city celebrated with a festival of lanterns. Every child made a lantern from colored glass or oiled parchment, and at dusk the river shone with 1,000 lights. Aegon walked among his people, accepting a lantern from a little girl with hair as red as flame, who whispered, "Thank you, my king, for keeping us safe." He smiled, his heart full, and set the lantern on the water with a silent prayer for all the city had survived. But the world's tests were not ended. A hard winter was rumored in the north, and Sansa worried for her family. Refugees from the wars in the free cities continued to arrive, some with tales of cruelty and hunger, others seeking only a place to belong. In the city's Commons Council, voices were raised over the strain on stores, the crowding of the markets, the challenge of finding homes for all. Arya and Rhaenys visited the new arrivals daily, listening to their worries and hopes, helping to settle disputes and build trust. Arya mediated arguments over bread and blankets. Rhaenys arranged apprenticeships and new schools. The city bent, but did not break. Its peace was forged in the daily work of care, never perfect, always striving, always new. Aegon called a meeting of the lords, the guilds, and the council of commons. He spoke with quiet force. The strength of a city is not in its walls, but in its people. We have welcomed those in need, and in doing so, we have become more than we were. Let us share our burdens and our blessings, and the city will remain unbroken. The words were heard, and the city rallied. Merchants gave from their stores, healers worked long hours. The Watch protected every home, old and new. When snow finally dusted the city, the orphans from the east played alongside the children of the Westerlands, all differences forgotten in the joy of the season. One night, as frost glittered on every rooftop, Aegon sat in the nursery with Sansa and Elia, listening as Lyanna Stark read aloud from a book of old songs. Arya played chess with Jon Connington by the fire. Rhaenys braided a little girl's hair while reciting the tales of Dorne. The city outside was quiet, the markets at peace, the world waiting for dawn. A letter arrived from the wall. Jon Snow wrote that the snows were deep but the watch was strong, the wildlings busy, the fires warm. The darkness flees from the light, he wrote, and the hope you have sown here is remembered, even where winter never ends. Spring returned with slow, steady warmth. The city's trees bloomed, the markets filled with color, and a new crop of children was born to laughter and song. Rhaenys and Arya led a procession through the city, welcoming the year's first day, the banners of every house streaming above them. Aegon watched from the ramparts as the city woke to a new season. He thought of his father, of the wars that had almost ended the world, of the darkness that had threatened to swallow hope. He thought of the lives that had been saved, the wounds that had been healed, the promise that the peace of the dragon's brood would not be forgotten. He turned to Sansa and Elia, to Rhaenys and Arya, to the children running through the gardens, and he smiled, a king content, a city unbroken, a future bright with hope. So the year turned, and the peace endured, woven now into every street, every song, every heart in King's Landing. The city stood, bright and strong, a beacon to the world, a promise kept, a dawn that would never fade. The city awoke beneath a silver dawn, the first rays of sun catching on the dew that beaded every rooftop and leaf. Smoke curled from 1,000 chimneys as King's Landing braced for the first cool bite of autumn's true arrival. The bells of the great sept tolled, clear and steady, and the streets filled with a gentle bustle. Traders arranging apples and walnuts on their stalls, smiths stoking fires, apprentices sweeping leaves from steps and doorways. In the air, there was a sense of preparation, a hint of the unknown, as if the city itself remembered how fragile and precious each moment of peace could be. Aegon Targaryen, king in name and in the hearts of the people, rose early to greet the day. He broke his fast in the kitchens with the bakers and their children, then slipped through the city's winding lanes in the company of only a single gold cloak and a borrowed cloak of gray. He listened to rumors in the markets, paused to share a joke with the dyers by the riverside, and even helped a fishmonger's boy lift his basket to a crowded table, earning a shy smile and a whispered "Thank you, my lord." By the time the city's bells signaled the opening of council, Aegon was already seated at Elia's side in the bright solar. Elia's hair was silver and her face lined with wisdom, but her eyes missed nothing as she took reports from every corner of the realm. Sansa, serene and steady, read a letter from her son in the north. News of deepening snow and a litter of wolf pups, of Jon Snow's continued health, and the wildlings' new village thriving near the wall. Quentyn Martell sent updates from Dorne. The orange harvest was late but plentiful, and a new company of scholars was preparing to winter in the city. Jon Connington, grizzled and sharp-eyed, reported on the watch's readiness. New volunteers from the city's commons, drills led by Arya herself, every gate and wall secure. The council heard word of unrest on the stepstones, where a small fleet of sail captains had begun to prey on merchant ships, bound for Old Town. Rhaenys and Arya, ever restless, volunteered at once to investigate. "The city's peace must travel with our ships," Rhaenys said, her tone light but her eyes fierce. "And it will be good to remind the pirates that Westeros remembers its friends and its foes." Aegon agreed, but sent a second company, veteran watchmen, a healer, and 2 trusted merchants, to accompany them, making clear that justice would be tempered with mercy, and that trade would be welcome so long as the king's law was respected. Arya grinned at the news, promising Sansa she'd return with stories, and if she was lucky, a new kind of pie for the kitchens. The city thrived in their absence. With the last of the harvest coming in, the market squares were crowded with baskets of late apples, pumpkins, pomegranates, and golden wheat. The hospitals bustled with healers from Dorne and the Reach, and a new school for scribes opened in the shadow of the Red Keep, its doors flung wide to orphan, and lord's daughter alike. Sansa and Elia made weekly rounds of the schools and kitchens, Lyanna Stark in tow, her laughter infectious, as she slipped sweets to the youngest pupils and asked questions of every teacher. Aegon walked the city each night, his steps familiar on the worn stones. He stopped to listen at open windows where mothers sang lullabies to restless children. He lingered in the Dragon Pit gardens, watching the city lights flicker as if each one were a promise. The peace was not effortless, he knew. It was 1,000 choices made every day, merchants trusting each other, guards showing restraint, strangers given bread and a bed rather than suspicion. The peace was as real and living as the city itself. The first trouble came in a whisper. A rumor of forged coins in the river market, then news of a brawl near the Gold Gate, old rivalries flaring between Taroshi newcomers and Westerlander apprentices. The Council of Commons convened, with Arya's deputy at its head, and resolved the matter not with arrests, but with a contest of skills, bread baking and woodcraft, wrestling and riddles. The winners feasted together at the city's expense, and the losers found themselves offered work or training instead of a cell. It was not always so simple. A fire broke out in the Spicer's Row, threatening to leap from shop to shop. Jon Cunnington led the watch himself. Arya's new recruits alongside the old hands. Neighbors formed bucket lines, and the flames were put out before dawn. The council rewarded the volunteers with a place at the king's next feast, and the Spicer whose shop had burned was given new tools, her apprentices loaned by the city's guilds until her trade was rebuilt. Rhaenys and Arya returned weeks later, windburned and triumphant. The pirates had surrendered their leaders for trial, and the ships were brought to port. The rest, given the choice between honest work and exile, mostly chose to stay, their skills turning to trade and fishing under watchful eyes. They brought with them new songs, strange fruits, and wild tales from the southern seas, tales the city's children begged to hear at every opportunity. The city's Festival of Lanterns marked their return. Every home, from the humblest hovel to the grandest townhouse, sent a lantern floating down the river, each one a wish for the winter to come. Rhaenys led the children in a dance through the squares, Arya racing them along the riverside. Aegon and Elia watched from the walls as the river became a constellation, hundreds of tiny stars drifting out to sea. As the air grew colder, new challenges arose. The city's population continued to swell as refugees from the free cities arrived, driven by wars and hunger. The council convened daily to address the growing strain on stores and housing. Sansa called on the great houses of the realm to sponsor new homes for families willing to settle beyond the city's walls, offering seed, tools and safe passage to the crownlands and beyond. Lords from the Reach and Riverlands responded with generosity, sending wagons of grain, herds of sheep, and letters promising further support. In the new scriptorium, Lyanna Stark learned her letters from a Taroshi scholar and shared her lunch with a boy whose father had been a pirate. The city's children learned to read in a dozen tongues, and the songs sung in the squares were a patchwork of every land and memory. The winter set in with little warning, sharp and sudden, but the city met it with ready stores and full hearts. Healers cared for the sick, bakers gave bread to the watch, and not a soul in King's Landing went hungry. In the darkest nights, the city shone with candles in every window, and laughter echoed from every ward. Jon Snow sent a raven at the year's end. The wildling's crops survived the frost. The watch is strong. Spring feels close, even in the long dark. The peace here is a fire that does not go out. The North remembers and hopes. When the sun returned, Aegon called a gathering in the great square, the people assembling beneath banners of dragon, wolf, and sun. Rhaenys stood with Arya and Sansa, Elia with Lyanna, and the city's elders, Jon Cunnington with the watch and the gold cloaks. The king spoke only briefly, his voice steady, his gaze on every face. Peace is made new each day. By the work of your hands, the hope in your hearts, the courage to forgive and begin again. As long as we remember this, the city will endure. We will endure together. So the city woke and slept, through storm and sunlight, carrying the memory of hardship and the gift of hope. The dragon's brood watched from the heights as lanterns drifted down the river, and King's Landing stood, unbowed and unbroken, a living answer to every darkness that had ever threatened its light. Rhaegar. A fine rain misted the city at sunrise, laying a veil of silver over the red roofs, the banners of dragon and sun and wolf, and the moss-draped towers of the Red Keep. The bells of the great sept sounded slow and resonant, and across King's Landing, windows swung open to the cool, sweet air. Another season's turn was upon them. Autumn's gold had faded. The city braced for winter's return. Yet it was a different sort of winter than the city had once feared. No longer a harbinger of hunger and dread, but a challenge that could be met, year after year, with ready stores and steady hearts. Aegon Targaryen woke with the city, slipping from his rooms in a plain gray cloak, boots still muddy from yesterday's walk along the outer wall. In the kitchens, he found the night's bread cooling on the stones, a gaggle of sleepy apprentices gossiping and tasting their work. He joined them for a crust and some sweet cider, asking after their families and listening to the small troubles that, taken together, wove the tapestry of a city's life. He made his rounds before dawn, pausing to speak with the lamplighters, to thank a group of watch recruits for clearing the market lanes after the rain, to visit the Dragon Pit School, and leave a basket of apples on the headmistress' desk. He was only halfway to the river when he spotted Arya, perched on a low wall, watching a gang of children toss stones at a hoop. She grinned when she saw him, motioned him to join the game, and for a while, the king and the wolf girl were only two more players, shouting and slipping in the wet leaves. The world shrunk down to laughter and simple joy. At council, Elia and Sansa presided, the solar bright with the glow of hearth and lamp. Quentin Martell brought word from the south. Dorne's olive groves had been spared the frost, and their ships would bring oil and fruit to the city before year's end. The Reach and Riverlands sent news of a new trade route along the Blackwater, bustling with wagons and rivercraft, even as the first snows dusted the fields beyond Maidenpool. But not all tidings were so easy. The influx of refugees from Tyrosh and Lys, while bringing new skills and songs, had begun to strain the city's resources. Old guilds protested the competition, and some of the city's elders grumbled about foreign tongues in the markets. Sansa reminded the council that the city's peace was built on welcome and inclusion, not walls. Rhaenys, arriving wind-blown and rosy from a morning with the healers, proposed that every guild open its doors to new apprentices, regardless of birth. Arya suggested a festival, half work, half play, where city and newcomer alike could show their crafts and talents, turning competition into celebration. Aegon approved both ideas. Let every newcomer find a home, and every old city name remember what it is to start anew, he said. Let us answer envy with opportunity, and suspicion with trust. The preparations for the festival swept through the city like wildfire. The city's masons set up a great tented hall by the river. Cooks and bakers gathered ingredients for the first shared feast of the season. Minstrels and storytellers, Westerosi and Tyroshi, Dornish and Braavosi, even a former pirate or two, competed for a place on the festival stage. Arya and Rhaenys led the children through the streets, teaching dances and games that needed no words. Sansa and Elia arranged for the city's healers and teachers to host open lessons, turning the square before the Red Keep into a temporary school and infirmary. When the festival opened, it seemed the city itself had blossomed anew. Bright tents lined the avenues. The air was thick with the scent of stewing meat and roasting chestnuts, sweet cakes and apples. People of every tongue and color mingled, laughing over riddles, trading recipes, showing off new tools and old tricks of their trades. In the tent of games, Arya presided over a contest of stealth and balance. Rhaenys crowned the best bakers, and Sansa recited a story of winter's coming and spring's return that had every child, and more than a few adults, spellbound. Aegon, moving through the crowds, was hailed by name, embraced by strangers, called brother by old men from the Riverlands, and father by a Tyroshi baker whose son had learned to read at the city's new school. He listened to songs in half a dozen languages, accepted gifts of sweetmeats and painted charms, and sat on the festival's high seat only when every commoner and guest had eaten. The festival did not end at sunset. Lanterns sprang up as dusk deepened, lighting every lane and courtyard, turning the city into a sea of stars. The king and his council moved from tent to tent, listening, laughing, hearing grievances and hopes. In a corner of the main square, Sansa's daughter Lyanna shared a poem in both the common tongue and Taroshi, and was rewarded with cheers and handfuls of coins. But peace is never perfect, never finished. On the last night of the festival, a fight broke out near the docks, a misunderstanding over a debt, a few quick fists, and then knives drawn. It was Arya herself who stepped between the brawlers, her blade at her hip, but her hands empty, her voice clear and commanding. She listened to both sides, shamed the worst offenders with their own words, and arranged for the debt to be worked off through service in the city's kitchens. No one was harmed, and the fight became another tale to be told on cold nights, of the wolf who could end a quarrel with a look. The city settled back into its rhythm, the bonds between old and new tighter than before. Rhaenys took to spending her days with the guilds and her nights among the city's sick and lonely, her presence a comfort and a promise. Jon Connington, though slower now, still led the watch with a firm hand, teaching patience and prudence as the truest shields of the realm. As winter's edge crept closer, the city's stores were counted and found full. Refugees worked the forges. Children from the free cities learned to skate on the frozen pools beside those born in Fleabottom and the Westerlands alike. No one went hungry. No one was left unclaimed. In the Red Keep, Aegon sat often by the fire with Aelia and Sansa. Arya curled on a rug with Lyanna and half a dozen other children, Rhaenys reading aloud from a book of tales. They spoke of the year's triumphs, the challenges yet to come, and of the city's legacy, a peace hard won and lovingly tended, as fragile and resilient as the first green shoots beneath the snow. One frosty morning, a raven arrived from the wall, Jon Snow's familiar hand, the ink bold and clear. The north is cold, but the fires burn. The watch grows stronger with each year. The wildlings are now our neighbors, our friends. Tell Arya her name is sung here. Tell Rhaenys her gifts have kept children warm through the worst storms. Tell Aegon the darkness lingers only in old tales. Here, and across the realm, hope is the new tradition. The wall endures. The world endures. Jon. Aegon read the letter aloud in the council. When he finished, he stood and addressed the city from the Red Keep's highest balcony, his voice carrying clear through the chill air. Let the world remember this day, not for conquest, but for care. Not for banners, but for bonds. The peace of this city is not the gift of a king or a council, but of every hand and every heart. So long as we work together, the dawn will never fail. No! The crowd below cheered, their breath rising like smoke, their joy defiant against the cold. And as the city settled for another winter, the dragon's brood kept their watch. On the walls, at the firesides, in the laughter of the children, and the steady courage of every home, King's Landing endured, bright and unbroken. A hearth against the long night, its peace the greatest song of all. Enchi, Shaman, Tadaniloro. The new winter came softly, a quieting hush settling over King's Landing, as snow fell in gentle flakes, swirling in the golden lantern light. Chimney smoked and laughter echoed off the stone as if the cold itself had learned to live in harmony with the city's warmth. The Red Keep's ramparts grew rimed with frost, banners of dragon and wolf heavy with dew, but the city below bustled, undaunted. Aegon Targaryen felt the peace of the season in his bones. He no longer walked alone on the walls, but with Lyanna Stark or Rhaenys, with a cluster of children in tow. He'd become less the distant king, and more a father to the city itself, his days measured in the small successes and kindnesses of those around him. In the dawn, he'd break bread in the kitchens. By noon, he'd pause to watch Sansa teaching her pupils in the old Godswood, the children's laughter rising over the hum of city life. Rhaenys and Arya remained the soul of the city's hope. Rhaenys kept a vigil among the sick and the elderly, visiting every ward and alley, her presence a promise that none would be forgotten. Arya, her hair now touched with silver at the temples, was everywhere at once, teaching the city's watch to move quietly, playing at swords with the smallest children, laughing in the markets, always listening, always learning. In the council solar, Aelia presided with gentle dignity. Sansa's daughter Lyanna had taken to sitting at her feet, learning the work of governance, while Quentyn Martell, wiser, grayer, But still the diplomat traded news with lords from the Reach, the Riverlands, and Dorne. Letters from the north arrived by Raven. Jon Snow wrote of clear nights and burning fires, wildling children skating on frozen rivers, the wall secure and the darkness driven back. Not all was effortless. The city's growth continued to strain resources, and the arrival of new refugees from Tyrosh and the Free City stirred old anxieties. The guilds grumbled at the numbers seeking apprenticeships, and some houses worried about food, though the granaries were full. Sansa and Elia responded with a campaign of patience and visibility. City kitchens thrown open to all new teachers and healers recruited from among the newcomers, and a promise that none who came to the city in hope would be turned away. In the darkest weeks, the Watch uncovered a ring of thieves, preying on newcomers and merchants alike. Rather than harsh punishment, Arya proposed a council of reconciliation. Each thief was brought before the city's commons, heard in public, and sentenced not to exile, but to labor repairing the winter-damaged bridges and teaching their trade to orphans. The result was not only fewer crimes, but a new pride among the city's poorest, who saw themselves as part of the city's peace, not its outcasts. Rhaenys championed a new custom that winter: the Feast of Lanterns. Every home, rich and poor, built a lantern and set it in the windows at nightfall. From the Red Keep to Flea Bottom, the city glowed like a field of stars, each light a promise to watch over neighbor and stranger alike. On the night of the first snowfall, Aegon and Rhaenys walked through the lanes with Lyanna and a band of children, singing old songs and blessing every house. The tradition spread, and soon the lantern-lit nights became the city's most beloved celebration, a living symbol of hope, unity, and shared vigilance against the cold and dark. The days lengthened imperceptibly, and as the city drifted through midwinter, news arrived from beyond its walls. The pirates of the Stepstones, once a perennial threat, had now turned almost entirely to trade, and a delegation of ship captains arrived to offer tribute and swear fealty. The city's new shipyards bustled. Wildling traders came south with furs and tales. The guilds of Old Town sent scholars and healers, eager to learn and to teach. Rhaenys and Arya led a series of open forums in the market squares, inviting every citizen to speak: farmers from the outskirts, wildlings in borrowed cloaks, Tyroshi bakers, Dornish healers, Westerlander masons. The issues were complex: competition for work, disputes over marriage and inheritance, the sharing of city resources. But the process itself, the act of speaking and being heard, diffused much of the old resentment. The city learned to argue without anger, to reach for compromise, to remember that peace was not the absence of trouble, but the constant labor of many hands. John Connington, though now a venerable man with a stoop, never missed a council. He reminded the young watch officers that vigilance and humility must go hand in hand. Peace is not a trophy to be won, he told them, but a fire that must be tended every night. The cold returns, but so do we. Through it all, Sansa was a steady presence, her wisdom subtle, her sense of justice gentle but unyielding. She organized a network of foster homes for orphans and newcomers, oversaw the training of new teachers, and quietly mended feuds before they became trouble. The children adored her. So did the lords who once would have dismissed her. The city's nursery was filled with children from every land, their laughter the truest proof of hope reborn. The year's turn brought the city's greatest feast yet. The Council of Commons, joined by every guild, staged a procession through the snow-dusted streets, lanterns high, voices raised in song. In the Red Keep's great hall, Sansa's daughter recited a poem of dawn and dusk, of longing and homecoming. Arya told a tale of wolves and children, lost and found. Rhaenys led a blessing for the sick and the wanderers. Elia spoke of the old days and the new, her eyes shining with pride. Aegon rose last. His words were simple. Peace is not perfect, nor is it ever finished. We have known darkness, but now we know how to share the light. So long as we hold fast, together, no winter, no night will break us. Next, Bran. The people answered not with cheers, but with quiet assent, a confidence that needed no boasting, only the slow heartbeat of a city alive and unafraid. As the snows began to melt and the days grew long again, the city's children invented a new game in the thawing lanes, chasing after one another with banners of dragon and wolf, chanting, "We remember. We remain." The old tales still found their place, of fire and ice, of dragons and wolves, but now they ended with the city's own story, a peace shaped not by the sword, but by 1,000 patient, stubborn acts of love. And so, through winter and into spring, King's Landing stood, enduring, forgiving, unbroken, a city that no longer looked over its shoulder, but forward to the next dawn, each new day a living proof that hope, once kindled, can outlast even the longest night. The last snows clung to the northern walls as King's Landing exhaled into another spring, the promise of green life shimmering on every branch and in every hopeful heart. The river, heavy with meltwater, glittered in the dawn, and the bells of the great sept called out across the rooftops, a song of renewal. Farmers led teams of oxen through muddy lanes toward the market, and children wove garlands of crocus and daffodil to sell at the city gates. In every ward, there was the bustle of repair and preparation, a sense of moving forward, of a city that had weathered 100 winters and now dared to hope for 100 more. Aegon Targaryen woke to sunlight slanting through the high windows of the Red Keep. He sat up and listened for a moment. There it was, the low music of a city stirring. Hammers on wood, distant laughter, the shouts of bakers plying their early wares. Lyanna Stark's clear voice drifted up from the yard as she rehearsed her lines for the coming festival, while Sansa coaxed order out of a tide of small folks' children, their bright tunics gleaming in the pale light. Rhaenys was already gone, off to walk the riverside with Arya and the city's new watch recruits. He took his breakfast not in the great hall, but in the Dragon Pit Gardens, beneath the shadow of the old broken dome. The beds had been planted with herbs by Dornish healers, the paths swept clean, and the first honeybees of the season hummed around the budding thyme. Ilya joined him, moving with the care of her age, but the pride of a queen who had seen every sorrow and survived. They spoke quietly of the day's business, guild elections, the arrival of a Taroshi delegation, plans for a new bridge across the river. The morning's council convened in the airy solar, sunlight flickering on the polished table. Quentin Martell reported news from the south. The old sandships were sailing again, carrying fruit and oil upriver, and the first scholars from Sunspear had arrived to teach medicine in the city's new school. Sansa delivered letters from the north. Jon Snow's news of a fruitful winter, wildlings and black brothers now planting fields together, a wall unbreached in the night tamed by fire and fellowship. John Connington, now walking with a cane, described the city's changing face. New houses rising where ruins once stood, guild halls bustling with apprentices from every land, the watch training young men and women from the Westerlands and beyond. He spoke of a string of minor thefts, swiftly dealt with by Arya's patrols, and praised the patience and fairness with which disputes were handled. "It's not that there is no trouble," he said, "but that each trouble finds a home in the law, not in the sword." Aegon nodded, pride warming him. Let it be known that justice is for all, and mercy the city's first custom. The day's work led them down to the river, where Rhaenys and Arya were settling a quarrel between boatmen and fishermen over rights to the best dock. Children from both families were already playing together, and after a few minutes of listening, Rhaenys devised a solution. Shared use, rotating by the week, with the catch and the coin divided. Arya grinned and proposed a boat race to seal the bargain, the losers owing the winners a feast at midsummer. The laughter that followed banished the last of the morning's chill. In the markets, the city's newcomers mingled with old residents. Tyroshi selling sweetmeats beside Dornish cobblers, wildling weavers offering blankets to reachmen come for trade. The Council of Commons, now the city's most beloved institution, met in the open square twice a week. Grievances were aired and settled, news exchanged, and plans laid for the spring festival, a day of song, dance, and shared bread, when every street would be swept clean and every table laden. As the day wore on, Sansa and Ilya visited the schools and hospitals, Lyanna trailing after, making faces at the youngest pupils, and exchanging secrets with the healers. Arya led a group of orphans through sword drills in the Godswood, while Rhaenys set up a table at the riverside to read stories to any child who would listen. Aegon himself walked among the city's masons and laborers, praising the new work, learning their names, lending a hand to move a stone or lift a beam. When trouble came, as it must, it was not with sword or fire, but with fear and doubt. In Flea Bottom, rumors spread of a shadowy figure stealing bread and frightening children after dark. The city held its breath, old memories of famine and fire stirring in the minds of the oldest residents. Arya took the matter into her own hands, working by night, talking with the market women, the bakers, the watch. She discovered a lost girl, newly orphaned and too frightened to ask for help. Rather than punishment, Arya brought her to Rhaenys, who found her a place in the city's kitchens and a new family among the orphans. This act became the talk of the city, a lesson retold in every home, that justice could be gentle, that no one was truly lost as long as someone cared to look. The festival drew near, and the city shone with banners and ribbons. Children rehearsed plays in the lanes, minstrels tuned their harps, and bakers prepared mountains of honey cakes. On the morning of the festival, Aegon led a procession from the Red Keep. Elia on his arm, Sansa and Lyanna beside them, Rhaenys and Arya at the head of a long line of children, orphans and lordlings, wildlings and cityborn, all carrying lanterns. The festival lasted from dawn until midnight. There were races and riddles, songs in every tongue, feasts shared on every stoop. Sansa's story of the long night and the coming of spring brought tears to even the oldest eyes. Rhaenys crowned the bravest child, Arya judged the races, and Lyanna recited a poem in 3 languages, her voice ringing clear over the crowd. At sunset, the lanterns were lit, and the city became a river of light flowing down to the docks. Every family sent a lantern onto the water, each one a hope, a memory, a promise. From the highest towers, the sight was like a sky full of stars come to rest upon the earth. Later that night, in the quiet that followed, Aegon walked the ramparts with Rhaenys and Arya, Lyanna skipping ahead. The city below shimmered with the glow of thousands of lanterns, laughter drifting up from the quays. "Will it last?" Rhaenys asked, voice soft with wonder. Aegon watched a lantern spin in a current, caught and released. "If we keep choosing it, if we teach the children what peace means." Arya, wiping a smudge from her cheek, smiled. "Then let's keep choosing." The city settled into spring, the peace of the dragon's brood written now in every act of kindness, every law, every story told at firelight. The Red Keep no longer loomed as a fortress, but stood open as the city's heart. The Watch patrolled not to inspire fear, but to offer help. The Council of Commons grew, drawing more from every walk of life. New guilds and trades blossomed, old enmities faded, and the banners of the realm, dragon and wolf, sun and trout, rose and stag, flew together above every gate. Letters came from the north, from the wall, from the distant isles. Each told of hardships endured, but also of hope learned from the city by the river, the city that remembered, the city that chose peace anew each day. As the sun rose, the city shone. An unbroken promise, a living answer to the long winter, the dawn that comes because hands held fast, because stories were shared, because the dragon's brood, at last, had made a home for all. With the coming of true spring, King's Landing felt almost enchanted, every garden plot erupting in green, every street humming with the energy of a city reborn. Violets crowded beneath the steps of the great sept, the riverbanks blazed with yellow flags and bluebells, and the market air was rich with strawberries, honey, and the tang of new-cut grass. For the first time in living memory, there was no hunger, no hint of unrest or fear. Instead, everywhere was the slow, deliberate building of a new world, walls mended, wells dug, old oaths forgiven in the day's clear light. Aegon Targaryen woke to the calls of swallows flitting through his open window. He lingered over breakfast, savoring the sweetbread Rhaenys had baked in the Red Keep's kitchens before dawn. The 2 siblings exchanged a smile as Lyanna Stark dashed in, cheeks flushed, clutching a sheet of verses she'd written for the city's spring recital. "Will you come?" she pleaded. "All the children will be there, even the Taroshi twins and the wildling boy from the healer's ward." Aegon promised he would, and Rhaenys winked, vowing to bake honeycakes for every child. Council that morning was more festival than fretful. Sansa and Elia shared reports from the city's kitchens. No beggars unaccounted for, every street and ward providing for its own. Quentyn Martell read a letter from Dorne. The sand ships had returned, their holds crammed with lemons and silk, and a new library had opened in Sunspear to house scrolls shared with King's Landing's growing scriptorium. Scribes from Old Town sent word that the city's method of public justice had begun to spread, with councils of commons springing up in the towns and keeps of the Reach. John Connington, smiling beneath his close-cropped beard, gave news of the Watch, a trio of young gold cloaks, born to wildling and Westerlander parents, had been honored for bravery after rescuing 2 children from a flooded lane. Arya, listening from her perch by the window, grinned and offered to train the trio herself for the coming summer's games. The true challenge of the season was not a crisis, but an opportunity. As the city's population swelled, with children born to every banner, and refugees from the wars in Tyrosh and Myr seeking new lives, the problem became how to share not only bread and work, but a sense of belonging. It was Sansa who proposed a new tradition, the Charter of the Commons. Every household, old or new, would be invited to sign their name or mark a great ledger in the square, bearing witness to the promises that held the city together: protection for the weak, fair work and fair law, the right to speak in council and to be heard. Rhaenys and Arya, already restless for action, volunteered to visit every corner of the city with the ledger, turning the ritual into a festival, part oath, part parade, part celebration of the common cause. The week that followed was the most joyful the city had ever known. Lanterns and ribbons adorned every street. Arya and Rhaenys led bands of children from Flea Bottom to the riverside, Lyanna Stark skipping ahead to read the Charter's promises in the common tongue and in Tyroshi, taught to her by a former pirate who now taught at the Dragon Pit School. Even the city's lords joined the march, their banners trailing behind lines of market women, stonemasons, and singers. No house stood apart. Dragon and wolf, rose and trout, sun and spear, joined by the new banners of the city's crafts and guilds, and by wildling tokens carved with runes of unity and hope. The charter signing drew every soul into the square before the Red Keep. Sansa presided with Elia, Lyanna by her side. Each person, from the oldest matron to the youngest orphan, pressed their mark onto the page. Quentyn Martell delivered a short speech in halting but heartfelt Westerosi, and Arya stood with her arms crossed, grinning at the sight of so many familiar faces, newly made kin by their own promises. Aegon himself signed last. He stood at the front of the crowd, his voice quiet but steady. "We pledge not to a throne, but to one another. Let this charter be a shield against the world's old wounds. Let our children remember it as the day the city chose to become one people, joined in hope and purpose." Then the charter was set in the scriptorium, a copy placed in every school, a song made for the children to learn by heart. Afterward, the city feasted. The Red Keep's kitchens emptied their stores: roast fowl, stewed apples, cakes dusted with lemon sugar. Rhaenys crowned a baker's daughter the queen of the feast. Arya staged a mock battle with her most talented students, and Lyanna performed her verses to thunderous applause. Sansa danced with orphans and lords, and Elia embraced the city's elders, whispering, "You did this, you and your children." When dusk fell, the lanterns floated down the river again, bearing the wishes of every house, every guild, every lonely wanderer. The peace of King's Landing felt less like a gift, and more like the harvest of years of labor. Patient, stubborn, full of love. But no peace is untouched by shadow. That night, as the fires burned low, word reached the Red Keep that pirates had attacked a merchant ship just outside Blackwater Bay, and that a small band of sellswords had tried to incite unrest among the Tyroshi quarter. Arya roused the watch, Rhaenys set off with healers and gold, and Aegon convened council at once. Within a day, the trouble was quelled. The watch, trained to restraint and quick thinking, arrested the sellswords without bloodshed. The pirates, pursued by city galleys, surrendered for pardon and honest work. The merchant ship's crew were tended in the new hospital, and the Taroshi quarter itself organized a night of song and story to heal the hurt, inviting the rest of the city to share their food and tales. At the next council, Aegon praised the city's calm, Rhaenys spoke of forgiveness and vigilance, and Arya reminded the Watch that mercy was the truest shield against fear. The Charter of the Commons was recited again, and its promises, of law, of kindness, of unit, carried through every market and alley. As the summer deepened, the city's traditions grew richer. Races and tournaments filled the festival calendar. Scholars from Old Town and Dorne debated in the scriptorium, and minstrels from the free cities joined in the feasts. Children played beneath the banners of every house, their games an ever-changing story of peace and adventure. Jon Snow's ravens still brought news from the north. The wildlings' crops had flourished. The Watch's youngest brothers had learned to swim in the river as well as fight with a sword. "The world is wide and open now," Jon wrote. "May your city's peace be as sturdy as our wall, and warmer always." The charter was read aloud at every Council of Commons. The lanterns floated each month, not only at festival, but whenever the city wished to honor its lost or bless a new beginning. Rhaenys and Arya took a company of orphans and watchmen south to the Reach, forging new alliances and returning with tales of harvests and harmony. Sansa oversaw the city's growing nurseries and schools, Lyanna at her side. Elia presided at every feast, her eyes shining with memory and pride. In the cool of late summer, Aegon climbed the Red Keep's highest tower to watch the city below, a city made strong by care, by the trust earned in small moments, by the stubborn refusal to let the old world's hatreds return. Lanterns glimmered on the river, the songs of children rising through the dusk. He turned to Rhaenys, to Arya and Sansa, to Elia and Lyanna, and to the children, so many children, laughing in the gardens below. "It will last," he said, voice certain, "because it belongs to them. They are the city now. The dawn is truly theirs." And so King's Landing entered a new season, its peace not a pause between storms, but a living thing, ever renewed, ever chosen, by every hand, every heart, every hope that beat within its wall.